What it do? What it do? What it do? We in the building. We in the building. Once again, loyal to the game boxing, and we gonna cook for a little bit here. We're gonna wait for some of y'all to get up in here real quick. Make sure you smash that like button. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Make sure you guys smash that like button when you come in here, and hit hit up that comment section. But we got some things to talk about, man. Set, bruh. Salute to you, Omega Red. I don't look, man. I don't speak to Facebook users, man. It's a very simple process for you to go and click on the link in the post that just says StreamYard, and then I can see your profile. I'm not going to be guessing who I'm sending links to. This is very simple. You could just come to YouTube to and subscribe to Lil to the Game Boxing on YouTube. It's a very simple process, guys. Um, but look, man, we gonna cook a little bit, man. Salute you, like I said, Omega Red. Um, man, we in here, man. So we got a big thing going on right now about guarantees. Everyone's talking about the guaranteed money, and uh, Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford wants to guarantee money, and that's okay. I can't tell that man what he should take or what he shouldn't take. Uh, but let's not act like he was getting a deal that was so screwed up that it was just to him. He was being victimized. Al Heyman was accosting him from a business standpoint. He was trying to take advantage of him. Uh, oh, that was you, Mr. Ortiz. I got you, family. I got you, family. He wanted a guarantee. Well, I think Bob Arum stated it best. You don't get no guarantee. You don't if you when you get a guarantee comes from a promoter. And it's evident that Terrence Crawford kept stating that he was his own boss. So who was Terrence Crawford's promoter? Who was his promoter? See, the promoter gives the fighters a guarantee based off of whatever projected earnings he believes the fighter is worth, and also whatever amount of the split he's going to get from the entire event. Terrence Crawford, in this no guarantee situation, he didn't have no promoter. So why would he get a guarantee? Explain why would he, if you're getting 30 whatever percentage you're getting of the net revenues of the entire event, why would that doesn't even make any sense. Why would Al Heyman, who works for someone else, give you a guarantee when he's splitting the event with you from a percentage perspective? That makes zero sense. Zero sense. But you got guys out here who, you know, especially these Crawford fans. I don't even want to call them Terrence Crawford fans. I call them Errol Spence haters because they're not really fans. They're just haters, man. And anything this guy says, no matter how asinine it sounds, as long as there's a narrative that they can run with, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna run with that narrative, and that's okay. But don't expect the rest of the world to believe the shit that you're saying. Don't expect it. Now, Terrence Crawford came out and said only thing he wanted was transparency, and he said it as if he didn't get it. And then we find out from Earl Spence that he got transparency when he got everything that he wanted, that he asked for. He went dark for 13 days, paid step aside money to to David Avocado, paid step aside money. What's going on, Mr. Cheese?
What's good with you?
Man, I can't call it. How you doing?
Man, cooling, cooling. Just been
All right.
grinding. How about you?
I mean, same old, brother. Same old, same old. so, so I know that you and that you in the business pretty tight, pretty thick. You and Jamil, salute to you guys out there in Philly, my second home. Y'all out there putting in real good work. uh, what's your perspective on all this stuff that's been going on?
Man, this fight ain't gonna happen. Fuck it. I'm, when Bud talking about, yeah, let's go. No, nobody want to see that shit, man. I'm tired of it.
So,
You already like damn near 35. Well, it's going to happen because he talking about he don't trust the Al Heyman system. So how when after this fight when he fight Dan Avanesyan, he's gonna go back. It's gonna be the same shit. So what Bud Myers would do, which I say on the fighters end, he made great money, fight that 3 times in Black Prime and retire.
okay.
That's how I look at it.
Now,
Be
now
tired
what?
of that bullshit.
Now what does that do for his legacy?
I mean, for me, he would. For me personally, when it comes down, if he don't fight people like Earl Spence and them, he would never have that marquee fight. He'd never have that Sugar Ray Leonard, Thomas Hearns type rivalry fight. So at the end of the day, his legacy would be overrated to me. But at the end of the day, you can't blame him because he also
Okay.
fight some bullshit. So that's how I look at it.
Salute. What's up, Jamil?
Kwame Johnny, what's good, y'all?
We
What's good,
chilling,
Mill?
man. We chilling, man. Philly in the house tonight. I see real thick.
Yeah, yeah, man. Finally, man, we was like, man, where's Jalik at, man? I told him, be about the action. Stop that typing, man.
Hey, yo, I got a question for the both of y'all, right?
Uh huh.
Um, y'all familiar with bosses and how bosses move, right?
Uh huh.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so I worked for my pop for 10 plus years. And the only person that wasn't guaranteed a check was my father.
But
Bosses never know what they're gonna make. Bosses aren't guaranteed shit.
Facts.
Bosses get paid after costs, right? Johnny, am I
Facts.
wrong?
no, you speaking facts.
So when these same dudes are talking about, oh, Bud is a boss, Bud is a boss, Bud is a boss, but then talking about guarantees, that's an oxymoron.
Mm.
Boss isn't guaranteed shit, right? So
Facts.
it's the ultimate risk versus reward. Sometimes, you know, you're in the red. Sometimes you're way in the black, but that's what come with it.
Facts.
I mean, a lot of people that are speaking on a lot of people that are speaking on this particular situation or the business of boxing aren't qualified, have never been in certain positions or in certain rooms to even know what's what. You can hear it by the rhetoric.
Facts.
That's all I can say.
Facts. Facts, man. And I'm pulling up. I'm pulling up your clip where you were talking about guarantees here, man. I think this is really interesting because this kind of almost mirrors what's going on today. And it says, why is sports media for those who have a problem with fighters taking percentage over guarantees? The ring ranked James Toney as the second best pound for pound fighter in the world. Jones was ranked third. Tony and Jones turned down guaranteed purses of 2.5 million for Tony and 2 million for Jones and took percentages. Tony received 45%, Jones received 35% of all the revenues after expenses. And there was an estimated crowd of 7,000. There was 300,000 pay-per-view buys. Uh, they're talking about weight here. And I think that's really important here, man, because these two guys are pound for pound fighters. This right here was a pound for pound fight. And to be quite honest, the numbers that these guys fought for are a lot lower to me. They didn't even get 100% of everything. It wasn't a 65-35. It's a 45-35. So I mean, this is pretty interesting what I'm seeing here.
Well, I mean, you're never going to get the full percentage because, all right, when you look at it this way, somebody still has to put up the money for the event. Somebody
For the
still has
event,
to
right?
book the venue. Yeah, and it's not necessarily them. So, what is it? 20%. Whoever's taking that 20% off the top after expenses, I feel like that's more than fair.
Right, right. So again, there were 300,000 pay-per-view buys. I mean, in this day and age with streaming going on, 300,000 pay-per-view buys is pretty big. Like it can be better than that, but I'm just saying, with all the streaming that's going on, and Terrence Crawford has never had 300,000 pay-per-view buys. You know, I would think that with a fight like this, they said there was an estimated crowd of 7,000. We know there's going to be way more than 7,000 people at this fight.
Mm.
The seats, the gate, the price of tickets, we all know is going to be astronomical. They put it in Vegas. So there's a lot for these guys to make, and I think it's really about you know legacy. And I know you have to do good business, and that's paramount. But at some point, if you're labeled the number one fighter in the world, pound for pound fighter in the world,
Quam,
there has to be a point in time where you take a legacy fight.
Quam. Fuck all that, right? Just fuck all that for a second. People just are paying attention to gate and pay per view.
Right.
Johnny will attest to this. That's half of what you can make,
Right.
right? That's a fraction of what you can make. There's way more ways of getting paid in a major fight like this.
Right.
So when they just they only made this, and that means they were in the red. You forgetting closed circuit TV rights? You forgetting sponsorships? Like you can they're who is it?
Merchandise.
It's Johan. Johan does primarily all the bars, restaurants, and movie theaters on the East Coast. There's a company that does the West Coast. Johnny, you know the name of the company on the West Coast?
No, I forget.
Yeah, but it's two companies, and they bid on these pay-per-view fights or these big fights. So whereas though now they own the distribution rights and they can sell them to Applebee's, they can sell them to Red Lobster, Buffalo Wild Wings, and whatnot.
Mm.
Oh, and not to mention that you got international TV rights. Well, you Sky Sports, BT, the
Right.
Zone, they will buy it in different countries if the fight is big enough. So when people just talk about just pay-per-view buys, no, they are going to make a bunch of money. That's why Al Heyman says what?
Why you
What
want to cap yourself?
exactly?
Why you want to put
Because
a cap on yourself?
honestly, this comes back to ideology and experience.
Facts.
And this is for Terrence Crawford fans because they're gonna say I'm hating, but just hear me out just real fast, and now I'm gonna let y'all rock out. All right, so Terrence Crawford enters into boxing. He he never made the Olympic team, even though he was a decorated amateur. He was kind of so he ends up signing with Cameron Duncan, who's not a bad manager,
Right.
but he's not the elite of the elite.
Right.
He's kind of for a talented guy that may have fell through the cracks. All right, so he goes with Cameron Duncan and has a situation with Cameron Duncan and Chris Middendorf, where he felt like they got him for some bread. He ends up getting out of the contract. Bob buys him out, but now he got to give up 8% of his purse as long as he's with Top Rank. So I would imagine he's jaded because of that. And then the situation with Bob, he doesn't feel like it went well. I don't know exactly the inner workings of their relationship, but he feels like he got done wrong and he's suing. And so he's jaded because of that. And now he's to the point where he doesn't trust anybody. You could hear it, you can hear him when he's talking about the Al Heyman and PBC situation. He doesn't trust the thing. To whereas though now he has to be in a room and now he's conducting business that honestly he doesn't have much experience, and I'm trying to be respectful. He doesn't have much experience at that level. I'm not saying he's not an intelligent man, he just isn't experienced on that level.
Right.
Okay. As opposed to Earl Spence Jr. Earl Spence Jr., when Bud was talking about, oh, but you're not in the rooms. In his mind, I don't need to be in the rooms. I trust my representation.
Right.
He's been with Al Heyman since coming out the amateurs.
Right.
Everything has gone well for Earl Spence. The money has gone well for Earl Spence. Everything that Al has promised him, he
He's
has
gotten it.
delivered.
Right.
So I don't need to be in the room. I trust my guy. My guy's going to get me the best possible deal, as opposed to always getting the short end of the stick in your estimation, and now you feel like it's all on me. That's the different ideologies. I need this guaranteed money because I may not sell, as opposed to a dude, I was gonna make sure I'm good and I sell. So I can bet on myself. That's all.
Yeah, facts. What's your say so on it, Johnny?
No, I agree 1,000%. That's why I was just like hearing Terrence Crawford talk. I was like, all right, if he's hesitant and he's skeptical about Al Heyman, this fight never gonna happen. So I'm at the point where it's like, stop teasing people. We don't want to see you around. Fuck y'all and let this generational talent come or get out the way when it comes to people like Jerron Ennis.
Facts. I
That's how.
I agree. I agree. I agree with that 100%. I'm gonna play a clip for y'all real quick. Let me see if I can find it. And this is a clip back from 2018, and I think this explains exactly why he's fighting David Avanesyan.
A mediocre guy, why not take the money? You know what I'm saying? Because you got to think about it. At the same time, Terrence is 30 years old. He at the peak of his, and you get to fight, a mediocre guy. Why not take the money? You know what I'm saying? Because you got to think about it. At the same time, Terrence is 30 years old. He at the peak of his, and
So I think for me, man, that explains a lot, man. That explains a lot to me because that's exactly what they're doing now. So I mean, so it's safe to say that the ideology behind Team Crawford has always been to fight the mediocre guy because he's getting older. So he said he's 30 and take the
Kwame,
money.
text me the send me the link so because Jalik trying to get in.
Hold on a second. I'm Jalik. Hopefully he's on YouTube. I'm gonna just go ahead and pin the link real quick in the chat. So just give me a second, and I'll go ahead and pin the link for you guys. Uh, all right, link should be pinned in YouTube. There you go. Yeah, man. I can't knock anybody, man. But what do you guys think about that type of ideology from his team? And this is the top pound for pound fighter in the world. What do you think about that?
Quam is good business, but at the same time, it's not the narrative that they've been pushing. Like Leak is going to get on here, and Leak is going to blame everything on Al Heyman. Leak has an agenda. It's my man, but he has an agenda. He has an axe to grind with Al.
Gotcha.
Reality is, dude, dude saw a chance to get 2 bags, and he took it. He's going to want to deflect in the media because that's not the narrative that he's been pushing
Right.
for damn near 2-3 years. And with his fans, they diehards. People may look at him a certain type of way because he's going against everything that he said he stand for and he thought he stood for. But
Right.
at the end of the day, he's a man. You
Right.
going to give me 10 million to fight a turkey? I'm going to fight that turkey.
Yeah, I got
I'm
you.
going to do it. But I would have respected it more. Everybody knows I'm about business. If you know me, if you ever had me on your platform, I'm about business. I would have got on that live. Was like, look, they said we were going to fight in February because they wanted a multi-city tour. They really wanted to promote this. Okay, so they offered me 10 to fight a turkey in December, and I'm like, well, shit, I'm already fighting in 2023, so we could push it back to like March or April. That's only a month or two. I can get this bag, grab that bag, and I'm good. So I did it. And I would have hung up the live right there. I'll let y'all later.
No,
Yeah.
that's a fact. All he could have said is like, "Yo, they gave me a guaranteed 10 million to fight this year, and then come back in the spring to fight Earl Spence." I would have respected, but he talk all that bullshit, just talking in circles and shit. That's why I'm like, man. At first, when it came to Crawford, it was like, all right, you with top rank, it's hard for you to get the opponents. Now you're not with Top Rank, so now what's the fucking excuse? You fighting the same type of opponents and shit.
Right.
And you fought at 140, you fought at 35, you fought a bunch of my man Mill voice, a bunch of turkeys. You 135. His best opponent was Grant Gamble coming from 126 on a long layoff in a promotional issues because he had that 50 Cent situation going on. 50 Cent just basically fed him to Terrence Crawford and Omaha. Then he fought Ricky Burns, who's like a turkey,
What up,
for the
Biz?
title. And then let's go to 140. 140, his best defense was probably Victor Poe style.
So I got what's up?
Real fast, I got word that as soon as he found out, as soon as he got the new contract,
Uh-huh.
and he found out that it was going to be pushed back to February because they wanted a multi-city tour. That's what they wanted. He decided to make this play.
Right.
And he didn't respond back because he was trying to see if Black Prime was legit.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, no, bro, that's what he did. The fans want to make it seem like they want to piggyback and go back and forth. Like, okay, well, Island was broke. Oh, well, they didn't really want to fight, but they broke his shit. But no, they would have paid Canelo the money. But no, they really broke. It's like, yo, you're jumping all over the place. Which one is it? Oh, but Showtime is going bankrupt. No, they're consolidating onto the Paramount Plus app the same way that Disney did. That's who their competition is. BT's on there, CBS Sports is on there, Nickelodeon's on there. It makes sense. So why not put Showtime content on that same app? It's business.
Right.
And whoever that Facebook user is, right, man, they saying something about we Spence, man. I'll be right at Spence Ponies just like I am at y'all Bud Clowns. But y'all Bud Clowns is right now in the moment. Y'all show me even worse because y'all making up all these excuses. Once that fight got announced, all you see is, oh yeah, David Avanesyan is a real tough fighter, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, yo, quick question, right? Lenore Kwame, have I ever been a Spence fan? Have you ever confused me as a Spence fan?
Nope.
Nah.
Nope. We got arguments over the phone over it.
You a Boots fanboy.
Lenore trying to start some shit.
I mean, no, Lenore can say whatever you want. Lenore right now got a shirt that got a plain hoagie on it that says "Big Fish," right?
No, but why I say you even said out your mouth? You say you a little biased towards Boots. Ain't nothing wrong with it. We all have a little biases.
I'm biased towards Philly, but in the welterweight division, yeah, Boots and Paul.
Yeah, listen. I understand. Shit, me same way. You can tell.
But at the same time, we got to call. My problem with Bud fans, Johnny problem with Bud fans. Let's call this what this is. This is a lick. Stop making it.
See why I said the difference.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. I got somebody in the backstage called Mr. Shut Up Something. I don't know who you are, so you gotta just turn your camera on so I can see you like a real person. All right, I got you. Okay. What's going on, man?
Oh, you got this brother here. Why Sam? I was just say, man, listen, it is what it is at this point. I can call a spade and what it is. I'm Spence team, and that's the hill I just choose to die on. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So that's what it is. It is.
I mean, for me, yeah, I'm a Spence guy. But I just like skills, and Boots got a lot of fucking skills, man.
He do. Why? Let me ask you a question. They push Boots on, even though I know Boots is higher than IBF, but still, they push Boots on Earl much more than they push Boots on Bud. Like, I'm asking you a question. What do you say to that?
I feel like I get both from both sides. I feel like ever since this happened, they were excited the fact that he was fighting Avanesyan and Earl might have to fight Boots.
Exactly.
It got weird. This is what bothers me, and I got to head out. For the same dudes that kept talking about make the fight, we all about fighting and undisputed and all that shit. They switched up so fast. It was crazy.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Why said
that's crazy, Royal. Remember
they said I was pocket watching other dudes. and it got weird fast, right? You
But
got
Yeah.
why
people
is that?
like
What's so
even
crazy? They talked about Spence fans and Undisputed how we put on our business suits, but as soon as the ball was in their courts, Bud making 10 million, they put on their
as
business
soon
suits.
as no, they needed some way to justify Bud making that move because they didn't expect it. They thought he was all in on that fight. They projected ideals on to Terrence Crawford that was never real, that was never his own.
Why? I got one cool question before you go. I got to ask this. Who is Spence fight next? Is it Thurman or who is he fight next? Do you know any inside of that?
I haven't got a definitive anything, but it's looking like it is looking like it's there.
It's looking
I
like it's
haven't
Thurman.
gotten I haven't gotten a definitive anything, but that's the name that's floating.
Did you say Thurman?
Yeah, that's the name that's floating. I'm
That
not
that
sure.
That's what I
I
heard too.
haven't heard it from a certain executive or certain executives, so I can't be certain. But yeah, that's the name that's floating around.
you know what? You know what? The hit Spence will take because you gotta have the Bud fans. They're gonna say, "Oh, I thought he said he was never gonna fight Thurman." You know what I'm saying? But on the flip side of it, it's a big it's a big fight still.
Kwame, I'm not trying to hear that shit. Thurman will be the best person on either dude's resume,
That's a fact.
not David Avenue. David
That's a fact.
David
That's a fact.
Avenesian,
Now
David
you
Avenesian wouldn't make the
exactly.
top five on Earl Spence's resume. He wouldn't make the top five. Like if we want to be honest, David Avenesian would not be in Earl's top five.
Mm-mm.
True or
And
not true?
not true.
Hell no.
But
David
I
What's
got a lot
finna
of
be
Avenesian
fucked
I
might
got a
up?
make
lot of pushbacks from the Spence fans, but I told him like, hey, listen, I think his best option next right now is Thurman. I've been said I hold true to that too. When you look at the landscape right now, as it speaks right now, I think his best option right now is Thurman. I think for his legacy,
That's a big
Thurman was
fight,
the number one guy, all that. So I mean, it is what it is.
and
This
that
is
would
how I look
definitely
at it,
be.
man. This is where I lose respect for these Bud clowns, man. They first excuses are I'm with Top Rank and that whole side of the street shit. Then when you get out of Top Rank, you make your own street up on a fucking fight David Avanesyan and shit. When you had the chance to go over the aisle, get all them fights that you wanted. You talking about, yeah, I want Earl Spence and I want Jamel Charlo. Now you like, oh man,
sense.
you're hesitant. So you think you're gonna get Jamel Charlo? Like, I don't know. It just makes sense. Just go fight some ducks, make your 10 million and get retired.
Hey,
Nobody want to see that shit.
And
Yo, but
think
hey,
Johnny,
real
Johnny,
funny.
you know what's crazy about what you just said though about Avanesian? That's the guy that Top Rank was trying to get Bud to fight. So it's like, why did you even leave?
Hey, Kwame,
check.
real fast. You got somebody in the comments said YSM say Showtime is consolidating. I just died. This is where comprehension comes in at. No disrespect, my brother. Paramount Global is consolidating. Showtime, CBS, Viacom, BET, they're all subsidiaries of Paramount Global, which is owned by National Amusements. They're consolidating everything to one app, which is Paramount Plus.
Yeah. By the
That's what
way,
I mean by consolidating.
Facebook user. I never said that. Spence didn't say that. I said that was Bud Clown's main excuse. Oh yeah,
Hey,
that side of the street.
Now
hey,
Then
tell
y'all.
Johnny, we
now
got a
tell me.
rule. Johnny, we got hold on, Johnny, we got a rule here. Like I told you earlier, and that's why you over here. We don't respond to Facebook users here.
Hey, now
Okay.
tell me
If
now,
if they
guys.
want if they want to, it's very simple for a Facebook user to go to the same post and click on the link that says link to StreamYard with Facebook, so we can see who you are. We're not going to speak to Facebook users, so you might as well not even comment.
Now I got a
Yeah.
question.
Oh, here
I got
my
a
man
question.
Draco
If,
on the
tell
comments too, man.
yeah.
Start putting your clown makeup on and all that shit, cause you already know he
Hey,
out
well,
he
check
out
check.
here looking
Now
like
I'm gonna pose a
Hey,
question to the
Dr-
panel here.
Drico,
YSM loyal.
You on YouTube? The link is in the chat. You welcome here.
Hey, loyal and YSM and the other brother who just spoke right now, and everybody else on the panel. I'm gonna pose a question. Now tell me if this makes sense, and nobody thinks about it like this angle. Now we got Crawford who says, "I need transparency. I need transparency. I need transparency." He's screaming from the rooftops. He needs transparency. But as soon as Earl gets a random call from Bud and says, "Hey man, I got 50 million from these two people, these two entities. What you want to do?" And he said, "Well, who is it?" As soon as Earl Spence needs transparency, he says, "Okay, well, let me talk to my promoter. Let me talk to Al. It's a problem." So you want transparency from your side, you right? because you're involved in the contract, you're getting the thing. But as soon as Spence says, "Hey, I need transparency," basically, who are these people? This is a legit question, by the way. Who are these people? And he needs his transparency. It's a problem.
bro.
Not only that, right? But I got my own money. Like I built this my motherfucking self. And whoever those two entities are, like why in the fuck would I cut them in the pie now? I don't need their money.
Right.
I don't need their motherfucking money. And and look, if he outlasted Bob to put this fight on his motherfucking self, you think he finna cut some other motherfuckers in now?
Right.
If Terrence Crawford, listen, y'all, I said it before on this channel, right? I'm gonna say it again. Terrence Crawford never wanted to fight Earl Spence. He just wanted to be able to say he tried. That plausible deniability. Again, in school, bruh. If you, fifth grade, you remember who the fastest in the school, right? If you never go outside and race this nigga, they never know who the fastest is.
Mm-hmm.
It's always say, bruh, he a good athlete. I'm a good athlete. You feel what I'm saying? Like everybody outside now, everybody outside, the teachers, the hall monitors out, even the principal done came out to see this race. Bud done transferred.
And exactly,
You know
man.
what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, but
I mean, it's clear as day, bro. He never wanted this fight. We had unrealistic expectations. Bud tried to tell us in so many words. He told us again in his little confessional the other day. You know what I'm saying? He never wanted this fight. He never really said the man by name. We the one who forced this on him. We had unrealistic expectations. Bud wanted to keep cutting his money off the top, doing a whole little for a whole lot, and dip out of boxing, bro. He don't articulate himself well, so that's why he don't like to do interviews. I'm telling you, bro, the shit obvious, man. So, you know, Drake, all them cats, they all been ducking this shit. You know what I'm saying? They all gonna take them. Hey, look, they follow the leader. They duck just like look. They gonna take them small. Look,
Oh.
they gonna take them small ass victories. They gonna take them small victories if he do fight Thurman. Oh man, he said he wasn't gonna look, bro. I'm one of the ones who said he shouldn't fight Thurman just on principle alone, but it's fucked up that somebody that he can step over, he can still step over Thurman, fight Boots, and people would take that as a better fight, and Thurman is still the best motherfucker on both of their resumes. You feel me?
Yep.
That says a whole lot about Bud choosing Avanesyan. So
Facts.
even if you still want to try to stand on something, you know what I'm saying? He wanted to fight Thurman off a motherfucking layoff, off a damn near 3-year layoff, didn't want to give him a tune-up, and then didn't even want to negotiate with the man. Boy, y'all can't justify that shit, man.
You
I'm gonna
can't.
get out the way, Kwame.
Hey, moderators, do me a favor and block that person, please. That's spamming in the chat. Appreciate it.
Man, oh man, and you know what's so crazy? I think it's more of an issue with PBC and Terrence, but not the entity of Earl himself. Earl's been consistent this whole time. Earl's not the one to say the fight never happened. Earl's not the one who backed out of negotiations. Earl's not the one who offered a guarantee. Nigga, he's getting no guarantee either. So why this is what's killing me. Earl's basically saying, I'm willing to fight you for free, which he's not because he's getting a percentage, but still, I'm willing to fight you for no purse. And I'm okay with doing it, right? But Terrence is the one with the issue. If you really think about it like that, it's like this man's willing to fight you with no purse, so he has no leg up on you either. But but it's a problem because you a diva, so you can't accept it. But that just shows you the eagerness and the willingness.
Yep.
yeah, I
Hey,
mean,
hold on one second. Kyron, I'm sending you something in Messenger. Come over to YouTube, and the link is in the chat. Make sure when you get over here, you subscribe and hit the like button. All right, go ahead, guys. Wait, hold
no,
on one second. I just realized I got a celebrity trainer in the building. What's going on, Blu-ray?
What up, my boy?
Chilling, man. Chilling, man. I see. Yeah, you gracing us with your presence, man.
what's
Snuck,
up with it, Blue?
I snuck in on y'all. What's good?
Yes, sir. How are things going?
Oh man, everything gravy, man. I'm just working on the next young bulls for y'all to talk about.
Okay. Okay. So you got some new talent working out with you.
Come on, man. You know I breed number killers, man.
Okay. Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
hey,
Hey,
Blue, I see you work with Tristan there, man. You got that
yeah,
boy looking good, man.
come on, man. Y'all talking about the man that I was a part of, man. Come on, man. Stop.
Yes, sir.
You part of history.
Nigga
It's
act
part of
like
that
Yes,
history.
sir.
nigga act
Oh,
nigga,
definitely.
niggas act
Hey,
like
I be the listen, man. I don't
nigga.
care who.
Hey, niggas
Let me
act
hold on,
like
hold on, hold on, hold on.
nigga
I
act
just
like
said,
a motherfucker.
hold on one second. There's something I need to say. There's something I need to say. This ain't Blue saying it. Okay, I got feedback in the background. Somebody, I don't know if someone
I
got.
think
All
it's
right.
K.
Yeah, this ain't Blue saying this. This is me saying this, and I've stood on this for many, 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 many years. Many years. I believe, my belief is that Blu-ray played a huge part in Errol Spence becoming a pay-per-view fighter. The reason being, I'm going to explain to you why. The
The
reason
reason
being,
being,
I got
I got
feedback.
feedback.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
K,
that's
man. Mute
K,
yourself,
man.
K.
Hey, put your stuff on mute,
Yeah, I
fam.
got it. I got him. Yeah. The reason being why this is my belief is because when you watch all the other pay-per-view, I mean all the other welterweights that was established before Errol Spence, you had Keith One Time Thurman, you had Sean Porter, you had Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia did good numbers. He had a Puerto Rican fan base. He fought on was it Mayweather, was that Mayweather Canelo undercard he fought on against Lucas Matisse.
Yeah.
So, but he never headlined a pay per view, and the reason being is because these guys were not getting knockouts at welterweight when the level of competition stepped up. And Errol Spence, who doesn't have a personality like a Keith Thurman, Errol Spence had 11 straight knockouts, and that was with Blu-ray. Like it or not, it's just the facts. And because he had stepped up in competition and was getting stoppages, I believe that's why he was put on pay per view. So for me, I've the best version of Errol Spence I've ever seen. I'm just going to be honest, is the Errol Spence I see under Blu-ray.
That's
So
fact,
I'm
partner.
I'm a, so I'm gonna
Fact.
give you your respect. And you don't have to say nothing about it. But as a fan of the sport and a fan of Errol Spence, I appreciate you very much, brother, and what you did.
Man, Earl, my little bro, man. It is what it is. But like I said, I trained him for the Pacquiao fight, and and I hate that one of the biggest fight of his careers didn't go through, man, because we had trained that fight. He had brought me back for that fight, so we trained the whole camp, and y'all was gonna see a spectacle, man. Earl was gonna stop Pacquiao, man. Even though it didn't manifest, but I promise y'all he was gonna stop that boy. And that was definitely a signature match, in my opinion, because not only was it Earl's biggest fight at the time, he had been without me for 3 fights and then he brought me back. So people were kind of wanting to see what Earl looked like now. You know, then he fought Ugas, and me personally, this is my personal belief. I could be wrong. I believe he didn't work with me for the Ugas fight because he knew he could beat Ugas. You know what I'm saying? In my personal opinion. So I know a lot of bloggers and people on the internet always going, well, he didn't need Blu-ray for this. He don't. First of all, he was a professional fighter before he even met me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he didn't even need me at all. But to deny the fact of the element that I brought to to what he already presented,
Yeah.
you just gotta be in denial. You just not being real. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Hey, Blue, man, I gotta say something real quick too. And I think the two best that I've ever seen Earl physically was with when he fought Chris Algieri under you, when he fought Lamar Peterson under you, man. That was a monster. And I think the best Earl Spence I've ever seen when he was under you, and just in general, was when he fought Lamar Peterson, man. Y'all did something different for that camp, man.
Bro, listen, bro. Let me just keep it 100, man. See, this is what people don't understand, bro. There was a time period where I wasn't even allowed to train Earl legs. That's number one. I was only training his upper body. So I was training him in there came a time frame where I was only training his upper body. Now, how that transpired, that's a whole nother equation. We not ain't gonna get into all
I know.
You know what I'm saying? As my little brother, but he called me out, and as a whole, and we had a workout competition. You know what I mean? And then, after that, I wasn't allowed to work his legs no more. You know what I'm saying? So, because I trained with him. I'm not one of you trying to say do this and do that. No, I actually worked out with him. But, it's like I never got Earl, in my opinion, the strongest I want him because I wasn't allowed to use weights with him. That's the one thing people don't even factor in, that the way I train, the things that I wanted to do for 11 fights, I never really got to get him in the shape that I wanted him. So people are looking at the manifestation of what they desired and what they like and what they're impressed with, and I didn't even get him the strongest I wanted him, ever. I've never been able to train him the way I wanted him, not one time. Because not only that, it was things that he didn't want to do. And I get it. You got to think about it. He's sparring. You know what I mean? He got to do his mid-work. He got to work, train with Derek. So it was a lot on his body. So I'm not naive, so I get it. So it was never an issue. But at the same time, I still could have made him lift weights and train him with weights where it was conducive to the other training he was doing, where it wouldn't have impacted him in a negative way. Let me say that.
Right.
Yeah, hey, he's right. And by the way, for those people that be like, well, Earl would have knocked him out, without Blu-ray, whatever, bro. This dude, if it workouts or the truth, I'm speaking from my personal experience, bro. Like, if you gonna work with Blue, you gotta have your mind right, man. Like, for real, for real. I was speaking for personal experience. This ain't no he say, she say stuff, bro. Like, it was one day I was working with Blue, bro. This dude,
Who is this?
this
That's
Chris.
Chris. That's Chris.
Oh, what's up, boy?
Oh, what's up,
I'm gonna let
bro?
him tell this story because I know this shit is funny as fuck.
Bro, hey, and Blu-ray can confirm this, bro. I was working with Blue one time, y'all. After one session, this dude worked me so hard, y'all. No lie, so hard that I left his crib barefooted. I left, bro. Was driving down the freeway. Didn't even know I didn't have my shoes on. I left him in his house. Blu-ray
He knocked
called
the
me was
shoes.
like, Chris,
That nigga ready to, that sound like
He,
he ready
bro.
to escape, dog.
Hey, Blue,
he
you
knocked
remember
the
that?
shoes off your feet. You working so hard.
Yeah, bro. He's like, Chris, man, you left your shoes here. I like, bro, you can just keep them, bro. Just keep them. I was trying to get out of his house so fast, cause, bro, you gotta have your mind right, and that's why, like, whenever, and I know I'm diehard EJ, I'm Team Spence all the way, but those memory lapses with the mouthpiece and stuff like that, because not only working with Blue, bro, like, you get stronger physically, but mental toughness too. You
Mentally.
gotta have mental toughness
Yeah.
too. Earl does have mental toughness too, but those little mental lapses, like with finding the mouthpiece and things like that, I think those kind of things will be prevented too. Working with Blue,
I,
getting mental toughness back.
I agree. I feel like this also, and this has always been my truth as well. I feel like that element, that what you talk about, that mental awareness and toughness, Chris, that's what was missing in the Sean Porter fight, with Earl Spence. Earl Spence was just better than Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the most you seen him get hit. That's the most you seen certain things. And he just said, "Fuck it." Like, I gotta lose this weight. I know I'm better than this guy. I'ma just go in there and I'm just gonna fight this motherfucker. But I feel like if he would have at least had that training, because like you said, your mind got to be in a certain place to even do that. Honestly, I feel he would have done it. It would have helped him, and he would have done a better job in the fight when he even have been as close as it was. That's my opinion.
What up, Kwame?
What's going on, Karan?
I got a question for the group.
What's good with you?
What's up, Chris? What's up,
Hey, man,
everybody?
how you doing?
What happens? What happens when this fight don't happen?
What fight?
The the Crawford fight. They don't even have a license.
What does that mean?
Well, they posted stuff. Look, wait a minute. I'll see if I can find it. Here we go. I saw this today. Uh, hold on a second.
BLK doesn't have a license. They don't have an undercard or a promoter.
Yeah, I saw this. So I saw this today. It looks like something's official about it. I mean, I don't know exactly what it is.
Well,
It,
Brian Norman had an official postcard, right?
uh,
A few times, right?
mhm.
The boy Norman, the boxer,
Yeah, I know you talk about Brian Norman Jr. Yep, his
right?
shit got
He
pushed
he
back.
was on the he was on the he was supposed to highlight a card for them at least
Couple.
4 or 5 times. The fight never took place.
Yep, I heard. I heard about it. I'm telling you one thing. If this fight doesn't take place, man, it's gonna be bad, man. It's gonna be, man. As fickle as the public is, people are gonna say he ducked because the fight didn't even happen. He better pray before God this shit happen, and it better happen on the 10th too. It can't even happen on the 11th because it's like you went from Al Heyman to this. Uh, King of Pop, you gotta turn your camera on so I can see who you are. If you ain't gonna turn it on, you might as well just leave.
Quam,
Yes, sir.
yeah, but you see it happening.
Uh, I'm praying that it happens. I mean, I try. Oh, you talking about this fight? I don't care that I would this fight. I don't care about the fight, so I don't care if it happens or it don't happen. I mean, if it happens, I'm not watching it. I'll see some highlights on YouTube. And if it don't happen, then it don't happen. I'll have some material to troll the Bud fans with.
Oh yes, most definitely.
That's how I see it. Uh, I'm not interested in seeing this fight. Uh, here goes the promo. Let me see. Oh, hold on. I think I got.
On BLK Prime pay-per-view.
This is not a.
I'm in training camp preparing for David Avanesyan. Watch it live on BLK Prime pay-per-view.
Yeah, he must have practiced that shit about 70 times because he fucked that shit up in his live stream. They must have, I don't know, they must have had him say about 60, 70 times before he sat down. So, yeah.
Hey, Kwame.
Yep.
Hey, do you find it a coincidence that he came out with the live stream like the day before he's going to announce his fight with Avanesyan officially on the social media?
No, I don't know. I mean, maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
I
I
think he just
think
wanted to clear the air before he announced his fight or try to.
it's very possible. I would say so. I think that's very possible.
Yeah.
But no one cares. And what's sad is the Terrence Crawford fans who act like they care about this fight, they know that they're lying to themselves on the inside. There's no way you could really. I mean, you may like a fighter, but if you was hyped up to see as a Terrence Crawford fan, if now you was hyped up to see Terrence Crawford whoop Errol Spence's ass, in your opinion, and he's fighting David Avanesyan, there's no way that you could be happy about that.
Actually, they happy that he got the bag. That's all they talk about. He got a bag.
Oh, I see. I see who this is. Okay.
I don't think he was ever going to make that fight though.
I think that fight will happen, but I don't know about the size of the bag though. I don't know how true that is. But it's sold and good for him though, man. I mean, but just don't. If you fight for money, just say that.
Right.
If you want to hit a quick lick before you and Earl probably fought in 2023, just say that. But don't say people ducking you this, then the third. That's the only thing I had a problem with. There's nothing wrong with going to get your money.
Well,
But just say that.
Bud got a tough guy persona, so he can't say that. You know what I'm saying? He's mean and he's an alpha. He's a tough guy. So he used all that with Errol Spence and said he really wanted to be the best, but when it got down to it, it wasn't true. You know what I'm saying? When it got down to it, he's about money.
You know what I think, Kwame? I think he thought bringing that 50 million to the table was going to change how the things were going to progress. You know what I mean? And when it didn't, he went back to the blue blood now.
Yeah, I think it was more of a thing where he had no control over what was happening. That's what the problem was. The thing with the 50 million was so that he had some type of say so and control in the situation. And it's like, I mean, that's not even. I mean, he shot his shot, but I'm saying that was kind of stupid though. I mean, you're basically sitting down with the person who has four of the highest grossing pay per views of all time. Like, why he don't need those people. And if he, I mean, he can get Al Heyman has access to the type of people. Al Heyman has access to the type of people that Bud Crawford brought to him. But Al Heyman don't need Bud Crawford to bring him those people. Bud is a fighter. Al Heyman's a businessman sitting with tycoons for like the last 30, 40 years. He don't need Bud to bring that shit to him. And Bud saying himself that, when he brought it to Al said, I'm not letting no one touch this fight. Why would you want to put a ceiling on what you can make? And that tells you right there about the mentalities of both parties. Errol Spence said he didn't have no guarantee, and you know what he said? He said, I was happy with what I was seeing I was going to get. He ain't had a problem with it. So the reality of it was it couldn't have been a bad deal. It's just the fact that Terrence Crawford didn't have control. He didn't have control. He didn't want to do exactly what Al Heyman said he had to do. And it fucked with his ego. And he said, well, I'm free. I'm going to just go do what the fuck I want to do. And I'll go over here and get the bag. And you know what? You can't run around saying someone's ducking you for 4 years and you turn around and do some shit like that. You can't. You can't do it. There's no way his fans could say anything and have a leg to stand on with it. You can't. Period. His fans could say anything and have a leg to stand. I got some feedback in the back. I don't know who that is, but they can't stand. They don't have a leg to stand on, man. No one's saying Terrence Crawford's not an elite talent or a good fighter or a great fighter, but I'm gonna say this. And I believe this in my heart. I'm not saying this to hate. I believe this in my heart. Terrence Crawford is not the number one pound for pound fighter in the world. He's not. He can't be. Because the number one pound for pound fighter in the world, when you at the pinnacle of something, could you imagine Michael Jordan saying, he's supposed to play somebody one-on-one and he says, I need to go get a tune-up first before I play Kobe? No, when you're the best, heavy as the head that wears the crown, you have to act and be the best. Floyd Mayweather would have took that deal. If that was the same deal Floyd Mayweather was going to get to fight Oscar, he would have did it just to show that he's the best. And that's the difference with Terrence Crawford. That's why I can't have him number one pound for pound. He needs tune-ups, and Earl Spence could come off a car accident, 40% to fight Danny Garcia and not want a tune-up. So I can't put Terrence Crawford. We're not talking just skills, because you guys are gonna be like, well, his skills. No, we just talk about what it means to be top pound for pound fighter in the sport. I can't put Terrence Crawford above Jamel Charlo. I can't. Jamel Charlo is undisputed. He fought every top champion. Even if he had a draw with someone or he lost, he came back and he knocked that person out and he fought all tough fights. And he stopped all the guys he got belts from. So who's really pound for pound, like, for real?
I like what Usyk doing too.
Hey, peace to the panel, y'all. This is Drico Bay. Peace to the chat. I'm in the building. You say pound for pound. When you say pound for pound, would you consider Sugar Ray Leonard pound for pound during that era?
Of course.
Okay, he didn't fight Aaron Pryor.
So what? But
we can't
legendary fights.
Yeah, but we can't. So we can't take away what they pound for pound just because they can't fight or hold that criteria to one person without holding for the other. Because if you say that Sugar Ray Leonard is pound for pound, but he didn't fight Aaron Pryor, then you can't say that that's about Bud either. You see what I'm saying? So we got to keep it even across the board.
You can say Sugar Ray fought Duran.
We ain't talking about Hearns. We talking about Aaron Pryor, baby. We talking about Aaron Pryor and Sugar Ray Leonard not fighting him. And he had an opportunity to,
And
right?
Pryor was a lightweight that never moved up, and he was offered those fights twice. He was offered the Sugar Ray fight twice and the Duran fight, and he turned them all down. So what are
Okay.
you talking about?
Okay. What I'm saying is, how can you say that Sugar Ray Leonard is pound for pound, but he didn't fight Aaron Pryor?
Easy
But
level of
you can
competition.
say,
Crawford ain't
but
fought nobody. He shouldn't even be on the
you
pound for
can't
pound list.
you can't say that, bro. You
I
can't
can
say
say
that.
that. I
You can't
believe that.
say that.
I've been saying that since I've been in these groups.
You can't say that. What makes Spence more special than Aaron Pryor? If Leonard didn't fight Aaron Pryor. If we're gonna talk, we're gonna talk, and we're gonna keep it even across the board. Yeah, it's fucked up
Okay, let's look at it like this,
TC
Drake.
didn't
Drake,
fight.
hold up,
It's
Drake. Crawford got his belt because they robbed Manny.
they what?
Because they robbed Manny.
He whooped ass to get that belt, bro. What are you talking about?
Who did he whoop? Horn?
Yeah.
Horn what even how did Horn get the Manny fight?
How did Ugas get his fight? His belt. Come on, man. See what I'm saying? Ugas didn't fight nobody to get that belt,
Answer the
bro. Let's be
question.
100, bro.
Answer the
We have to
question.
keep it real now. Come
Now I
on
have
now.
okay. So I'm gonna see because y'all gonna go back and forth about that. I'm gonna just deal with what I like to deal with, which are facts, right? So we have Sugar Ray Leonard's box rec right now. So Terrence Crawford is 30. He's 38-0, correct?
Correct.
All right. Sugar Ray Leonard shows that he had 40 fights here,
Right.
36, 3-1. So that means he only technically had one more fight than Terrence Crawford in
Right.
his career.
Right.
Well, when you talk about pound for pound, if we look, he fought Terry Norris. He fought all these names I'm going to name. People know. People
Absolutely.
know, right? So he fought
Absolutely.
Terry Norris, Roberto Duran, Thomas Hearns, Hagler, Thomas Hearns twice, Duran, Duran. I mean, it goes on and on. He has
You
legendary
didn't mention Aaron
fights.
Pryor.
We don't have to mention Aaron Pryor because he has enough
That
people that he's fought enough great competition. He's fought enough great competition that nobody's looking there and saying, "Wow, we really miss Aaron Pryor that he didn't fight Aaron Pryor."
I
The only person that's saying that is you, and that's
I under
because you need a narrative. But we
I
we not gonna go with narratives. We're gonna go with facts.
no, it ain't a narrative. It's just each person that comes up, bro, has that person that they didn't fight. So we can say that about all the
But this
champions. If
nigga
you
didn't
really
fight
break it
nobody.
down,
But he didn't fight nobody is the difference. That's the
I,
difference,
I,
Drico.
I,
He fought. He has no. The only legendary name Terrence Crawford has on his record is Sean Porter and Gamboa. That's the only. And I won't even say. And I'm giving Gamboa his props because he's an OG. He was a champion, and he's still here. I mean, they use him as a pinata now, but I mean, he's still here. So I'm as a respect to him as a boxer. People know his name. But if we just looking at the quality, none of those guys are on the level of Sean Porter or uh this guy. I just said I'm like having a brain fart with this guy. Um, but none of the guys that he fought was on the level of a Terry Norris, Sean Porter, or
I mean, but
Gamboa.
that's to a matter of opinion, though.
It's
You
not a
know what I'm
matter of
saying?
opinion. These so I'm gonna ask. All right, so it is an opinion. So, but I'm gonna ask your opinion. Is Roberto
Right.
Duran better? Is Roberto Duran better than Yuriorkis Gamboa?
Yeah.
Okay.
In
All
my
right.
opinion,
Okay. In your opinion, is Thomas Hearns better than Sean Porter and Yuriorkis Gamboa?
yes.
Okay. Is Marvin Hagler better than those two fighters again, Porter and Gamboa?
In my opinion, he is.
Okay then. So I mean, it's not really much to talk about. I mean, he's
I
fought
mean, it
Hall of
is when you
Famers.
got some. It is when you got those fans. That's the cons that say that Gamboa is better than Hearns or whatever. So we have to take that into consideration too. I'm not saying that the level of competition is whatever. I'm just saying we can say that about anybody. We can say we don't want such and such to be pound for pound because he didn't fight such and such. We can say that throughout, starting with Jack Johnson. We can say that. So
Draco,
all the way up
we talking
until now.
about Jack Johnson, bro. We talking
Up
about
until
Terrence
now,
Crawford
we,
Duncan
we can say that. We can
and
say
not
that
fighting
about Mike
anybody.
Tyson. We can say Mike Tyson didn't
Mike
fight
Tyson
nobody.
fought people. Mike Tyson, at least he got in the ring with Lennox Lewis. At least he got if he lost the event, at least he got in the ring with
Well,
Holyfield.
Well, you know what the
Larry
stigma
Holmes.
is. Yeah,
Larry
but you know what?
Holmes.
You know what the stigma is. Larry Holmes is 50. You
It
know what
don't
the stigma
matter. But
is.
people know their name. The people on
Yeah,
Terrence Crawford
but
name, I mean, on his
but
resume, people don't know. I mean,
but what?
they
Yeah,
don't. They're
and
not
I agree.
memorable.
I agree with that. I agree with what y'all saying. But what I'm all I'm saying is we can't say that about one person without saying it about all of them. Because we can name off one person that each one of these people didn't fight. And I'm not on here saying that TC is God and all of that stuff right there. But we can say this. I could have said it about Thurman and Spence. I didn't just have to say it about TC. People can get on here and say, oh yeah, he didn't fight Thurman, so Spence ain't the best out there. People
I
can
We
got,
say
can
that
say
about
that about
TC.
Crawford in every division he was in.
But
I got,
I
I
but
got
with
a
mean,
Bud,
question.
he
there's multiple that
unified
fight though,
though,
bro.
I got,
and he,
It's
I got a
huh?
multiple
question
that
for
he
you. I
didn't
got a
fight.
question
Ain't
for you.
just one or two. Like it's multiple. Yeah, Thurman, Spence. I mean, Danny Garcia's multiple he didn't fight. Not just
I,
one.
well, we can keep that across the board too, though. Uppercuts, we can say
We
that
can go to
about all of them.
So
140 and pick out people he didn't fight.
other than when you
Hey
talk about
Draco, hey, hey, hey,
Yeah.
hey Draco, this big house. What's up, baby?
Hey, what's up, B?
What's up, man? Look, that Stanionis, do you think Stanionis beat avocado or anesthesia? What fucking name, man?
Hey, man, I ain't gonna get on here and lie to you. I'm not even up on the dude that Bud fight now. I'm not. I heard he was pretty tough over there across seas. He got a six knockout,
no.
six boxers, a streak, knockout streak. Other than that, man, I don't know, son. Like I ain't gonna get on here
Yeah,
and front like.
boy got a blue belt. It looked like this ain't karate. This world boxing
Yeah,
shit. Boy got a blue
yeah.
belt, man.
I don't know. I
This
can't.
world class
Like
boxing, man.
this dude, he got
I
stopped by
can't
And
Mean
comment.
Machine.
Am I
He
upset
got
that he
beat up by
didn't
Lamar
fight
Peterson and
Spence?
stopped by Mean Machine. Like he's
Uh,
not. He had
well,
lost.
I'm upset that he didn't fight Spence. We all upset that he didn't fight Spence. But
yeah,
why
I'm
he didn't
upset.
fight Spence? Why he didn't
Yeah.
fight Spence
That's what we're upset about.
his business accolades is fucked up. He can do
Well,
everything in the fucking ring.
we don't know
Everything
that
that
though,
nigga,
bro.
it's obvious. Ain't
Wh-
no that we don't know it. It's obvious, man.
What's
It's
obvious?
there.
What's
It's
obvious?
obvious, bro. It's
What's obvious?
obvious. It's
Obvious what?
obvious. Okay, Draco.
Yeah.
If somebody walked if somebody walked to you right now and said they get okay, you and your old lady living in this house right now, and they say,
Right.
oh, we'll give you $250,000 for your house
Right.
right now, cash. You would take it, and you look
What?
No,
I'm in Detroit, and
nah.
I done paid. I'm in Detroit. I done paid 80,000 for my house. Pay 80,000 for my crib. So if motherfucker walk to me and say they try to give me 250,000 180,000 for my house cash right now, you think I'm gonna take it? And you think am I that hungry? I know it's something else behind that.
Bro, you
They
never
they
sell
they
if
they
you don't know what it's worth
they
yet.
they about I could take this shit and they'll destroy it and build land.
I
Or
mean,
I could be the last motherfucker that don't want to take the shit and say, nigga, they gonna have to give me 800,000 for the motherfucking house. I know what my motherfucking worth is. I ain't finna run with like, and I don't even fuck with Fanon
but
like that. But
what
Fanon, like
business?
Fanon,
But
look,
what? How
Fanon
is
said
that
this shit
tying
earlier.
into? How is
Fanon
that
said this
tying
shit
into this
earlier.
though, bro?
Fanon said this shit earlier. He said, "You show a monkey a shiny fucking penny, and the monkey gonna come running. You show him
Right.
a shiny penny. He's the shiny shit. He come running.
Right.
I just jumped in. What you mean? What we talking about? I ain't know what we talking about. I just ran off of. I know what
We
Crawford
know
doing.
B House. We know
I know
B
what
House.
B
Crawford doing.
house.
Yeah,
B house.
we
It's
give you.
Friday
We on.
night.
It's
B
Friday
house.
night. We
Yeah,
got you, B
yeah.
House.
It's Friday night, B. No,
Listen,
My
man, but
fault.
I
What y'all talking
understand,
about?
man. Listen, don't y'all think 1 minute that I'm like TC, like damn, I'm disappointed too in the business or whatever it was that they didn't fight. I don't know what it was or the reason why they didn't fight, but I'm looking kind of skeptical too at them. Like, okay, listen, and I'm not just looking at them because I honestly don't think it's TC or Earl. Honestly, I just think it's the business part of it, man. I think it's Al. I think it's these other parties that's coming in saying I got 225 million for you. I think it's all of that that's
It
involved
ain't.
in it.
But
You know?
Drico, I would give you that, but it's not. It's Terrence
Not
Crawford.
when the contracts were signed
Hold
to
on.
you,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, yeah. I'm explaining why. I'm explaining
That's
why it's Terrence
that's what I
Crawford.
was going back to is
I,
25 million. And what the
right.
fuck the motherfucker off you 25 million? You know it's 75 million.
Well, yeah, but I'm gonna explain to you why it's Terrence Crawford's fault, right?
Yeah.
Because Terrence Crawford, you talk about the business. Terrence Crawford re-signed with Top Rank, who didn't get him in there and make big fights. The
Mm-hmm.
pay-per-views that he did under Top Rank didn't do well. The
Not at all.
promoter, hold on a second. His old promoter and Bob Arum spoke poorly on him about business and how he's losing money. What y'all don't understand, I said this before. Bob Arum did the most damage to Terrence Crawford when he said publicly that he lost all that money, because now that's his business reputation. And Bob Arum has real clout, a lot of power in boxing and business. Yeah, Bob Arum,
Hey,
he has a lot of power.
hey,
And
Kwame, I was just talking to my brother Tez, right? He ain't know what the fuck. He don't know what the fuck ESPN Plus came from. I had to tell him
Go Ice Cube.
ESPN Plus. What did they build ESPN Plus on?
Disney.
What did they build that shit on?
Of Crawford and Spence.
Off Crawford. Off Crawford with minus Smith. Even just they built it off Crawford. I said he said I said, man, you got ESPN Plus? He said, yeah, I got ESPN Plus, bro. Yeah, he said, nigga, why wouldn't I have it? I said, nigga, you know where this shit come from? It come from this nigga getting this money. This nigga Crawford get his bag. He don't give a fuck about who else make they ever fucking money. Nigga, pay me right
But
now.
see, but see,
I
B
don't care
House.
about what's being made
But
on the
bro,
back
but
end.
hey, only thing about that B house is if they're stupid enough to keep giving it to him, if I'm him, I'm gonna take it too.
Yeah, but
yeah,
no, look,
I'm not,
no,
knocking it.
look,
That's what I'm saying. See, everybody
no,
getting it
look,
confused. The
look,
PC,
no,
the
no,
PBC
look,
people getting it confused. Y'all getting emotional. It's not. It's
it's,
business. It's not personal.
Bro, who's
Which y'all.
emotional?
and you're right,
It's
and you're right, Draco.
it's never personal. And PBC is taking it.
The business
PBC people
was
are taking it
the
personal,
business
like TC
was
owed them loyalty or something. He don't owe them
no
nothing because
the
it wasn't no
business
contract. Y'all keep saying the
the
contract
big no
also.
okay,
It's no
okay,
contract, bro.
I get that, Draco.
Okay.
The business was with Bob Arum when Bomac and everybody was negotiating these $4 million a fight per $4 million guaranteed per fight. They wanted to know how many fights can we have. Nigga, it's 7 fights, 4 million. You think he gave a fuck if he get nigga? You getting 4 million for 6 fights? You getting 4 million for 3 fights? You getting 4 million for 5 fights? Nigga, that's all he gave a fuck about. Nigga, give me my bread. He doing this shit right now with Black Prime. He's showing you. This is
He's
what I'm
supposed
used
to.
to.
It's prize
I'm
fighting, bro.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, no, but he is prize fighting, but he can't. He ain't gonna be able to go nowhere else. He not
Let me just,
building.
and there's no way. Hold on a second. There's no way
Hey,
that
what's up,
anyone
y'all?
could believe. There's no way that anyone could believe that the deal. Let's just say whatever deal that he had with PBC that they presented and sent him. There's no one who could sit here and tell me that they believe that he wasn't going to make more money in
Oh,
that deal than he's making fighting Avanesyan. And
I
he's
don't think
actually
he
all,
getting.
is.
And hold
I
on.
don't think.
And
I
he's
don't
actually
think so.
hold on a second.
I
And
don't
he's
think so.
actually
On
getting a
what deal? What
percentage.
deal, bro?
I don't think so.
I'm talking about the deal that everyone that Earl, Steven Espinosa
Oh,
all confirmed that was
uh-huh.
revised. That they sent him a revised contract. I forgot the date. They said he sat on it for 13 days while he negotiated with BLK Prime. He came out and he did what Terrence Crawford does well. He tells half of the truth. He comes out and says he asked for transparency. Maybe he didn't read the new contract that said we giving you the transparency and everything you want. But I find that hard to believe, right? And we find out that the
nah,
dude actually had
Bud got it.
hold on.
Bud got
We
it.
hold on a
Go
second.
ahead.
We found
Go
out that
ahead.
this guy actually had transparency. He was getting a percentage. Now this is a guy coming in with no network and a maximum total 135,000 pay-per-view buys in terms of his high point in pay-per-view. And now he's going into the biggest fight. A guy with 135,000 pay-per-views is now going into the biggest fight in boxing.
How
But
do you
now
know
that
though, bro?
what are you talking about? How do I know
This how
what?
we gonna put it.
He doesn't have a guarantee, so we don't know if this is going to
Well,
be
This
his
how
highest
this how
fight.
we go. Hey
hold on
Draco.
a second. Hold on a second, B House. Hold on. So you yourself,
T Bibbs in the building. What's up, brother?
you yourself said this numerous times, Rico, that
Right.
I
this
was
was
muted,
easily.
bro.
Hold on. I didn't have you muted.
No, I muted myself.
Okay, yeah.
Hey
You
Mo,
yourself,
what's up,
Draco.
Mo?
Hold on a second. You yourself, Draco, said numerous times that this was easily a $250 million fight.
Right.
You yourself
Yes.
said that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So you're telling me that 35% of whatever the net revenue, because say 250 million is the gross, and say after all that is over, there's let's say there's 145 million or in net revenue. So you're telling me 35% of that is not more than what he's going to make against Avanesyan? Yes or no?
The 10. Yeah, I think so because the 10 million is guaranteed.
So why is he fighting Avanesyan then if he would make more money?
Because he got 10 million guaranteed with Amnesia. He doesn't have nothing guaranteed with PBC, bro.
But you just said this is the biggest fight in boxing. You said that it was easy at 250.
It is.
So
it was.
Hold on a second. So tell me what guarantee a promoter gets.
What you mean?
It's just a plain question. Hold on a second.
Back end. What do you get?
No, it's not about back end. I want him to answer my question.
I said the two. I said 200 million.
Right. Hold on a second, Drake. When a network gives a budget, when a network gives a promoter a budget, or whatever the case is, right? And they got to go make a fight. What guaranteed money does the promoter get paid from the network?
I don't know.
He doesn't get
paid.
They
get paid off the fighter.
He doesn't get paid a guarantee because the promoter is going to go get a percentage. They're going to negotiate stuff, and he's going to get the money for that percentage in that budget, and then he's going to give the fighter a guarantee.
Yeah, the fighter.
Bud Crawford going into
he don't bring reverence.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Bud Crawford going into these negotiations. He doesn't have a promoter. He's everything. He is a promoter.
I don't know what the question is. Is the question?
You don't get when you're again. This is the problem with Terrence Crawford fans. It's like business and boxing doesn't change because it's Terrence Crawford. If a network, if a network gives a promoter a lump sum of money, they don't give him a guarantee. They give him a bunch of money and they give him a cut. So it's like if the network gives a promoter that money, there is no guarantee money. Terrence Crawford does not have. Hold on a second. Terrence Crawford don't have a promoter. Terrence Crawford is a promoter.
Okay, but what do that got to do with 200 million?
Easy.
Yeah, but he's also the fighter.
Money. They get the cut of the money he's supposed to get.
Yeah,
so
but what do that?
Hold on. This is when you're a boss, right? If he's also fighting, right, he's getting a cut. He pays himself the guarantee.
Right, but what do that got to do with the $200 million the fight?
Al don't give you a guarantee. If you got a deal structured where you're the promoter.
So we talking about guarantees now? I'm sorry, brother. Hold on 1 second. We talk about guarantees now. We talking about the $200 million fight.
We talking about both, and they go together.
Well, what's your question about the $200 million fight? I missed that.
So what I'm saying is, in your estimation, you said this is a fight that would gross $250 million easy. I said I didn't think so. You said that you did. So I'm like, all right, cool. If we go by your number, right, 250 million. Terrence Crawford is supposed to get the net. If 250 is the gross, after they take out what they're supposed to take out, there's gonna be net, just like on a paycheck. You get gross, you get net after. So out of the 250, let's just say they're in a super high tax bracket, they left with 100 and
Well,
let's
hold on, brother. Hold on.
Draco.
Not
First
split.
of all,
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I think
it's not gonna grow
I
steady.
think it's taken. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Let me clarify something right quick before we go further. I think what y'all saying is, I'm not saying they're going to get 100 million apiece. What I'm saying is the fight itself in totality is 200 plus
I
million.
said that.
It's
No
not
one
it's
said
not gonna
anything. Hold on a
If you get
second.
it's not
35%
gonna be
off
that
that,
much.
Guys, no one
It's not
stated
gonna be that much.
right. What I'm stating is, but no one stated anything about two people getting 150 million. We're just talking about the 250. So
Right.
if that's what it grosses and he gets a percentage of the net, let's just say, just to make it simple, right? Let's say that the net, they only netted 100 million out of 250. 150 went somewhere else, and there's 100 million. That means he would have got $35 million if he's getting 35% of 100 million,
Yeah.
right?
Draco.
So hold
Drake.
on a second. Hold on. So there's no way in the world that he's going to be getting paid $35 million to fight David Avanesyan at
No.
all.
No, but
Correct.
listen, that's because that
Draco.
was then. When I said that, I
Draco.
said that then, before this stuff right here happened, that was an easy 200 plus million dollar fight right there. This is before this situation right here happened. Now that we know that it's not no guarantees, now that we know that PBC is broke, of course we know now. I would take the Avanesyan fight because Avanesyan has a guaranteed 10 million, whereas they couldn't guarantee me nothing during the fight with Spence.
Draco, were you gonna pay for the fight?
Draco, hey Draco, me and you, we making $2,000 a run. We making $2,000 a run.
Can you guarantee me 2,000 a run?
We making. I'm guaranteeing you 2,000. That's what we getting. We getting $2,000.
Then I'm rolling. But if Kwame ain't guaranteeing me 2,000 a run, I'm not gonna roll with Kwame.
Imagine Kwame saying, "It's all yours. It's all yours. It's your split, nigga." Okay, Draco, you get 60% because you've been my co-host, and B House get 40%. This is what we about to run with. It's the but. Yeah, it's a co-host, whatever. I'm just trying to give niggas an example.
Not being
but,
funny,
you know, yeah, but we bust it down, and nigga, this the big pot. This is we was making 2,000 off of 15 grand. We was making 2,000 off of 15 grand. Now we about to split the whole 15 grand.
No, B House, that's not a guarantee.
You
talking about a guarantee?
Yeah,
it's not about a guarantee. It ain't about.
It is about a guarantee.
You ain't know. Okay, if it's about a guarantee, you ain't know. You ain't know. Hey, no, you ain't know.
Y'all don't get it, bro. If these people are offering, if these people are offering you,
guys, we can't be yelling like.
If these people,
hold on, guys. We have to hold on, guys. We have an audience that's listening. Right. So we need to have a discussion. The yelling, we can't do the yelling back and forth.
Draco.
Absolutely.
Draco.
Yeah.
Draco, you said we making 2,000.
Hey, B House, let Devontae ask his question. He hasn't spoke yet.
Yo.
Okay, so 35% of 100 million is what?
35 million.
I don't know.
That's 35 million.
You don't know.
What talk? That's 35. 35% of 100 million is 35 million. So what's 35% of nothing?
Nothing.
You want me to make it simple for y'all, bro?
All I'm saying, bro, he's not guaranteed that 35%. He's not guaranteed of how much he's going to get. He's getting straight 10 million.
I'm gonna make it even simpler for you, y'all. I'm gonna make it simple. Who am I speaking to? What's the brother name?
That's Devontae.
Devontae. If I say, hey man, make this trip with me, we might get 10 million and we might not get, I don't know, bro. And then this other dude say, man, come on, make this trip. I'm gonna guarantee you 10 million. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you 10 million right now, and I just collect it. You gonna go with that for sure, 10 million, bro. You're not gonna go with no guarantee. So what is the problem with Terrence Crawford going over here and getting this money?
Hey, Draco, you gotta understand how big the trip is.
B House, you can't just talk over me. It's my show, brother. You can't just yell over me.
B House always yelling over somebody, man. Be quiet sometimes.
My fault. Hey,
I would take the guarantee
kill him real quick.
anytime, man. And I understand that y'all Spence fans, but I would take a guarantee over nothing any day of the week.
Let me respond to Devontae.
That's a snake.
Let me respond to Devontae what he stated. Right, you said 35% of 100 million would be 35 million. 35% of nothing is nothing. So the second part of what you said makes zero sense because we all know that there's going to be something if they fight. That tickets are going to sell. People like stars are going to show up in Vegas to watch that fight. Tickets are going to be expensive at that fight just because these two guys are fighting for undisputed. So this whole zero thing, 35% of zero, I don't know why you would even say that. It makes zero sense.
You hear me out there?
You said in Vegas or Dallas?
No, I said no. Vegas. That fight's gonna be in Vegas. Of course.
Hey, Kwame.
I was just going to the extreme with it.
Hey, no, I'm being funny.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is this: it's like I think what happens is people are thinking just purely pay-per-view, right? Because normally a fighter is going to get a guarantee and they'll get a pay-per-view split, and then it's not really spoken much of on what else this so-called PBC back-end money is, right? But what's interesting?
Oh, here we go with this Phantom ass back end.
Well, what's interesting is what's interesting is right. We're seeing Terrence Crawford going in there as his own boss, and they exposed that he was going to get paid a percentage of net revenue. So
that's bigger than the guarantee.
Advertisement. Shit they're going. Hold on a second. The shit they're going to advertise in their shorts. A whole bunch of shit. Merchandise. It just ain't pay-per-view. It ain't just ain't pay-per-view. He's getting 35% of the event. These guys wanted to do a bottle of beer get bought. These guys wanted to do a multi-city press tour with these guys, like Mayweather, Canelo. How they went to they were investing the money and they was gonna make it a big fight. The problem is, and this is the problem. And look, we just gotta say fuck it. It is what it is. These guys were in over their head. This is the first time that Terrence Crawford has not had a promoter. This is the first time his team is conducting business like this, and he's conducted business like this for the first time for the biggest fight in the sport of boxing. So,
he fucked himself.
Can I ask a question?
He was the man. Listen, they was just out of their league. Just to be honest,
he stepped on his dick with cleats.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Getting off of that, and I could see your point on saying the out of your league thing because it's just like one of y'all going in there right now. Y'all don't know nothing about the business like that.
Correct.
We can only speculate. But getting off of that, let me ask this question: are y'all fans of boxing or just fans of the fire for everybody on the panel?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that real, Kwame. We fans of boxing.
Okay, stop.
Listen, Mo. Listen. We fans of boxing.
Go ahead.
And if that's the case, Bud should have said, "Fuck it, nigga. I want to box."
I just asked you a question. All you had to say is a fan of boxing. We going to draw it out too long. People
right. So we fans of boxing, a bit.
Okay. So all right. So check it out. Are y'all buying this fight?
Hell no.
Wait. Listen. Which fight? Because I'm talking about
which fight?
What fight?
Listen. I just want y'all to listen to me. I'm gonna take you back somewhere else.
I did. No, I'm asking which fight are you asking? What I
well, if this fight
about the Ugas fight.
Damn, bro, I can't even talk. B-House, what the fuck?
Yeah, Ugas ball.
Go ahead, Bibbs.
Man, this shit is irritating as hell, dog.
Bibbs.
Go ahead, y'all got it. Go ahead, man.
No, he's muted. Go ahead.
Yo, what's going on?
Bibbs, I want you to finish your question.
Okay, so I was trying to ask. You know what I'm saying? First and foremost, let's just take the fighters out right now. Ask the question: are you fans of boxing?
Yes.
Are you gonna watch the fight?
Yes.
There's no right answer to this question. I'm just asking the question.
Which fight?
Which
fight you talking about?
On December the 10th.
It's a better card.
No.
Okay, cool. That's
then how y'all a fan of boxing and y'all ain't getting?
Let him finish asking.
His opponent.
Excuse me. Hello.
Okay. So,
Yo,
y'all saying everybody across the board said no, correct? They're not watching the fight.
Right. Not watching the
Okay,
fight.
that's cool. There's no right answer to the question. So, is it because he's not fighting the person that y'all want to see him fight? Correct.
It's a
no,
Not
it's a
not the
mix.
that's not.
person,
It's two
the
That
things.
wouldn't be
It's
caliber
my
two
of
things.
answer.
person.
It's two things. It's that he's not fighting the person that we want to see him fight, and so that's a letdown right there. And the second part is he's not fighting anyone that we see as a challenge to him.
Okay.
To him.
So,
Yeah,
so I
Challenge.
would
caliber.
say, for instance, if let's just say, for instance, Terrence Crawford would have been like, okay, you know what? PBC is fucking me. I'm never gonna do business with them. I'm never gonna fight Errol Spence. Fuck it, I'm gonna go my own way because we can't work it out, and Spence wants too much money. But you know what? Since I'm in here with you, Showtime, hey, I'll fight Jerron Boots. What about fighting Jerron Boots Ennis? What about fighting Virgil Ortiz? What about fighting someone where we
Keith
can
Thurman.
say,
Okay. So I'm with you.
Third person.
Keith Thurman?
Kwame, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm tracking. That's what I'm trying to get you to get all that out. So I'm tracking. So it's the level opponent that y'all feel that he fight. And I'm with you.
Correct.
Listen,
Correct.
I'm with you. I don't want you to think I ain't with you. I'm with you. This is a guy that didn't want to see him fight. Just like I didn't want to see Ugas, and even though I know y'all see he had a belt, even though I didn't want to see him fight Sean Porter, and then I'm getting at the point like the stuff seems like it's kind of off balance a little bit because I can remember a time when Jokers was saying not too long ago that they didn't want to watch Earl fight Ugas and they was going to stream it or whatever, and y'all got pissed the
Yeah,
fuck
he's
off.
going to the Ugas shit.
Yeah,
You feel what I'm saying? So it's going to a
But
lot
you
of
know
shit.
what? You know what?
Go ahead, B-House.
Ugas bought. Do you think that Bud Crawford be talking about fighting Spence for undisputed? Bud, this is the funny part about it. Bud didn't give a fuck about fighting Spence for undisputed. He came in the game. He wanted to fight fucking Thurman. Then it came to Earl. He just wanted to fight Earl. Look, he wanted to fight Earl. So he should still want to fight Earl. Then it came to Earl getting all these straps. Okay, I'm gonna make it better for you. When you fight me, it's gonna be for undisputed, nigga. I got everything on my side. I'm gonna take this easy route to wipe this shit out the street. You know, all
So
this shit
those
over
fights
here.
was easy? Is what you're saying? Those fights was easy?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying everything. The fights that I can make is over here because you ain't making it. And you. I'm glad you said that because the fights that he said that he was gonna make easy. The shit's still not easy now, and he free, and it's still not easy because of this nigga. Because of this nigga.
Go.
It's still not easy.
Chris.
This shit not easy.
Hey, B House, hold on for a second.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I got someone here new on the panel. Looks like the boxing source. What's good with you, family?
Yo, what's going on?
That's my guy. That's my guy.
What's going on?
My bro,
All right.
JR.
So,
Hey, no, hey, Bagoon, but to go back to your
go ahead.
question though, you know
But
how
no, I want JR. It seemed like there was something he wanted to share with us. So go ahead and cook, JR.
well, I was gonna kind of piggyback off the question, but that's gonna be later. So, I mean, y'all, came in the conversation in reference to the topic of no guarantees, and it amazes me that people actually think that Showtime would actually approach Terrence Crawford with an offer of no guarantee to initially start negotiating. That never happens. Never.
I can't hear you.
I can barely hear you,
kind
bro.
of went out.
Yeah, I can't hear
me?
that nigga.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
you
can
hear me now?
now. Yeah, we hear you better
All right.
now.
So what I'm saying is, it amazes me that people will actually think that Showtime Sports approached Terrence Crawford with a no guarantee offer initially. No, that's not what they do.
Right.
They've never done it like that. Okay, what they stated, what representatives for Showtime stated, that when they initially approached him, they didn't want to give him an offer that insults him.
Saw him, yeah, and saw him.
So the thing is, Terrence Crawford has dealt with fighters or has fought fighters that have been under the management of Al Heyman before, not just Sean Porter. So the thing is that those numbers, those returns for those events by Terrence Crawford, they know those numbers. So if they know that his events aren't necessarily making the money that they need, then they're not going to come into the table offering them a high figure because they want to make money themselves.
Correct.
That happens in any business. So when they initially send him an offer and he comes back with it with a high offer of over $20 million,
I can't hear you.
that
Got lower again.
yeah,
There you go.
that's not gonna do it. You're not gonna come at Showtime saying that, hey, I want $22 million to face Errol Spence, and that's just one fight. That's not gonna work
Right.
because y'all know how pay-per-views go when it comes to guarantees, right? If two fighters are given a guarantee, then the network has to make a certain amount of pay-per-view buys in order to break even. Anything after that is a profit. So that's why, if, for example, if two fighters get $1 million guarantee for a pay-per-view, they don't necessarily have to get that much pay-per-view to break even.
Can't hear you, brother.
A word. I tell you what. I'll get back with y'all here in a few seconds. All right.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
I
Yeah,
got one more. I
yeah,
got one thing to say. Now,
yeah.
then, I'm just gonna say
Bud
what
was
he
sitting on
said.
his goddamn face.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say this with my brother. All due respects, my brother. That might have been the first guarantee, but you only as much as you bargained for in that room. So Bud can go and say, I want 22 million or 50 million or 100 million for a fight. So he can say that. Let's get that out the way now.
Well,
Because
he
you
can say
number
it.
two,
Hold on. Let's address
yeah,
that real quick,
yeah.
Drico. He can say it,
But that's not
but
necessarily he's gonna get it.
right. But
But don't say
but
he
that's the
can't
point.
go in there
Well,
asking for it.
we're not saying that he can't go in there and ask
It
for it. I
ain't
mean,
gonna happen.
Eddie
No,
wants to
no,
go
I
in
was
there.
just addressing my brother because my
Oh,
brother said you can't go in there and ask, but you
yeah.
can go in there and ask. Number two, we also know, and it was stipulated by Earl Spence that he don't even have a guarantee for the fight. So
But
when Terrence
hey
Bud Crawford
Draco,
said
but
that
if
he
he
didn't have a guarantee,
Let Drico finish his
Spence,
thought.
Spence
but if he
also
asked,
verified.
but if
Let
he
Drico
asks,
finish
but
his
if he
thought.
asks, that
Damn,
starts a
we hold
holdup.
slow on the night, boy.
Go
We
ahead,
can't we
Drico.
can say that because Spence actually verified that. He actually verified the 25 million, and he actually verified that neither one of those two out of those two had a guarantee. So I understand what my man was trying to get at, and I respect to him and respect to the panel, but we both know that neither one of those two fighters had a guarantee, and that's per Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford that
Yeah,
stipulated that. And I digress.
but the fact is, not having a guarantee doesn't mean nothing if you're saying, hey, this is the biggest fight in the sport, right? I mean, it's a sign of intelligence actually to have it set up that way. I
Exactly.
mean, Al Heyman, a lot of you guys want to be screaming, oh, Al Heyman is broke, PBC is broke. First it was Showtime had the money, now Showtime is broke. All this stuff, right? So if that's the case, right, if you're gonna not give these guys respect or disrespect them to say that they're broke, then you can't on the backhand criticize them for making a good business decision. If Terrence Crawford can walk into the office and say, "Hey, I want $20 million," without a doubt,
Exactly.
he's allowed to
Exactly.
he's allowed to say that. But the facts are he's only sold 135,000 pay-per-views. So as his high in total for a pay-per-view, which was against Sean Porter, which is a guy Earl Spence. The reported numbers were 350,000. That's what's reported. So both numbers are reported. I don't want to get semantics about we don't know and this and that. That's what was reported. So if Terrence Crawford is walking into this fight asking for $20 million, that means that he's asking for more than he's worth. Number one, and if he believes he should get,
Exactly.
and if he believes he
I
should get,
mean, what is he
hold on, hold
worth,
on, hold
bro?
on. Well, you can your worth. I
How can
mean,
you say that, bro?
I'll
Hold
show you.
on.
I'll show you. I'll show you how I can say it. See, because
Easily.
you guys no, because the way I like to deal with stuff is factual. I like to deal with things from a
I know
factual.
I don't want to know how much money he got in the bank, but how can you tell a man what he's worth?
Well, let's just say this, right? And
Hey,
let's
excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, Kwame. Can I ask you a question, Kwame?
hold on a
Hold on.
second.
Kwame, one
Hold on.
second. Just one question. Drake, didn't you just say a person is worth what they negotiate?
That's what I said.
So what did he
So
negotiate?
how can you tell a man what he's worth if TC goes in there and say I want 100 million for this fight? How can you
Drico,
put a cap on that man and tell that man? See, man, this is
Well,
what I'm talking about,
hold on
bro.
a
No,
second.
no,
Hold
no,
on a
no,
second,
Two
no.
or
because
Wait,
three of
wait,
y'all
wait a
agree to
second.
something, bro, and then it becomes fact.
Fact.
Just
No,
because
no, no.
three of
That's
y'all up
that.
here
the
don't
only
mean that it's a fact, bro.
no,
Hold
the
on a
only
second.
listen, hold
Hold
on a
on a
second.
second,
The only
Drico.
facts that we have, right? The only facts in life, the only facts in life are numbers. Those are the only facts. Everything can be measured by. That's the most absolute. That's why money is in. numerations and numbers because you can count the shit, right? You can add it. There's a science to mathematics, and right here, Terrence Crawford has sold in his best pay-per-view against Sean Porter 135,000. His pay-per-view wasn't they weren't all 75 because I got it for $69.99 with a year of free ESPN Plus. But 135,000 times 75 is only $10,125,000. That's 100% of it. He definitely is not going to get 100% of the pay-per-view that's spent.
I mean, what he asked
He's
for
not.
and what he gets entirely two different
Right.
things. But you
So
can't come on the panel and
yeah,
say,
but here's
"Oh,
the
he
thing.
can absolutely not ask for
But here's
this."
the thing.
Come on, bro.
But he can because see, Canelo could go in there and say, "Hey, I want a 50 million guarantee," because he has the numbers to back it up. On the flip
Okay,
side,
all right,
Terrence
man.
Crawford. On the flip side, Terrence Crawford, he can't ask for a guarantee that high because if his highest pay per view grossed $10 million.
Well,
If hold on a
okay.
second, if
Let's
his
get off.
highest pay per view, no, we gotta stay. We gotta. I know it's hard for you,
No, because I
Terrence.
was going to ask you what is Earl? What if Earl goes in there and asks for? Can Earl go in
Yeah,
there and ask for
we
20
got.
million?
Let's stick with one thing at a time. We'll go to Earl next, but we're gonna stick
Okay,
to this right here.
okay, I got you.
So Terrence Crawford, his highest pay per view is gross. Let's say $10,125,000 dollars. That's what ESPN Bob and all them see as a gross, right? How can he ask Showtime to give him a $20 million guarantee when he's gross at the high point half of that? So if they were to go give this man a $20 million guarantee, Showtime, and the shit doesn't do well based on what he's proven to have, Showtime would go, like you like to say, broke, right? They would be in the red.
Exactly.
Now, because Bob Arum has said to the public that this man loses money and he lost money on all his fights, Showtime is not going to look at this number here of $10,125,000 and say we're going to give this guy $20 million because he has a track record of losing people money. So the smartest way to do it, because Terrence Crawford believes that he deserves big money for this fight. It's the biggest fight in the sport. He believes he should have a 25 million guarantee. He believes he should make all this money. Matter of fact, with what he stated and how he talked about the hedge funds that was going to offer a 25 million guarantee both ways, he was saying, look, if you don't do well, we got the 25 million. Who cares? They got fire sticks anyway. So who cares if they make it? We got this money guaranteed. So what that tells you is Terrence Crawford was okay with just $25 million. That's what that tells you.
I mean, a guaranteed 25 million is better than nothing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Hold on a second, Drika. But here's the thing, and this is why because you can tell a lot of things by a person's mentality and thought process. This is why I also know why Terrence Crawford is going to lose to Errol Spence, because what he's asking for is a guarantee, but Al is asking him to believe in himself, but he can't believe in himself because
Al a loser.
Hold on a second. He can't believe in himself because he's never seen that amount of money before. He's never seen a good pay-per-view. All his pay-per-views have been in the red. So in his brain, when he's negotiating, that's what he's thinking about because that's his only experience.
Yeah, but has Earl seen 25 million?
Could I
it doesn't matter what he sees.
Okay, so we can't say that about one person without saying it about the other.
Yes, we can. Because one second. Because yes, we can. Because Earl Spence never said there was any number he was okay with. What Earl Spence said was he was okay with what was to be projected, and he was okay with his deal with no guarantee. And you know why that is? Because
he home cooking. That's why.
No. Because Earl, here's the difference. Because Errol Spence has been in successful pay-per-views. So Earl Spence believes pay-per-views are going to sell.
Okay,
Earl Spence believes in himself. Terrence Crawford does not believe in himself.
I don't know who believes in who, but I'm gonna let my man ask a question, and then I got a question to pose, and then.
Drico, you had raised a question in reference to what Terrence Crawford comes to the table with, and what Errol Spence comes to the table with. Is basically like saying flipping it. Now, as the host stated, you got to look at the numbers. right? So if Terrence Crawford, if his maximum pay-per-view number for any event that he's had is 150,000, and his last pay-per-view is pretty much 125,000 against Sean Porter, and you compare that to what Errol Spence Jr. did against Sean Porter, then Errol Spence, if he was a free agent and he pulled those numbers, then he would be more likely to try to, like, say, hey, get closer to that figure of a $20 or $22 million if he's asking for that.
I agree with all of that, my brother.
Record. Okay.
I agree with all of that.
So with that being said, hey, if Terrence Crawford wants to come to the table and ask for $22 million, well, what Showtime is going to tell him is, look, we see what you've done over the course of your professional career. So if you're going to ask for $22 million,
what's the return?
What we're going to do is give you a counteroffer. And their counteroffer pretty much came up to 7. And then Bud Crawford said around 15. And Showtime told them the absolute highest that they could do upfront guaranteed was $8.5 million. And Terrence Crawford wouldn't budge at $15 million. So the way that the pay-per-view model works is, if you're going to pay Terrence Crawford a guarantee of $15 million, what would they have to pay Errol Spence Jr. initially before the fight goes off? At least 20 or 25 million, given that his numbers are better than what Terrence Crawford has done. So,
and I agree.
So with that being said, you're gonna have a fight that has a purse of what, $35 to $40 million off the top. Now, Showtime, if they are willing and able, if Steven Espinoza wanted to push to host that fight, then a $40 million purse guarantee means that they have to really put up some good numbers for that fight. Almost nearing what we had, Canelo versus Caleb Plant. That was around 800,000, 750 to 800,000 pay-per-view buys.
Correct.
Now, let's see. I'll ask a question to the panel. Do you think that Errol Spence Jr. versus Terrence Crawford garners around 750 to 800,000 pay-per-view buys?
Nope.
I think so.
Half of that.
Yeah, Mike. I don't know. I don't know, but I seriously doubt it based on streaming.
EJ and Bud.
Yeah, I seriously doubt it
Spence
based on streaming.
Spence versus Crawford.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think it'll do 850.
I don't think so. And the only reason I'm gonna say that, the only reason I'm gonna say it won't do that is because the demographic that buy pay-per-view, that we know buys pay-per-view, and this is by fact, is Mexican people. Mexican people, when Canelo fights, they're gonna support their guy. They're gonna actually go, but the people gonna stream, but a lot of them are gonna go buy pay-per-views, right? Okay, black people, hey, a lot of people gonna stream.
Who had to fight? You know how to
Right.
fight
Oh,
Hold on. And Mexican people, hold on, I'm just being 100.
That's
right?
facts.
Okay.
That's
I'm
facts.
being 100. And then Mexican people, some of them may buy the fight, but they're not gonna get behind it the same way they're gonna get behind Canelo. So a lot of them gonna stream the shit too. So a lot of
That's
people gonna
facts.
stream that fight.
That's facts.
So we don't we don't know, and that's the risk that smart businessmen are looking at.
Right.
I agree with that.
But dang, what you saying is all them people saying, man, I got a fire stick too.
Yeah. Well, I agree with Kwame. The only thing that I got, the only reason, and I can understand this point. The only thing I say is the UK is involved in this too, because both of them have close ties to the UK. Both Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford have strong ties because of Ricky Burns, because of Ricky Burns and Khan and what's the other Kell Brook. Okay, so they got strong ties, and the UK is the second
price of what we pay.
But here's the thing.
And but the UK has a second consumer as far as buying fights, and
Yeah,
that's a
but they
fact.
pay a
well,
fraction of what
So
you
Drinko.
we
pay,
thinking
man.
of 350, 450 over here, then we thinking about
Now,
350 over there. Hey,
no,
it's tight.
there's not gonna. They wouldn't do no 350 over there. Like, here's the thing with how that works. It's not that much different than, say, for example, Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury 1, right?
Right.
In the U.S., it was Showtime pay-per-view. Everywhere else, it was pretty much the Zone. So the Zone bought the
What's your
rights to the
name, brother?
pay-per-view.
What's your name again?
JR.
JR. Okay,
Right.
JR sound like Megatron or somebody. Huh? Okay, go ahead, JR. I'm sorry.
No. So what happens is they buy the international rights in order to broadcast the fight.
Absolutely.
Across the board. So
Absolutely.
going into this thing here with Spencer Crawford, it's like, it's not that you just have the Showtime or Fox or, let's say, ESPN that wants to invest their money into the fight. You have to see if anyone from internationally wants to secure rights to the fight. Now, if that particular fight is in itself is that lucrative, you would have other networks from across the world be interested in buying the broadcast rights for that fight. That includes the UK. Now, the Zone has pay-per-view in the UK right now. Sky Sports has pay-per-view in the UK. BT Sport has pay-per-view in the UK. Now, have we heard any word about them being anywhere interested into Spence versus Crawford?
Well, the business is messy, bro. I think if the business was straighter and it was up and down, yeah, I think it'd be a great interest around the world because you got the two highest athletes at the top of their profession, at the top of the welterweight division. Yes, I think that
I mean,
they would be interested if the business was straight.
We
Drake,
feel
that's
that
right.
way.
Hold on a second, guys.
That's
But
just
what
like
makes
saying Al said ain't nobody gonna touch it. So
yeah, but hold on a second. Yeah,
There
they're
you
not
go.
gonna touch it. They're not gonna touch it in terms of them
In
putting
terms of the
money
US.
right, and they're putting
No, he
money.
meant they ain't gonna touch it
No,
because that's
period.
his,
No,
and he
no.
know
Yeah,
what it is.
right. But what makes you think that Al Heyman, being the business genius that he isn't gonna have some type of deal or TV rights deal and all
With
that's going on?
Showtime.
This is the type of
Now,
stuff. This is the
right.
type of stuff that he does. See, this is what baffles me with you guys. Guys keep talking about the business is messy.
Brother,
This
you
is a
making your own argument.
this is the
Nobody
biz.
here is nobody's here. We not saying that about no television rights and all of that. Nobody here even brought that up, brother.
What I'm saying is, you talk about the business is messy, this, that, and the other.
It
I
is.
gotta repeat
it
this
is.
again. I know
Boxing's always been corrupt.
no, it's actually it's not.
Wow.
It's not
What?
messy because
Wow.
what you guys are doing is like you're not thinking from the aspect of business. All right, this guy wants a huge guarantee. If, like the brother said, if you pay him a big guarantee, you got to pay Spencer even bigger guarantee. This is a fight that you're doing no matter what. There's no emotions in business, and that's the problem, right? Terrence Crawford has lost money for his pay-per-view fights. You're not. It would be dumb for anyone to give a big guarantee and take Terrence Crawford's name off it if the guy's name was Joe Blow. If this guy loses money and he's only grossed in his highest pay-per-view half of the guarantees
Bruh,
he's asking. So as a business, if this guy wants to get paid, then the best way you could go about it is to bet on yourself and take a percentage. And Terrence Crawford is actually
bro,
in the
why
best
would that man
position.
take a zero compared to a guarantee, bro? Do y'all
Bro,
hear yourself,
listen,
bro?
Hold on.
listen,
Hold on a
listen,
moment.
listen, listen,
Hold
listen,
on.
listen, listen,
Do y'all
listen.
hear yourself,
Listen,
bro?
Hold on.
what you
Hold on a
guys keep
moment.
saying, no, I'm not going to let you guys pervert the conversation with a zero because
Hold on a
you're the
moment.
same guy who said that this
What's a
fight would gross.
zero? Then
The
throw a figure out there. What did they offer Terrence
are
Crawford?
you,
You
Drico?
just stated
I just
that.
got an easy question for you, Drico. Did you not say that this fight is worth $250 million?
Yes,
It was
but they
okay.
said
Okay,
they both
whoa. Let's
Spence
just stop
and
there.
Crawford
Let's
both said
hold
that there
on.
was no guarantee. Y'all is Spence
Hold on a
lying?
second. Hold on a second.
Hold on.
Let's just stick with the question, right?
Okay.
So I asked you. You just confirmed that you said that this fight would gross uh $250 million, right?
Yes. If the business was
So
straight,
so so
yes.
so 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 right. It has nothing to do with the business. It's like if these two guys get in a fight, if the fight is announced, are the people just gonna spend and gross $250 million? It has nothing to do with the
Bro.
business being straight. That
Yes,
has
it
to come.
do. That's what
No,
we're
no,
talking
no, no,
about. The
no, no, no,
business
no,
here,
no,
ain't
no, no,
we?
no,
Hold
no.
on.
The revenue comes from us. So all
Okay,
they
ain't
so
that the
hold on a
business?
second. Hold on a second. So all these guys have to do is
What
get
the
in the
fuck?
all these guys have to do is get in the ring. The revenue comes from us as the fans and the sponsors and all that stuff. So if it's a $250 million fight and you're going to get 35% of the gross, I mean of the net of that, you don't need a guarantee. You're in a position as what bosses are in a position where they get
Bro,
that. Hold on.
do you
As a
do you
boss, they would get
understand?
listen as a
Do y'all look up guarantee before y'all start talk? Because I think the definition of guarantee
Draco.
is lost. It's
no,
lost,
it's
bro.
No,
not. It's
wait,
not. It's
Draco.
not lost.
Draco.
No,
It's
no,
not
Draco
Hold
lost.
on,
fully
hold on.
understands, bro.
Hold,
Listen, my
hold.
mother was my uncle's manager, David Bay's manager, man, for 40
Okay.
years. This shit in my blood. Y'all not telling me nothing. So this is in my
Draco.
blood, bro.
Draco.
So I know about percentages. I know about the
Draco.
back end. I know about which don't exist, of course. I know about all of that business. I probably know
All
more
right.
than y'all know
Hold,
in the panel, bro. But I
hold
don't get
on.
into that because I'm not. that ain't my thing. You
Hold
see
on,
what I'm saying?
Draco.
Yeah,
I got some a set of questions for you. Okay.
yeah.
Now, in reference to this fight with the or potential fight between Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford,
Right.
did you say like for the pay-per-view buys you projected them over 800,000?
I did listen. I did that before this right here. I said it probably about 6 months ago that
Okay.
this fight was 200. But now the way that this business is being handled, bro, I don't
Mm-hmm.
project it to be that, man.
Now hold on one
Okay.
second. One second. Boxing
No, I
sauce. I
wanted
want him
to.
to hold on. I just want him to. I want him to clear this up because I see we can't just let statements be made like that and then just let it go on. So what about the business? What about the negotiations of Terrence Crawford and Al Heyman? Do you feel is going to change the outcome of what the people are going to spend on the fight?
Look at it, bro. It's self-explanatory. I mean, we all on this panel have been following this fight right here for at least 4 years. Regardless of who you are, if you're on this panel right now, we all have been following Terrence Crawford versus Earl Spence for 4 years. So we know the ins and outs. We know that this is messy right now, bro. Everybody on here, y'all can say it ain't because it's got something to do with Al and y'all side,
Yeah.
but it's messy all the way around the board, bro. Both of them having Twitter
You're
wars.
not answering the question, Draco. No, 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 no.
What was the question?
I'm not letting him off the hook. He's
What
going
was the
into
question?
you're doing what Crawford
Okay.
fans do. You have a narrative. So we
What was
gotta
the
go
question?
back.
That's facts. I
We
said
gotta
facts.
go
No.
back to the original question. The
What's
original
the question?
question, the original question was what happened in the business negotiations? What can you say that happened in business negotiations between Al Heyman and Terrence Crawford
It's
that is gonna
messy and it broke down
you
and it's
gotta let me finish.
messy.
You gotta let me finish.
Oh,
What about you asked
damn.
what was the question and you won't allow me? You trying to talk over me while I'm asking the question. I'm gonna
Okay,
ask you
go
a
ahead.
question, you answer the question. What's messy inside of Al Heyman and Terrence Crawford negotiations that is going to deter the fans from spending the money on the fight or the people once the fight is made? What is so messy in the business that the people are not going to spend the $250 million that you're projecting that the fight would make?
It's messy. This whole thing is messy.
What
People
about
are
it?
now
What
they're
about it
falling
though,
out. They're
Drico?
bored with this over the 4 years. They become bored with it, complacent. Other fights is coming up. Better fights is taking this place that they
What better
think.
fights? What better fights?
Look at Ryan Garcia. Look at Tank Davis.
That's
Look,
what, that's not guaranteed.
you. That's your opinion. You got
No,
other
they
fights
just
that's
said it's not
coming up.
guaranteed. It's
You.
off.
But I'm just saying, you got other fights that's coming up, bro.
What
That's
fights?
overshadowing this fight
What
right
fight?
now
Name
because
a
for
fight,
four.
Drico.
You cut me
Name a
off,
fight.
bro.
But I'm
Goddamn.
asking, just name a fight though.
No, you
You're
didn't ask me to
saying
name a fight. You asked me to say why I don't think this is worth 250 million, right?
but you're saying stuff and you're just
Yeah, I'm
saying
telling
stuff.
you why. I
Right. You
told you why.
yeah,
Because
but
it had the
Excuse me.
business part of it has gotten messy. Whether it's on Spence side or whether it's on Bud side, it's messy, bro. And people are not going to be interested. Businessmen, if I was a businessman and I was invested in this, guess what I'd do?
Excuse me.
I would pull out, bro, because this is getting messy, bro. And it
Hey,
is what it
Kwame,
is.
Excuse
Kwame,
me.
since Drico, since you don't want to
Yo,
answer me, can you answer the chat? See Love asked you a question.
What does C
Name
Love want with me?
he's asking a question.
he
Oh,
said
name a
Tyson
fight?
Fury and
Name a
Ups.
fight that's coming up that's gonna overshadow Spence versus Crawford.
We just had one. We got
No,
plenty of fights, bro.
you said that the
Anytime,
fight is
listen,
gonna
I can piggyback off of my brother here. Anytime Tyson Fury come up, anytime AJ fight. Come on, man. Do we have to really go through this, y'all? Do y'all watch boxing or do y'all watch skiing?
Drico,
what are we doing here?
Drico.
Really, what are we doing here, bro? Like, on real
hold on,
talk. If y'all on that
me.
side right there, y'all saying that PBC don't do no messing up, bro, it's messy. This whole thing with Terrence Bud Crawford and Earl Spence is messy, bro.
I'm just letting you rock out.
My man, I can't believe that you said that boxing was corrupt, bro.
I never said boxing wasn't corrupt. I don't know where you heard that at. I never said that. I don't know where you heard
what
that
was it that you said?
I don't know. You say something that far off.
When
I don't know
Drico
what
said messy, I said corrupt, and you said no. You can run.
I wasn't even responding to you. I didn't probably.
It's messy, corrupt. It's all of the above, bro.
Well, hold on. I still had a couple of questions for Drico. Because you were talking about this thing with Spence and Crawford, and I wanted to. I mean, if you said that that it couldn't get around 850,000 pay-per-view buys, so
it could or it couldn't,
or could or it couldn't. Okay, so all right, see if you could give like an estimate, right? All right,
I say about 650,000.
650,000.
Well, let me keep my calculator. Hold on. Let me get my calculator back up because.
All right.
Let me get my calculator back up.
You can get your calculator up.
No, I'm dead ass serious. Because
pull it up.
Yep.
So,
I mean, I ain't Jesus Christ. Now my math could be off a minute here now, but you know.
So brother, you said 600,000, right?
Yeah, 600,000. I'm glad y'all take it. Since y'all taking me verbatim, then how come y'all, when I tell y'all, another thing, my brother, I wanted to ask y'all this question. Do y'all, if Earl came in there and he asked for 20 million, you think Earl can get it?
You being schizophrenic, you all over the place. We said
no, because y'all didn't give me a chance to ask that question.
No,
you don't think?
Just answer your question. So you said
okay. Now let's move on to what I'm talking about. Let's go, y'all.
So let's go back to this thing with 600,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Could you multiply that by 80? For me, please.
So we say 600,000 times 80.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's 40. That's 48 million.
48 million, right there. Right.
Right.
Now, since you stated that it could have over 600,000 pay-per-view buys, now if they actually had walked into this thing with no guarantee, that means that Showtime doesn't really have to put forward any money up front towards them.
Bro,
what happens is this, right? All of the money comes from those pay-per-view buys. 100% of that money goes to the fighters. It doesn't go to the networks. It doesn't go to the carriers. 100% of that money would go to the fighters if they walked in there with no guarantee. So if you state that that particular fight itself does around 600,000 pay-per-view buys, that means that they would go into a split with that being 48 million total. Now, if Terrence Crawford actually agreed to a 35% split from a no guarantee, then he should have been able to sign the contract with no issues. But he didn't want to do that.
Now, listen, I don't know what it is with that contract. That can't be a fact because we don't know. But we don't know what it could have been gloves, bro. We don't know if it's even money. It could have been gloves.
Drico.
It could have been the size of a ring.
Drico, he stated that he agreed to everything.
Okay, well, I mean, what?
And he did, and the crazy thing is, he agreed to more than that. See, because like you said, they gave because he agreed to more than this because that's just the pay-per-view.
Okay, but then where's the breakdown? If he agreed to it, where's the breakdown?
The breakdown, it was stated that there was 100% transparency in the contract. That's what he wanted, and then also he went as far as to ask for the monies to be put in a certain account that no one touched until everyone agreed on it, and that was agreed on. So, and we're not talking about for the pay-per-view. We're talking about the net revenue of the event.
Was it a contract signed?
Well, he didn't sign no contract. No.
Okay, then. So what? He don't owe them no loyalty. See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. He does not. Terrence Crawford does not owe PBC any loyalty, bro. He can dip off and get this $10 million.
Yeah,
so what are we so so hyped up about TC turned his back or he ran.
Because
That's
you're the
not
same
bad
here's
business,
person.
bro.
Because you're the same
yes it
person who
is
had the
actually.
narrative that Errol Spence ducked him for 4 years, and now this nigga got a contract across his desk, and now you're excusing him from signing the contract and going to fight David Avanesyan. Now, as a true boxing fan, right?
You
A true
guys
fan,
aren't true boxing fans.
a true fan of boxing would not be okay with saying that. Okay, well, Terrence Crawford said that this guy's been scared of him. The guy says, let's fight. A contract comes across his desk for the stuff that he asked for. And then you say, well, he doesn't have to sign it because he's not loyal to them. And he can go fight somebody who no one gives a fuck about. See, a true
No
boxing fan is not going
guarantee.
to say that.
No
Listen,
guarantee, bro.
whatever, if he, but here's the thing, right? He's getting a $10 million guarantee, right? Let's just say
Yeah.
we never seen that. We heard an 8-figure, and it's his highest payday in terms of guarantee. So
They
the
say.
minimum of 8 figures is $10 million. So $10
They
million
say.
dollars, that's cool.
They say.
But according to, but here's the thing. But according to your math, right? Your
Yeah.
math states that this event is easily a $250 million event.
It
Now,
was a 250.
so even if it wasn't, right? What you're saying to me now is based on the stuff that has gone on between Al Heyman and Terrence Crawford. What did it do? It went down from 250 to what? To what? I'll let you choose a number. So it went from 250 to what?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I know it's not a 250. Before I could say it was two, and I could give you the reasons why it was $250 million fight.
But what
Because
you haven't
and that's not even my words. The same people who y'all saying that's not, it was saying that this was the biggest fight, not me, since Leonard and Hearns in the 80s. They said that, not me, bro. So don't when I say it, then
but what you haven't said,
Look.
right? Even though you said that, it's not a $250 million fight, what you still have not articulated is how come. You're
I
saying
just
something.
told
No, no,
y'all
no, no,
it's
no.
messy. You
No.
don't
Yes,
sponsors are
I get that. I get that,
sponsors
right?
are
No, hold
pulling.
on a
Listen,
second. I get
sponsors
that.
are pulling out. Businessmen are pulling out.
Sponsors
That's
ain't pulling
money,
out,
bro.
bro. Sponsors.
That
If it's so messy, right,
man, how you
Hey,
bro?
know?
If
How
it's
you know
so
hey,
sponsors
listen,
ain't
if
pulling
it's
out?
so
lawyer.
hold on a second. If it's so messy, why did Terrence Crawford, the moment he announced that he was going to have the fight on BLK Prime with Avanesyan, he said that he's looking forward to coming back to PBC to do business with them
He
after
can, and
that.
Earl said the same thing. Earl
Yeah,
said,
well,
"I'm
we're not
spinning the
talking
block."
about Earl. We're talking about Terrence Crawford.
But we said,
We
but you
can't be
can't
dragging
say that
Earl.
about
Earl is
one
over.
without
Earl
saying
is,
it about the other, bro.
listen. Earl's already. Hold on a second. Earl already is with PBC. Terrence Crawford is the free agent who could do whatever he wants. Earl is attached
Right.
to Al Heyman, so he couldn't go nowhere. So we don't need to talk about Earl. What we're doing is talking about the guy who doesn't have to have loyalty, as you said. So this guy right now is going to fight someone and David Avanesyan that no one wants to see, that no one wants to see, right? And on the short side of this, let's just say that that the fight net revenue only came out to $100 million. If it only came out to $100 million and he only got 35% of it, I don't know what the hell happened here, but he would get $35 million, Drico. He would get
I mean,
$35
bro,
million.
but that's
here's the
not guaranteed.
He
That's
doesn't
not
have to,
guaranteed. Do
but
you
he
know?
doesn't
doesn't.
Listen,
matter.
listen, listen.
But
This
that,
is
you know what that
listen,
means?
listen. What
You know
y'all?
what that
What?
means? You know what
Listen,
that
this is
means?
what
He's not
y'all
a
don't
boss.
understand. Now I'm gonna
He's not
break
a
it down
boss.
for y'all. This
All
is
right,
what I'm gonna
Drico,
do.
try to break her
Hold
down.
on. Let me break it down for y'all since y'all broke it down for me, brother. You broke it down for me for about 5 minutes. So I know you're not saying you. So I'm gonna break it down for y'all. A no guarantee means they can charge you just like Mike Tyson was getting charged $35 per napkin. They can do that, bro. That's no guarantee. So I can say, dude, I'm gonna give you 100. I'm gonna give you 100 million, Kwame. But guess what? You're gonna pay $500 per napkin, $500 per glass, $500 per minute that I come and get you and drive you from the airport to the. I'm 500 a mile. I'm gonna do so. That's without a guarantee, bro. They can charge you what they want to charge you because there's no guarantee. They can tell you anything. Yeah, we 35% of this right here. But they can also charge you. They can minus that off your thing because it's no guarantee, bro.
True. Now, true, and that's
Okay
true.
then.
All right, hold on. So
Hold
now here's
on.
my question. Now, didn't
Hold on.
Terrence Crawford come out himself and say that to Earl? Don't I have a good team? Did he say that?
Yeah.
Okay. So didn't he say he wanted transparency?
Yes.
Okay.
Did he get
Now,
it?
hold on a second. Now, on top of that, it was also exposed that no monies would be removed, not just for Terrence Crawford, but for Al Hammond and everyone that's involved in a negotiation out of a specific account until everyone agrees on it. So when you sit around and you try to use the fact that transparency and there's no guarantee and he could get ripped off in the marketing, this man did some smart things and put provisions in there where no one's gonna get paid if shit is fucked up. That's what he
They
did. Hold on a
it.
second. That's
All
what
right.
he did. That's what he did, brother. That's what he did. And that
Who
was
did
very
that?
smart.
Al
Terrence,
Heyman?
no, Terrence Crawford. That was a provision.
Okay. That's what's up.
That was a provision. So
Listen, man, I'm not fighting y'all on the
Right.
facts and none. This, I mean,
no,
facts are the facts, but
right.
I'm
So
just
the
saying,
facts,
no guarantee is no guarantee as well. So y'all can't sit up here and
Well,
say
but the
the
facts,
35% of
but
100 million,
but
you're gonna get that. That's not a
what we're,
guarantee, bro.
but
So
what
let's
we're,
not fool the
but,
people who don't
but
know.
that's not.
but
But
what we're
that's not the
saying
issue.
though. Hold on a second. What we're saying though, Drico, is that even so, he has to write off, and everyone has to write off that everything is correct before the money is taken out. And that's something Terrence Crawford asked for as a safeguard. And they said yes. And they said yes.
But
So
they didn't let him see it, bro.
how can
They
hold on?
wasn't
How
letting
can
them
he no
see
no
what
no
they're
no no
writing
no no
off.
no 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 no.
He
It
didn't. They
doesn't
didn't open up the
no,
books.
you're the same person who talks about the Ali Act. Do I need to bring the Ali Act up on here? The
For
Ali
y'all,
Act,
y'all might need it.
The Ali Act, it is a provision that makes everything transparent. And through the Ali Act, it's in law. There's
Bro,
transparency already in
listen, I
law.
don't know what the
Okay.
contract say. I'm just saying
Okay.
what a no guarantee is, and what a guarantee is y'all got the don't let's not do
Yeah,
this
well,
because a
just say
no
that.
Okay.
guarantee is mean
Okay.
that they can charge
Well,
him
just
up to
listen.
any fee
No, they
for
cannot.
Listen,
anything,
just
bro.
No,
listen.
they
Let's just be
cannot.
honest. Let's just say.
Yes, they can, bro.
Actually,
Yes,
no, they
they
cannot.
can. My
Let's
uncle was
Not in
man,
this.
come on, man. You're not telling me. I'm not even
Listen,
listening to you no
listen,
more.
listen.
listen. Oh, no, you should. Actually, you
Nah,
should.
bro, because you telling
Actually,
me that a no
you
guarantee is
should.
a guarantee. Come on, bro.
No,
What are
I
you
did not
saying?
state that. I did not state that.
What
What
is you
I
saying
stated,
then?
okay, let's do this. You're talking about guarantees, right? Okay, so let's talk about guarantees.
First,
First
tell
of
me the
all,
definition
okay,
of guarantee, brother. You've been preaching all night. Tell me,
hold
look
on a
up
second.
guarantee.
Hold on a second,
I've
okay?
been holding on for
For
your ass for a lot of seconds.
listen, Drico, don't do it. First of all, whoever's listening, like and subscribe. Second, loyal to the game. Do me a favor. You have the calculator pulled up, right?
They
Okay,
hate this.
Man,
cool.
They
what
hate.
the fuck
They
is
Now,
hate
this,
real.
man?
They hate real stuff. They hate real
no.
stuff.
All right, now we talked about numbers in
Look up
reference
guarantee, man.
to no. Oh my goodness,
Shit.
Drico,
I'ma look it up for you, bro.
This is
No,
what
you don't
Drico
need to
does.
look
He's
up.
trying to control the
You do
narrative. Keep
not.
asking your
You
No,
do
questions.
I'm not.
not
It ain't no
know,
narrative. Cause
Drico,
y'all trying to tell
brother
us,
Drico. No, I'm not
Listen,
trying to tell anybody. Drico,
Goon, you hear
you're
this, don't you?
talking about.
I'm
Look at
listening, bro.
this, right?
Okay.
You talking about guarantees. Okay, what was Terrence Allen Crawford guaranteed for his fight against Sean Porter?
Well, what was he guaranteed with this fight with Earl Spence?
No,
oh,
I asked you
that's not what he
what.
asked you, brother. He asked
That's
you.
not what I asked.
Bro. We
He
That's
asked you a
talking
not what
question.
I
about this
asked.
right here, bro.
No,
This ain't no
that's
trivia,
not
bro.
what I. No, that's not what I asked.
Bro, we
Because
not
of the.
on no trip. I'm not
Of
taking no
course,
trivia, bro.
not.
We right here. We
Of
right
course you
now.
can't. Of course you can't.
Of
Because
course I
you're not
can.
gonna. Because you're not gonna understand this point that I'm going to
Right,
bring to
right,
you.
right. Just like you
You're
What's
don't
your
not
point,
going
understand
to.
brother?
No,
guarantee.
What's
no,
your
no, no,
point?
no, 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 no,
You
no.
don't understand
Yeah, what's
guarantee.
your point,
What?
brother? Because if Draco's not
Okay,
going to process your
since he's
points, and
not.
just say what your point
Yeah,
is.
you're right. He's not going to process it because
And I bet you you're
let's
gonna
start with
process
this.
guarantee.
No, I'm gonna process that Terrence Crawford got $6 million guaranteed against Sean Porter. Okay, everybody knows this. Now the host here pulled up that calculator. Now we were talking about what the thing was for Spence versus Crawford. Now we had the thing for the revenue, right? And it was what? What was that for? What was that? 48 million, right? 48 million. Okay. Now, if Terrence Crawford accepted 35% of that, he would have received $16.8 million.
If
But we're going off of your projections. So you mean to tell me that he would have been due more than twice the amount that he got for his fight against Sean Porter, but yet he wouldn't go forward with that particular deal?
Sir, with all due respects,
And
you
yet,
talking hypotheticals. We talking what it is, bro.
no, I'm not talking
If
about
he had a
hypothetical.
took, if he
No,
had
we're
a,
talking.
bruh,
Oh, you're
he
talking about
didn't. And this is
hypotheticals.
where we are,
Wait,
bro.
hold on. We're talking about the hypotheticals that you presented.
It ain't no hypothetical. I said it wasn't no guarantee. Spence and him both said that. So
Okay,
I mean, where we at here?
we're talking about the hypotheticals that you presented if they were going by no guarantees. But what I'm telling you is they
That's not
actually
hypothetical.
made what I'm telling you is that when they initially started negotiations, they were offered guarantees. Crawford every step of the way
Bruh.
countered with unrealistic guaranteed
Who
offers.
cares about that, bro? All due respect, we talking about right now. We
Right
talking
now,
about
you don't
right
care about
now.
that.
There's no
Okay,
guarantee, bro. I
what?
don't care what they started with. What is they ending with, bro? No guarantee. Didn't Spence
Okay,
say that?
they ended with no guarantee
Your man
because of
said that. Now, what is
the no
what is
no
guarantee,
no
bro?
no. I
Can you
didn't know.
answer
No
me
no
that
no no no
question?
no 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 no. First of all, you said your man said that. I have
Earl Spence
nobody. I
stipulated
have
it, bro.
nobody. I have nobody. What I'm telling you is that the negotiations went back and forth that long while they were offering guarantees back and forth, so that
How do
they
you
said,
know?
because I've been told by multiple sources that were with
So you
even
don't
Showtime.
know.
How? Wait. So you're telling me that they're lying to me? Okay, prove that they were lying to me. That's very simple.
You don't know. I'm just saying you
That's
don't
very
know.
simple.
Was you in the room, bro?
Were you in the room?
I didn't say I knew.
Were you in the room?
Hey, I'm gonna make this real simple.
Come on, bro.
Hey, Drico, how you
So
define
Spence
the
is not. So you don't think Spence will be this year? Maybe next year.
Never.
Really? Why say never? What about?
I don't think they never gonna fight, bro.
Do you see Bud Crawford and
I agree
Errol
with you.
Spence fighting at 147 or at 154?
I really don't even see us fighting, to tell you the truth.
Okay, what that mean?
Like I really needed Errol Spence for my legacy or my career. And like I said before, man, I don't need Spence. You know, I've been the #1 guy in the division since I came here.
Hey, Goon.
How you the
Goon.
number one guy in the division and you got one belt?
I'm
Spence
gonna
got
teach
3
them
belts.
guarantee. Okay, this is the guarantee right here. This is the definition of guarantee. It's a formal promise or assurance, typically in writing, that certain conditions will be fulfilled. Okay. Now you want me to go to the non-guarantee part of it?
Hey,
Would you like me
sure.
to read
Yeah,
that too?
enlighten us, Drico.
Okay. Now, a non-guarantee is what it is. Nothing can be guaranteed. Nothing's. Oh, there you go. So now back to what I was saying. When you have nothing, when you have zero guarantee, bro, even though they can say, hey, we're gonna give you, you're entitled to 35%. Out of that 35% of whatever it was, they can take off and charge you anything that they want. They can charge you promotional charges, fees. They can charge you hotel fees. They can charge you promotional fees. They can charge you dinner fees. They can charge you lawyer fees. Anything out of that 35% because it's no guarantee, bro. That's on that 35%.
Drico,
There's no guarantee.
so
Now, when you
Drico,
have a guarantee, and I'm gonna read it again, when you have a guarantee,
time
that
out
means that
before you
it's
read
a
it again.
formal
Before you read,
promise or
real quick.
assurance, typically in writing,
So stop
that
right there. Stop right there.
okay,
Stop right there. I want you to reread.
guarantee.
Yeah, Gary, reread that again.
There's no contract involved in this right here, so there's no guarantee.
No. Read the
And I know
definition
that's
of
what you're gonna
guarantee
say,
again.
but it isn't in
No,
writing
read the
because there's no
definition of
contract.
guarantee. Read the
A
definition of
formal
guarantee.
promise, hold on, a formal promise, which is non-writing, verbal or assurance, typically in writing, that certain conditions will be fulfilled.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Uh-huh.
in a guarantee, right? You said it could be verbal, or it could be in writing, right?
There you go.
A contract is in writing, and it guarantees stuff. That's a
But
guarantee.
baby, we're not talking
Hold on.
about a contract.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
a contract is in writing, and a contract is a guarantee. See, because if something doesn't happen
Lord have
that is
mercy.
supposed to happen inside of a contract, you can take a contract to court, and there'll be mediation. And normally, if it's in writing and it's signed, like a lease or anything, you put your name on it, you guaranteed it. So there were things guaranteed. There just wasn't a guaranteed flat.
It's not.
No,
Nothing was
let
guaranteed,
me
bro.
let me finish.
Nothing was guaranteed, bro.
Let me
Come
finish.
on now.
Let me finish. There was a guarantee. There were plenty of guarantees because the 45% which is in the contract or whatever 35%, he's guaranteed that through
So
the
did Earl
contract.
lie, bro? Did Earl lie?
I'm
Hold
still
on.
speaking. I'm not going to
Did
answer
Earl
another.
lie?
I'm still speaking. I'm not going to answer another question
Goon.
until I finish my thought.
Did
So,
Earl
uh,
lied then when he said
so
that it was neither one of them had a
so
guarantee then, right?
so a guarantee again, right? A guarantee is in writing. A contract guarantees stuff. If Goon and I are going into business and I signed a contract saying that I promise to pay Goon $300 a month for the next 12 months. Goon, when I sign that contract, am I putting a guarantee for it to be paid? And if I don't do it, there's like a litigation and I'd have to pay it?
Pretty much.
Okay. So the contract stipulates guarantees. What Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence didn't get was guaranteed upfront money. Now, because when you're a fighter and you look at fighters under promoters, like Bob Arum said, who's been in the business for 50 years, right?
I
In the
know you
boxing
ain't listening to
business.
Bob now.
No. He's just talking about how the business works. He's not giving his opinion. He's not giving his opinion on what should happen or what shouldn't happen. He's just giving an opinion. And what happens is when you have a promoter, right? The promoter, even though these guys say the promoter worked for me, no one's actually working for you if you're not financing anything. So if the promoter is getting the money first before you get the money, the promoter doesn't get a guarantee. The promoter gets a sum of money, and then he'll give his fighter a guarantee, and what other stipulations will go into that contract. Now, going into this business,
Well, Kwame, hold on.
I'm gonna finish.
That's not necessarily how it goes, brother.
But you can rebut
That's
that
not
after I'm done.
okay.
Done.
Okay, got you.
Now, with Terrence Crawford being a free agent, Terrence Crawford doesn't have a promoter. Let's just say, for instance, this is my opinion. If Terrence Crawford really wanted this fight, he could have signed a 1-fight deal or a 2-fight deal with Richard Schaefer.
I agree with that.
Richard Schaefer has a great relationship with Al Heyman. Mikey Garcia didn't seem to be pissed off under Richard Schaefer at all. So what I'm saying is, if he'd have went to that promoter, it would have been on Richard Schaefer to give Terrence Crawford a guarantee, because Richard Schaefer's promoting the fight. Terrence Crawford is promoting the fight, but Terrence Crawford is not putting money into the bucket. Because Al Heyman is doing everything basically. Al Heyman is saying, all right, well, if you want a high amount of money, the best way for you to go about it is you're the promoter. Whatever Terrence Crawford gets, he pays himself the guarantee. He doesn't have a promoter. He's getting a percentage like the big boys do. Like he said, he's sitting at the big boy table. So if he's sitting at the big boy table, then he's in a big boy position. So when he's getting this, whatever percentage it is, and whatever they're gonna get for budget and everything like that, Terrence Crawford would be paying himself, the fighter, under his own promotion company, a guarantee. So this is why I stated earlier that they were in above their heads for their first fight without a promoter, being a free agent, going. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Is that a bad thing?
Is it? No. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not saying it's unfortunate, because it's like, well, whoever's team had Terrence Crawford, whoever's team was, they had an uphill battle the whole time, because hitting him now as a free agent with no promoter, he has to stand on what he's produced in the past. And what's he produced in the past from a pay-per-view perspective is very low. It's
I
actually
agree. I agree with that.
it's actually been in the red.
I
So
agree with that.
why would anyone, right? But the
Well,
complex part about it is this is supposed to be the biggest fight in the sport of boxing. So you have a guy who's a paper you have a guy who's a pay-per-view dud. No disrespect, but that's just what it is. He's a pay-per-view dud, but he's coming in, but he's trying to negotiate in the biggest fight of boxing, but he doesn't really carry the financial weight besides him just being part of the matchup to to bring any real value to the fight. So it's very tough to negotiate that. But because it's the biggest fight in boxing, the best thing for him to do is just get a percentage. That's exactly what Al Heyman told this guy. Why would you want to put a ceiling? See, here's the difference. Al Heyman said, "Why would you want to put a ceiling on yourself?" Because Al Heyman is thinking up. Terrence Crawford is thinking down because Terrence Crawford is saying to Earl Spence, "No, but this is the truth," and they may not want to hear it. But
Hey,
Errol
no,
Spence,
I'm agreeing
hold
with you.
on,
This,
Hey,
Terrence,
look,
hold on a
go
yeah,
ahead.
second. Terrence
Drico.
Crawford is thinking down because Terrence Crawford is coming to Earl Spence saying, "Hey, listen, I got a hedge fund or two companies that's going to give us 25 million each, right? If
right.
we know nobody, we get fire sticks. We have fire sticks. People, if the pay per view don't sell, because he's used to his pay per view not selling, so he's worried about that. If the pay per view don't sell, we got the 25 million. It don't matter. And then if not, it's 80-20, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's what he
so
said.
so so cool, right? But what happens now? The question is now I'm gonna have this question, right? When he's saying that, is he asking this same company for transparency? You know why he can't ask that same company for transparency that's offering the $25 million each? Because they're giving him something for nothing early. They're giving him a lump
You
sum of money.
assuming that,
So
Kwame?
so no, but you
You
don't
assuming that they're not
trust
opening
me.
the books, and
No,
we
it
don't
is
know
no,
that.
but it is because
He said that.
that's exactly why Errol said, that's exactly why Earl said in his conversation. It was like uh Alice saying why he asking all these questions. These are questions he never asked Bob.
I think
When you
Al is
when
lying to
you
Earl
take your
Spence.
money, listen, when you take guaranteed money,
Interesting.
it's just like you talk about your aunt is in the music business and was a manager. When someone gets a budget and they get money up front, they normally are paying that shit off in so many ways and getting trapped up in that shit in so many ways that they never see the money they're supposed to see. Terrence Crawford is in a great situation from a business standpoint. He's in a great situation. He's his own promoter. TBC was the company. As the promoter, he's supposed to do what he needs to do with inside of his own corporation, which
I
is when he
agree.
gets his cut, he pays himself the guarantee because he's a big boy. He's getting a percentage of the net revenue of the event. So
Uh,
all
uh,
that says is that he doesn't believe in the event.
that's the net, man. That's why I'm telling you that net. Look up the net, man. If anybody in the chat, when you get gross and net revenue, that net means that they can take out without a guarantee. They can charge you up the yin yang for anything, and then
Correct.
9 times
Mm,
out of 10 they overcharge you. So that
Correct.
35% of whatever he was getting, that's not a guarantee. That out of that 35% comes whatever expenses that occur too.
Right.
well,
But
well,
He ain't
correct.
charging
also
But
Mike
here's the
Tyson
but
no
we
thing,
have
right?
goddamn
to
But
pound.
here's the thing, right? You talked about that thing with the no guarantees and all of that, and how that entails. So that is why they said, "Hey, we'll just do that, no problem," because it's like this. Whether it's, well, of course, it wasn't going to be no AT&T Stadium, but let's say it's MGM Grand Garden Arena. All you're
Right.
doing is you're putting in your money towards reserving the venue for that particular time slot and
Absolutely.
handling all of that. Now,
Absolutely.
that's no different than other promoters securing venues for other events. So
Absolutely.
once you do that and you spend the money for securing the event, you spend the money for advertising, you spend the money for marketing, that means that once the event happens, everything that
Recoupable.
comes in, you recoup all of that.
Exactly.
And for a fight of that magnitude, hey, he is definitely going to bankroll regardless of the result of the event.
Facts.
So
Well,
it's
maybe he
like,
didn't feel
why not?
comfortable, Jr. Maybe
I
he didn't
mean,
feel
well,
comfortable with.
hey, if he didn't feel comfortable, I wouldn't have any issue with that because
Yeah,
it's his first try of doing something of that magnitude.
absolutely.
Now for me, if it was Crawford or if I was Crawford going to a fight of like that, I wouldn't necessarily jump into a spin fight like that right away because you don't know what you're necessarily going to get
And I
for
agree
that
with
fight.
that. I
So you
totally
go,
agree.
so if you're going to do something like that in that venture, you fight somebody else so that you see what's going on. You
You can
get an
get your feet
example of
wet a
how
little
they get.
bit.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm
So
following.
so that's why I was like saying, hey, maybe he could fight a Keith Thurman. Maybe he could fight somebody else in the welterweight division that they have. So he could say, hey, shoot, even I wouldn't have had any issues if they said, hey, we could give you somebody like a Stanionis or Brutaev.
Hello.
And
Hello.
Yeah,
what you
yeah.
would do is you would be able to put your money into reserving that venue and everything. So that
Right.
hey, if they get a sellout, he could bankroll all of that money because he would have a huge percentage from the split initially with the fighter. So then
Hey,
you'll
bro,
say, hey,
I
look,
agree. I don't have no qualms with none. Me personally, I can't tell TC what he's worth. And me, Goon, and Kwame, my brother, we go circles about this all the time for like 2 years straight. We can't really tell a man what he's worth or what to negotiate for because that's what it is. But I wanted to reiterate what Kwame has said about not guaranteeing anything, or you don't know what the money is that's coming in, so you can't guarantee a fighter a certain amount of money. And my thing is you can, because you can go as me, I would go to Kwame and say, hey, what are you asking for this fight? 20 million. I go to him and say, or whoever's creating the budget, and say, hey, listen, we need about a $40 million fight. This man won 20, this man won 20. We need at least 40 million, 20 up front. I need to secure this venue, and we create a budget. And they might say, okay, we'll take that 20, or we'll say 15. Now we give you 15 each. I'll go back and say, you guys 15. They agree to it. We go back to that man. Then a budget is created. So now I could come back down and say, yes, we're able to give you guys 15 million apiece. See, that's what the disturbs. We can give you guys 15 million a piece, and that means that the fight budget is now being created. You get half of that money for a signing bonus, and you get the other half after the fight. See what
Hey,
I'm
Drake.
saying?
Hey,
Yes,
Drake.
yes.
All right, listen. So Crawford got 10 mil guaranteed, right?
Oh
That's
man.
what they say.
Okay, so that's my question.
Right.
If that fight don't happen, how much do he get?
I think he got it guaranteed, don't he? So he gonna get 10 million, right?
So he
If
still
the
getting
fight
10
don't
million if the
happen,
fight don't happen?
I would. It's just
I'm
guaranteed, and they got the contract side. Yeah.
he ain't getting no 10 million if they don't fight. You can forget about
yeah,
that.
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
I
You can
mean
forget
that's the
about that.
contract, right?
You can,
that's
bro.
No,
You
that's
can
the
forget
contract
about
is
certainly
10
that.
million for the fight, right?
for the
Or
fight.
you saying if TC back out or something
No,
like
I'm
that?
saying if they can't make the fight happen.
I mean, it's guaranteed. I
What is
just
we
read
doing
you
Nah,
with
what.
this what
nah,
if,
that's
Karan?
not
What is
stupid.
this what if shit, man? What
Yeah,
is this what if
I
shit?
just.
All
Hey,
right, well,
Goon,
That's
Goon,
not
hey,
how that
bro, since
works.
you asked, right?
hey,
That's not
Goon.
how
I
that
just
works.
educated them on what a
Hold on. He
guarantee
asked me a
was.
question.
That's
He
not
asked
how
me a
that
question.
works.
I just guaranteed you about. I mean, just gave you the answer to what a guarantee is. I just taught you that. Come, you done forgot your
Yes,
lesson, bro?
Yeah,
that's
but
not
the
how
fight
that
gotta happen,
goes.
right?
That's right.
Okay,
BLK don't have listen, BLK don't have a promoter, they don't have a license, and they don't have an
okay.
undercard.
Oh
So
no,
I
they
mean,
no,
but listen, did what you call it? Did PBC didn't either, bro?
Who?
no.
PBC
What?
didn't either. It was created by a
What?
hedge fund, bro. Come on, if we're gonna talk, we're
What?
gonna talk.
No.
What are you
What?
talking
They
No.
about?
had a
He's
That's
talking
promoter.
about
no. They
Hold up,
have a
the
they had a
agenda
promoter.
promoter.
has
PBC
no.
was started on a hedge fund with
QT
six
right.
with
That has
six
nothing to do with what
investors.
Karan just said.
Well, okay, go ahead, cause I will burn y'all up. Y'all better stay on topic.
Hey man,
As of
Karan
We're
here
gonna
now,
stay
talking
on
about your
listen,
But here's the
hypotheticals,
thing:
listen,
man.
listen.
we know who
As
those
of
hedge fund
now, hold up,
companies
Jay.
were.
Hold on,
Hmm.
Jay. As of now, BLK does not have a promoter for that fight.
Oh,
They
here
are
we
not
go.
licensed to fight in Nebraska, and they don't have an undercard.
Y'all love it, don't you?
Oh my God, bro! I've been hearing this shit
No,
all day.
I mean I
Man.
don't know about us loving it.
They
I mean we
love
just
it,
Yeah,
bro.
stating
y'all
some
do.
facts.
You do. You
Why do
do.
y'all
Let's
want
be
a man
real.
to fail,
Own it,
bro?
bro. Own
It's
that
Why
not
do
shit.
that.
y'all want this man to
Listen,
fail,
no,
bro?
we
Well,
do
hold
This
on,
not.
whole
We
hold
do
on.
show,
not.
What are
Hey,
these
look,
No,
true
no, no,
facts
no,
that
have to
was
do
the
no.
with
same
wanting him
one.
to
That
fail?
when Jokers was like they was
We
gonna buy
did
a
not.
fire stick for the Ugas fight. Man, this is weird.
I'm
We
not
don't want
telling
them to
them. The
fail.
difference is no one's out here telling other people and encouraging other people not to buy the fight. I'm just saying I'm not gonna pay for it. I never once told anyone not to buy
but
it.
Kwame, y'all just remember when Goon asked y'all, he said, who was boxing fans up here? Are y'all fans of the fighter? And y'all said, oh, we boxing fans. And then when he said, well, how many of y'all watching the fight, buying the fight? Y'all said, I ain't buying that. I ain't
I'm
buying.
not.
So you are a fan of
Okay.
a fighter, bro.
No, no, you're
No,
not.
that's
No,
not. That's not.
no.
That's
I'm a
not how that
fan of
works.
Bullshit.
my.
Bullshit.
I'm a fan of my
Bullshit.
own money. Listen,
Drico.
listen. I'm a fat nigga. I'd rather take $40 to go buy some food than pay to watch him fight Avanesyan. I got better
Hey,
shit
but
to do with
hey,
my
Dree,
$40.
hey, Dree,
What's
top
going
rank
on,
got
man?
hold. Top rank
Hey,
got
I'm
hold.
enjoying
Hey,
y'all,
hey,
man. Let me tell
listen.
y'all something,
Hey,
man. I've
listen.
been going through a lot, man. This is therapy for me, man. I am enjoying y'all, brothers, man. You hear me? JR, no offense. I know you ain't been up here with me before, brother,
Yeah, it's
but
been a
we get
good
it on
minute.
up here, get hot, it get heated.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, man, it's
And
all love with
Karan is
me,
a
Goon.
hater, bro. And
Yeah,
Karan
Yeah.
is a
Karan is
All
a
hater.
right,
hater.
well, I'm a hater. Yep.
Oh, come
And,
on,
and,
man.
Karan is a hater, bro.
and, Co-
Oh, come
and
on,
listen,
man.
Kwame teeth is probably the
This
whitest
Mo,
up here
this
right
Mo,
now.
Karan. This Maurice, Karan.
Man.
I know who it is. Hey, Mo, I know your voice. Listen what I'm saying, though, right?
Hey, and my
Yeah.
Hold
and my
on,
brother
Drico,
and
be
my
quiet.
brother Kwame, his teeth is the
Drico,
whitest up here now because he
I
Drico,
swear to
enjoying
God.
this.
I
Drico.
swear to God.
Oh, man.
Let's all speak for a second. Now,
Yo.
Mo, you asked who was watching the fight. Top Rank has a better card on that night for free.
Okay.
So why would I pay $40 for a fight I don't want to watch? When
Because
Who
it's
you
fight?
want to see EJ and Bud fight, and you want to support Bud to get the numbers up. Then when y'all saying that back in the day, now come on, now
no,
let's
nigga,
go to the
fuck
bell.
Crawford. I ain't supporting
See what
shit.
I'm saying?
Yeah, but y'all don't even buy the merchandise.
Kwame,
Y'all
I
don't
got
even
his
go to
ass,
fights.
didn't
Man, tore him
I?
up,
I got his
man.
ass.
Oh,
Karan, you too
man.
easy, bro.
No, listen,
Karan
I
so
keep it real.
Karan
I
so
don't support
emotional.
Crawford at all. Ever since Bomac said he was streaming Spence fights, I would never pay for his fight.
See, that's emotional, man.
You know? You know?
That means Bomac was emotional because he's actually in the boxing business and streamed in other
Oh
fighters'
well,
fights.
yeah, Bomac emotional too. JR, you emotional too. You just got it disguised, bro. You just be up there just talking like a damn robot, talking about. Well, let me break it down to you. I said,
That was actually funny.
He said that's
No,
actually
hey,
funny.
man, you got me there sounding like Andre the Giant. Let me break this down to you.
Hey, you
yeah,
know
but
that
you,
fight is on tomorrow, though.
but we get it, man. We get it. We understand, man. And my brothers here, man. Me and Kwame, man. My brother. We go at it on and off this thing, man. And we fight we fight like brothers, man. And that just solidify the fact of who we are, on here and off here. You know what I'm saying?
No,
But
no, I mean
we
I
got
know.
love
Damn
It's
for
that
the
just
Drake.
sport.
Damn that Drake. Damn that Drake.
yo,
We
I
gotta
know
address these
Drico.
fire sticks again, man.
Oh
Let's address
yeah.
these let's address these fire sticks now.
Shout out to the fire sticks.
Hey, man, Spence laughed and said, "Man, I got a fire stick too."
Hell
See,
yeah, I got one too.
Man. Now, see, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, really, them two, we gotta blame both of them. We don't know what's going on. So right now, it looks a certain way. Like
Hold
before,
Drake.
it looks a certain way. It looked like Spence capping when TC come out. It looked like
Let me ask you a
TC
question, Drake.
capping when Spence come out.
Let me
Yeah.
ask you a question, Drake.
What's
When
up, man?
when Bud said Al said ain't nobody else touching that fight, right? I want
Right.
to ask the panel, what did they gather from that? Like, what is your opinion on that?
That's his
Oh,
fight.
okay.
I ain't hear you.
That's a Showtime event. That's a PBC event. That's what that means. Ain't nobody else
Okay.
yeah,
touching it. Period.
that in that sense, yes, because you've had instances where, like, well, in reference to like Showtime, because Showtime's the network, right? So on the flip, we had an instance where there was a fight that was of pretty high magnitude, right? Joshua versus Usyk, right?
Yep.
Joshua been under the zone, like, he's pretty much like had a lot of his fights, or he had the deal under the zone. It was about to go through another deal. But
Mm-hmm.
here you go. You have Anthony Joshua versus Alexander Usyk in a rematch. The zone's about to go to pay-per-view or switch over to pay-per-view in the UK. And
Mm-hmm.
what do you do as Matchroom? You sell the pay-per-view rights to the UK to your competitor in Sky Sports.
See, bad business. Bad business. J God, 1 second. Y'all, I gotta shout out Zenith and J Rod. They've been going at it for about an hour and a half in this chat, man. Man, they've been going at it, man. Okay, my fault, J Rod. Go ahead. Just
Yo,
shout out
Goon.
to Zenith and shout out to J Rod, man. Hey man, it's Bloods and Crips out here
Yo,
in the chat.
yo, Goon. I mean, come on. That's what was he supposed to say? I mean, if they can handle the responsibility, the financial burden of the fight, why would you want to have other people involved in it? That's more hands that has to get
Okay.
paid.
So check it. This is what I was thinking the other day when I put that post up. I don't know if you've seen it or whatever. Y'all speak very highly of Al. I ain't never met Al before. Y'all speak very highly. I know a few people that deal with him, but as his advisor, what is his job? As Earl's advisor, what is Al's job?
To give him the best advice possible for his own benefit.
So you don't think EJ would have benefited? I'm not saying that the money's fake or real or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, you wouldn't think that EJ would have benefited that with his family for getting that bag right there?
Can I answer that?
Hold on.
That's a lot of echo.
Y'all. 1 second. 1 second, y'all. I went over my time limit. One second, y'all. I went over my time limit, y'all. And let me I'm gonna get out of here. So shout out to the chat. Hey man, shout out to the panel. It was fun. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side.
All
right, bro.
Hey, Mo.
What up, though?
All right, I don't know who that is with the echo. All right, first of all, right, Crawford wouldn't tell nobody who the hedge fund was.
Yeah. Because we gotta take that down a whole nother avenue. I don't think that's what we want to do. That's gonna open up a whole nother rabbit hole.
Did. I actually did. Because I'm just getting at, like, he's supposed to,
Well, you asked would it have benefited EJ, not itself. Right. Would it have benefited Errol, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Earl brought the information back to him. He said Bud said that he called EJ and told him that. So that means that EJ took the information to Al and they spoke about it. It wasn't like it was presented to Al and he just said, "Oh, I'm not gonna tell EJ. No one's touching the fight." He gave it to EJ.
I didn't say he said that. I'm just saying when he made the comment, that's just like me. If I'm working for you, and then I tell somebody else, ain't nobody touching this fight or whatever, and then, you know what I'm saying, even if you did come back to me or whatever, I'm just getting at, like, at the time, that was the best thing for him to do if PBC couldn't put that money up because this is at the end of the year.
All right, I got a question for you. Well, we don't know that to be true, number one, and then number two.
I mean, Karan was doing a lot of those.
What I'm saying is this. Number two is, if, for instance, if you have money, right? If you're a high net worth individual and you can afford something, would you rather buy it in cash or would you rather finance it and pay interest on it?
No, I'm buying that shit straight up. Dog.
Exactly. So if Al takes money from someone else, that means that nobody gives you money for free. So why put someone else in this, and then you have to? That's a whole nother thing you got to deal with.
I get that.
I think what people keep forgetting, right? Because you're talking about Al and the aspect of being EJ's advisor, right? And that's true. But I think what you guys keep tending to forget is Al Heyman is also the person who's done 4 of the top grossing pay-per-views in the history of the sport. He doesn't need what Terrence Crawford is bringing to him. He has a track record of already doing big fights, and we already know that Crawford and Spence is not going to be bigger than Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. So why would he bring someone else into it? He doesn't have to. He has the same exact people besides HBO that had to be involved because Manny
Didn't he
Pacquiao
send
still.
Porter to Top Rank
Yeah,
to get that money?
Porter.
That's what I'm getting at.
Oh yeah. Well, what I'm saying is,
That's life changing money, brother.
but that's what an advisor does, right? Because he probably didn't have nothing better for Porter for $4 million. I mean, Porter done fought everybody, so who's he going to give him a $4 million guarantee to?
But he sent Porter over there to get that money.
Correct, because that was what was best for Porter.
So where? Hold on, Kwame. So where were they going to send them? Who was going to host that fight?
The $25 million a piece. Again, that's a cap when you're when this is a person who's getting ready to make money and do a whole event. Al Heyman is known for having successful events, not with the top names in entertainment in the world. I mean, we see it as boxing, but Al Heyman sees it as an event, and that's what he does. So why would he bring in another hedge fund? He doesn't need that money. He believes that he can get those guys more money, and based on what Drico said, with the fight being a $250 million fight, but now he wants to change it, of course, because it suits his narrative. But even if they netted $100 million out of this fight, if that was the net after everything, Terrence Crawford would still make $35 million, which is more because he's not just getting pay-per-view. The guy is getting a net off of the event. I think that's the part you guys are missing. He doesn't need a guarantee if he's getting net over the event. There's no what it's like you can't be a boss and a fighter at the same time. It's like which one you gonna be when you're sitting at the table, because once he gets that money from what he's supposed to get in terms of contractually and his split, he should have enough money to pay himself a guarantee. Why would if he wanted a guarantee, he should have signed with Richard Schaefer. Then he could have sit around and asked for a guarantee because he would have put an extra hand in his pocket, and that Richard Schaefer would have got the money that Crawford would have been getting for being on the front line, and then he could have gave him an employee guarantee like Bob did, right? But Terrence Crawford don't have to do that. So he don't need no guarantee, bro. And how you can tell that Al Heyman is in the best interest of Earl Spence too is because he's putting Earl basically in the same situation as Terrence Crawford, where he's getting they got the same shit going on. He's just getting a higher percentage. Al could have just been like, you know what? If I don't have Earl best interest at heart, here you go, nigga. Here's a guarantee. Because Bob Aaron would have did that. We know that. Bob Aaron ain't giving you no net of revenue of no fucking event. We already know that. He'd have been like, here's your guarantee. You know, and that's something that I heard from someone, before. And I don't want to use the term, but they call it, NIGGA money. And that's what a lot of these guys are used to. The boss money is that split. But again, they were in over their heads, bro.
Yeah, pretty much.
They was in over their heads. This was their first. Yeah. This was their first.
It's their first rodeo.
This is their first rodeo with minimal, like a good team, but no promoter who's used to doing this stuff. And then you stepping into this type of business with a fucked up numbers for your history, and having a fucking red sheet when it comes to all your fucking fights that were on pay-per-view. But then you want to sit up and that's why he wants a guarantee, because his shit's been fucked up. He just like, give me the money up front. So look, it's all good. If that's how he think. Look, I'm not making the money he making. He could do whatever he want to do. He could go fight Avanesyan. But if you sat up for the last 4 years and talked about you want to prove that you're the best, and this guy's running from you, and I would have just did this because I know it wasn't been a risk, and I would have just took less money, and then you turn out to be everything you call your opponent or the person you was talking about in real life, you turned out to be exactly who you was talking about. And Terrence Crawford fans right now are having a hard time swallowing that. Hey, if you just keep it, just keep it real. Because if you're gonna sit up and ask people, are you a fan of boxing or are you a fan of a fighter? If you're a fan of boxing, then you could just fucking keep it real and say, hey, you know what? This nigga got up, he walked away. It ain't our, because before it was nobody's business. That was Crawford fans. The business is not our business. Y'all niggas is pocket watching, y'all this and that. But now all of a sudden, y'all the ones pocket watching, talking about, oh, the deal was fucked up, this, that, and the other. Nah,
Bro,
you can't have it both ways.
I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I done heard yours today. I was on Keon's earlier. I ain't heard nobody say nothing good about dog. So honestly, bro, it's like I get it. A lot of y'all more fans of the fighter because y'all want y'all fighter to win. You feel what I'm saying? I get it. I mean, I ain't tripping.
But that's not it though.
I get it. But it's just like, I'm like, I've been listening to this like for the last 5 hours.
No, but I get it. But you got to understand, sometimes if you do something fucked up, your feet got to be held to the fire.
Bro,
you know what I'm saying? It's just a period of time you gonna go through this.
When has it been messed up on the other side? It's just like,
but we have to. That's the thing that you speak about this all the time.
I'm just asking.
But that's the thing, you speak about this all the time about deflection. But every time Terrence Crawford's under the hot seat, we talk about.
No, I asked you a question today, but I just asked the question and I can't get an answer. I asked yours earlier.
Listen,
I said, I don't care for the fight. Am I still gonna look at it? Yeah, of course. I like boxing. I watch boxing.
Are you paying for it? Are you going to pay for it, Mo?
No.
So basically,
but see, that's the thing. And look, all y'all want is a punchline. All y'all want is a punchline, and I'm cool with that. But I'm being real.
No, I feel you on that.
I'm being honest like a motherfucker.
I feel you on that. But I think what's interesting about that is this, right? You asked us about being a fan of boxing, being a fan of a fighter. I can't
even finish my quotes though, but go ahead.
You asked us about being a fan of boxing and being a fan of a fighter, and then you asked if we would buy the fight, and we said no, and it seemed like, you thought that was whatever, fucked up or not. You asked the reason being.
No, I didn't. No. I was going back to the fire stick comment from when Ugis and what's the name was fighting. And it was like y'all was butthurt that people were saying that they was gonna look at it on a fire stick. I know.
The thing was, Crawford fans said, "Let's boycott the fight."
Exactly.
Ho. Did you hear me say that?
No one said about what you said, but the narrative wasn't just not to was we gonna watch the fire stick.
Hey, Kwame.
Yes, sir. What's going on, Coach?
I can't be on here long. I got one question for the brothers. Okay, let's just take Errol Spence out the picture. You're a Bud fan, right?
I'm a boxing fan. I like all the fighters. I like EJ. I like
Okay,
Thurman.
Okay, well,
Boots,
that's good.
So on and so forth.
I appreciate that. But are you a Terrence Crawford fan?
Yeah, I like of course I like TC.
Okay, well, my question to you is, let's take Errol Spence out the picture.
Okay.
Let's just look at it like this. Why is he fighting David Avanesyan? That's my biggest complaint. If he would have fought,
how can I answer that?
My biggest complaint is this. Okay, the fight fell through with Errol Spence. Why are people who support Bud, and I'm not saying you, why they can't answer that question? Why he never wants to fight the best fighters? That's my biggest issue with Terrence Crawford. Okay, so you couldn't get the Errol Spence fight. There's other options other than David Avanesyan. Like that's my whole issue with Bud. All of the shit that go back and forth, all of that stuff that is Bud's fault, it's Errol's fault. Okay, the fight fell through, but look at the opponent Errol Spence is going to take on compared to Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying?
Who is he fighting?
He going to end up fighting Keith Thurman.
Okay, wasn't that the same Keith that y'all was just bad talking a couple of months ago?
I always bad talking because his ass ain't been fighting. But what one thing we can say about Keith Thurman,
he's better than Avanesyan.
He's better than Avanesyan. He's a two-time. Hold on, he's a two-time world champion. Well, a unified world champion. He only has one loss, and that's to Manny Pacquiao. David Avanesyan was knocked out by a person Terrence Crawford stopped. Green Machine. Come on,
now
bro.
we're using triangle theories now.
No, we're not using it. No,
Okay.
now you know damn
So what is the
well.
question that you're asking me? Because you saying a lot, but what is the question that you're asking me?
Well, the question is why he continues to fight guys we know he's gonna win the fight.
Right.
Instead of fighting the best.
I can say that about a lot of fighters, brother.
But we're not talking about a lot of fighters. We're talking about Terrence
But you're
Crawford.
asking me that question. I can't answer that. Y'all know I can't answer that question.
Yeah,
bro.
but what I guess the better way
What do you
to
want me?
ask the question.
I just told you what I would say. I don't agree with the opponent, but I'ma still watch it.
Well,
all right.
okay.
That's the honest to
but I
God.
think what's interesting is that so you would watch that fight, but
I love watching boxing, bro.
right, I get that, and it's your prerogative. You can do whatever you want to do. I'm just saying, I just find it interesting that this man will walk away from the biggest fight and go fight Avanesyan, and then you'll say, "Hey, I'll watch that fight," but then you're saying, "Hey, you're not going to watch the fight if him and Earl
Okay,
Spence
so watch
actually do
this.
fight."
It's the exact same thing that's going on right now. So if you're not, you go, you're gonna tell me this is not the exact same thing. When I was like, man, I don't want to watch that shit because I was upset that I thought that the fight that we wanted to see was gonna be on. Y'all doing the exact same thing right now. The exact same thing. The exact same thing.
That's not accurate. I think Coach solidified it, and when we have this
Kwame, listen to me one more time. Kwame, listen to me one more time. When the fight, when I thought that Bud and EJ was gonna fight, and then it was announced that something with Ugas or whatever, I was like, man, I was hurt. Man, you talked offline on it. I was like, bro, I thought we was gonna get it. I was like, man, I don't even want to watch that. I know EJ gonna beat the shit out of him. This is the exact same thing right now, bro. It's just y'all saying what I said.
No, it's not.
The difference
is
here's the problem. What y'all keep missing is the difference why we don't want to watch the fight is because the level of opponent he's fighting. That's what it is. It's like it's like if you when you take it's like this. If you take your money, for instance, and you go out and you go buy something, it's up to you to if you see junk and you see quality, it's up to you what you want to spend your money on. Some people just want quality. And what we getting with it with this $40 pay-per-view with Avanesyan, it's not quality. It's like that's like throwaway money. And it's hard to give someone throwaway money when they just let you down for seeing the best fight in the sport.
Right.
It's like
if you're gonna my thing was this. If you're gonna pass up on the biggest fight in boxing, right? To go and fight a guy that we know you're gonna beat the shit out of.
Right.
That's bullshit to me. Like now Earl Spence was left at the altar, but he's still gonna go and fight an elite fighter, not a B or C class fighter, which Avanesyan is. He's going to fight an elite fighter. He's going to fight.
When was the last time you thought that EJ was gonna lose?
1 second. All right. Hey, Mo. Mo.
Go ahead. Yep.
I would have been cool if he fought Cody Crawley. At least we saw him knock a top motherfucker out his last fight. I would have respected that more.
You can do this with every fighter, bro. Like, really, man. This shit was
could
said
do this
earlier.
every fighter.
Come on, man. He went to number 6.
But here's the
He
thing,
went to number 6.
Here's the thing.
How can you do that with Errol Spence? Go ahead. You say you can do that with every fighter. You cannot do that with Errol Spence.
Did you think Mikey was gonna beat Earl?
First of all, let's look at it this way.
It's just yes or no, coach.
Hold on, no. There's no. It's not just yes or no. First of all,
I asked the question.
Wait, I'm going to answer you. First of all, Errol Spence was not the one who called out Mikey Garcia. Mikey Garcia called Errol Spence out. Errol Spence didn't even want to fight Mikey Garcia, but because none of the other 3 guys didn't want to step up, in Sean Porter, Keith Thurman, and Danny Garcia. So he went on and said, oh, since you want to call me out and say you better than me, I'm going to go show you not, and I'm going to whoop your ass. That's what happened with Errol Spence.
Did you think Mikey was going to win was the question?
No, I didn't.
Okay, that's cool.
But now answer this question. How many losses did Mikey Garcia have before he fought Errol Spence?
0. You see how quick I answered that?
Right, it was 0. Yeah.
Right.
And he had beat Adrian Broner. He had beat Robert Easter. Mm-hmm. He thought that Mikey Garcia really thought he could beat Errol Spence, and Errol Spence had to put him in his place.
One-sided
Okay.
wins too from Mikey.
Going on to the next fight.
So go ahead.
Now,
Did you out of the last 7-8 fights, which fight did you think Earl wasn't gonna win that you would have betted against?
Listen, I'm not betting against Earl at all. Ever.
I haven't either. But I'm asking the question. So you said,
Hey, bro,
out of all those fights,
I knew that Sean Porter was gonna be a hell of a fight, which it was. It
so
was
when
what
I'm
it
asking
was.
you, so when I'm asking you, in all those fights, you felt that Earl was gonna win.
Well, I mean, I felt that it was gonna be good fights.
I'm
I
giving
felt
straight
that it
answers,
wasn't gonna be no
y'all. I'm
David
giving straight
Avanesyan.
answers, bro. I just need straight answers, bro.
All right,
That is
hey,
a
I give you
straight
a straight
hey,
answer.
answer. Listen, I wanted him to
So
win
yo,
all the fights.
what I'm gonna say is this. The last 4 or 5 people that Errol Spence has fought would be David Avanesyan, for sure. For sure.
They
No
said that
question
about
about
Buster
it.
Douglas and Mike Tyson. He's supposed to beat him too.
No, hey Mo, let's
Bro,
keep
you
it
hey,
real.
hey,
cannot make
yo,
an
hey,
Hold on,
excuse
hold
yo.
for
on,
the way
Jay. Let me
you
say
can't
something,
make an
Jay.
excuse for the way Bud Crawford is moving, bro.
Hold on,
I'm
hey
not.
Coach, can I say
Thank
something?
you.
Where was my excuse? Where was the
Yo,
excuse?
Kwame.
Hey
Where was
Coach,
my
let me
excuse?
get in there real quick. All
Go ahead.
right, going into the Danny fight, he was coming off accident, right? So nobody knew how he was.
We
You
can't
went
hear
out,
you,
Karan. I
Karan.
can't hear you, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. Coming into the Danny fight, nobody knew how he was going to be coming off the accident, right?
Right.
True.
So there was some doubts.
True.
Going into the Uber fight, he had a detached retina, so nobody knew how that might play out, right?
True.
So there were still levels of doubt. With Mikey, right? Say what you want. Mikey was a top 6 pound for pound fighter, period.
Mm-hmm.
He was a
In what
3-time,
division?
he was a 3-division champ at the same time, right? And a lot of the experts picked Mikey. That's the difference.
What did
No one
Vegas?
ever
What
And
picked
did
Now,
not
Vegas
Mikey.
say?
only that, Errol Spence don't do tune-ups, huh?
Right.
Your
yeah,
Congratulations.
Bud
and
Crawford do
it
tune-ups.
and
Congratulations.
you know what, and you're right on this thing here with evasion, because how do you go from a fight against Sean Porter and then come down to a
David
David
Avanesyan.
Evasion?
Right.
And now that's from a competitive standpoint. Now,
Right.
also from a business standpoint, you're going from fighting Sean Porter on ESPN, on an ESPN platform that has over 12 million subscribers, to a platform that, shoot, that how many people
5,000.
knew?
I did the
Yeah,
research. They got
yeah,
5,000.
5,000. And you expect to have a successful pay-per-view or a profitable pay-per-view on a lower price point than what ESPN has.
Right. Right. I
Hey,
mean,
Kwame.
And
the business is him. Like I
Kwame.
don't even care about the lower price point and all that stuff because I
mhm,
understand it because I pull the calculator out in a minute.
okay.
What I'm saying is just he's a top he's a top fighter in the world, right? I want
Hmm.
you to think about this. He signed the same place that Adrian Broner is just signed to. A guy on the downside. He signed into the same place that Demetrius Andrade. And we know what his career has been like. You know, Terrence Crawford is supposed to be the creme de la creme. At least that's what he claims he is in the sport of boxing. It doesn't like if you're the best, why wouldn't you be doing? Why would you be doing business with a startup and not be doing business with the same company that's done the biggest pay per views in the history of the sport? I mean, that's the part of it to me that is very questionable. You know, it's
Well,
like you bring up these hedge funds and all this
mhm.
guaranteed money. The 50 million guarantee, Al Heyman knows what he's gonna do. These guys would get ready to do big things. They were getting ready to do a big press tour.
Hmm.
Hey, Kwame,
Hmm.
I was about to ask.
Kwame,
Yes, sir.
let's keep it real. He was in the negotiations with all them people at the same time.
Yep.
Some of them even
Yep.
before PPC.
There you go.
He was trying to get a fight this year.
No, he
There,
was trying to get
no.
a check.
Yep.
We can't
He
say
was
he
And if
was
trying to
trying to
get
you
get
a
a
fight, you
fight
go
he
get
was
a
this
check.
trying to
year.
get a
Around if
guaranteed
you fight,
check.
you go get a check,
We
bro.
can't say he was trying to
Mm-mm.
get a fight this year. Going when this
He
man
said that he
clearly,
told him that
yeah, that's
though.
what he said later. Let's not act like this guy didn't have
That's
his
kind of
last
weird
fight
that
in
we can
November against of last year with Sean
Sean Porter.
Porter, and he had
Right.
time to get a fight this year But
That's
he
right.
himself said that he was waiting around for Errol Spence.
Right.
And then when he finally did it, he brought up as a new quote unquote boss, he brought up all these questions and all these stipulations, and then left everybody at the altar. So it's like as this, it's like at some
Yeah.
point, because
Hmm.
I know it's tough. It's like for 4 years or whatever, we've gone back and forth. We've done this, we've done that, but there has to be a point in time where people just hold him accountable the same way. It's like the same
Right.
way if you see me like do some bullshit in front of you, I can see if you say, "All right, I'm not gonna say it in front of everybody," but hey, but in private, you say, "Hey, Kwame, man, hey, that was kind of fun." You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Why we can't do that with Terrence Crawford? I mean, it's just if you're a fan
Why
of
we can't do it
boxing,
with everybody?
but I'm just
I just
Well,
saying.
did.
yeah,
I just said it.
we can do it
I just said I
everybody.
didn't like the fight earlier.
Hey,
I
can I
was
ask you
listening to
this,
Right.
y'all
y'all?
earlier on
But
Keon's
here's
show.
one thing, right?
Hold
But
on. I was
this is
listening to y'all earlier on Keon's show, and y'all was just like, y'all ain't heard a Crawford fan say that they was unhappy with this fight. And I'm like, I know Kwame gonna be like, man, Goonan already talked about that. And he ain't like it. Nobody said shit. Like, it's like, bro, that's false. Everybody's not happy with the fight.
No, they're
No,
not.
that's true. That's true.
I'm like,
right.
it
But the
just
thing
seems
is,
like
right,
it's
Mo,
only gonna
they
be
just,
one
what
side.
it is? They're not coming at him about it. What they saying is, he getting the bag. He getting the bag. Y'all hating because he getting the bag.
The,
I
That's
mean, if
all
he
it
told
is.
Listen,
them that he wanted to fight
it's
before the
it's
year was over with, bro, like I don't,
but who's
When did
yeah,
he say
but
that?
here's
Hold
the
on, hold on,
issue.
hold up, coach. When did he say that? Because we know
how do you
Spence.
know he didn't? How did you know he didn't? See,
but
this
Because
is
he
what I'm
never said
talking
it out
about.
of
but we
you.
but
Y'all
that's
only
a
Hold
question
on,
we
listen
hold
never
to
on.
heard
Okay,
him
I'm
yeah,
say
everything
though.
no.
gonna tell you why,
BBC
Mo.
and
Listen, Mo, I'm gonna
EJ
tell you
say.
why, right?
Y'all gonna
Bernie
only go
been
with that.
talking for that nigga all year, right? Bernie
You
be
said
on
what?
every week or every other week talking for Crawford, right?
Who talking for him?
Yeah,
Bernie the
Bernie,
boxer.
Bernie.
Oh, I thought
And
you said I was talking.
not once has he ever said anything about Crawford want to fight this year, regardless. We know
Right.
Spence said it.
So y'all believe everything else Crawford said, but you don't believe he said that.
I mean, that's semantics. We got to stay on the
No, no,
facts.
no. Listen. It's the reason why I asked that question because
Hmm?
whatever comes off of Twitter on Bud's side, y'all don't ever believe it.
Yeah, but he
Whatever comes up
Wait,
clarified.
on
He
EJ's
clarified
side,
all
you
this stuff.
believe
He
it.
just went
Whatever
but
come up
alive.
on
I
but
got to
here
hear it in
BBC's
the
but
side.
stream.
but also
He
but also
clarified this
Terrence
stuff.
Crawford has made this statement for years. If the fight makes sense, then the fight's going to get made. If it doesn't make sense, then it don't get made.
No,
He
that's
said
not
that
what he
all
said.
across.
What he said
No,
was,
he's
I
no
don't
no.
need
I'm talking
Spence
about.
to get in the Hall of Fame. I'm Hall of Fame
No,
already.
he's also
That's
said
what he's
that.
been saying for the
He
last
that's
4 years.
he's definitely been saying that he didn't need Spence for the last 1.5 years.
No, 4. He's been saying that the whole time. I'm
He's
already Hall of Fame.
hey,
It ain't been 4
what
years.
if yeah?
It hasn't been 4 years.
Well, the thing about it is that you got somebody that actually genuinely feels like his legacy has been sealed when it comes to the sport of boxing, when he really doesn't have that resume that really kind of like accounts for that. Not when you have a 140-pound resume that's not better than Denny Garcia, that's not better than Josh Taylor, that's not better than Timothy
Did
Bradley.
Roy Jones have the names on his resume?
No.
Roy Jones was a multi-division world champion.
Listen,
I'm.
listen. What I'm asking you. Did he have the names?
He
I
got him
understand.
He had
later.
a. He had a.
He
I mean, he
got him
had a
later.
couple. He had a.
He
I mean,
got
he had
him
a
He
later.
couple
only had a
wins.
couple. Thank you, Kwame.
He had a
This
No,
couple.
I
before
said
we
he
get
got him
past
later.
this, man.
Here's the thing though, right? Here you are, Terrence
We get
Crawford.
past this.
Here you are, Terrence Crawford. You have the chance to become the 2 division undisputed champion of the world and have one of the biggest fights in boxing. You defeat Errol Spence Jr. You hand him his first professional loss and become a 2 division undisputed champion. Your name is cemented as one of the greatest fighters in the past 35 years at minimum.
They still wouldn't give him no credit.
Hey, excuse me, is that
Oh, yes,
coach?
it will.
He don't
Is that
deserve no
No,
coach?
no,
credit
no,
right
no,
now.
Is
no.
that
Not
It's
these
coach?
boxing
guys on these
source.
pages, bro.
Nah,
No,
it's
they wouldn't.
boxing source.
He
I see them
deserves.
every
He
day.
deserves the
Boxing source.
basic. He
Yo,
Hey,
deserves. Listen.
boxing source.
He
Check
yo.
needs
this
the.
out, right?
Hold on, Karan. He needs the Bud Crawford deserves the basic respect that we give every fighter. They're courageous enough to get in the ring. We need to at least give him that, and he's a very skilled fighter. But I'm gonna tell you what I really think the issue is with Terrence Crawford. I don't think he's scared of Errol Spence. I think what frightens Terrence Crawford is losing. It's not about being scared of somebody.
That's both fighters.
Terrence
Shit.
Crawford,
No.
no, because I've heard Errol Spence say he asked before multiple times if he lost. He says he believes he could bounce back, right? So and we see that through his actions, through how he dealt with bouncing back in his career from the car accident. You can tell a lot about the man, the person, right? Terrence Crawford, it was when I heard Terrence Crawford say, like, I can't lose because of my kids. It's like there's so many people that depend on Terrence Crawford. There's so many people that look at Terrence Crawford as being invincible. From his family to the people in Omaha.
All
What I'm
fighters.
telling you is Terrence Crawford is scared of losing a fight. That's what he's really afraid of. It's not the fact that, and that's why he likes guarantees. See, he wants things that are guarantees. He likes the
That's your
guaranteed
opinion, bro.
win. He
That's
wants
your
the
opinion.
guaranteed money. But see, when it comes to just putting himself out there, he's not ready to do that. He wants to stay in his safe space. Oh, I don't need him. Listen. I could go to the Hall of Fame based off my accomplishments. I could go to the Hall of Fame based off my my potential, my skill potential, what people believe my skill potential is. But here's what makes fighters great: win, lose, or draw. And that's why I give Sean Porter the credit I give him, because it's about seeing what your skill potential does against other equal leveled skill potential, how it does against that. That's what it's about. And what Terrence Crawford has showed us time and time again is that that is not what matters to him. What matters to him is getting the guaranteed money, right? And that's cool. He got a big family. I think I got like 6 kids. Shit, I would tell that man to pass up for $10 million. I'd be a goddamn liar if I said that. But what I will say is that his people who represent him out here in social media, that's not how they personify Terrence Crawford. They personify Terrence Crawford as if he's invincible, that
They
everyone is
don't do that
scared of
on
him,
EJ side, bro.
that everyone is scared of him, that he's the best in the world. And what happens is Terrence Crawford is not willing to show us that. He's not willing to show us that, because I'll tell you this right now, and I know the narrative would be like, oh yeah, you want to see him lose, right?
You
But
did.
we could respect if Terrence Crawford walked away from the negotiations. He said, you know what, PBC, they're not trying to pay me, or it's a effed up negotiation, and I will go. I'm never gonna fight Errol Spence. He's full of shit. It's never gonna happen, and it's
Y'all was
his
dragging
fault.
still.
And it's his fault, and it's never gonna happen. But then he turns around and tries, because he's his own boss, right? And he's choosing his situations. He turned around and called somebody like someone we think that could possibly beat him, like a Jerron Boots Ennis. Especially when there's a person like Jerron Boots Ennis who don't, nothing's officially ever announced. He doesn't have an opponent. It's hard for him to get an opponent. You know, it's it's things like that where he will skip over the stuff like that, and he'll go to David Avanesyan, or he'll fight uh uh who's this guy, Amir Khan, who's who knockout drag out fight with Samuel Vargas, and then he's in there with Terrence Crawford the next fight. I mean, at some point the training wheels have to come off. I mean, if you're number one pound for pound in the world,
Canelo
allegedly,
Alvarez fought him.
I'm talking about Bud. I'm just saying, even if Canelo Alvarez fought him, I mean, Bud fought him after that. I mean, we all saw that knockout, how this guy looked.
That was brutal. I ain't gonna lie. That shit
Okay,
was brutal.
and then we seen him fight a guy in Samuel Vargas who was a tune up for Danny Garcia to fight Keith Thurman that he knocked out early. We seen him get knocked out by Errol Spence. I'm talking about Samuel Vargas, and then we see Amir Khan fight that guy before he fights Terrence Crawford, and he gets knocked down, and it's a back and forth fight. So there has to be a point in time, when we have to say, even if he's not going to fight Errol Spence, let's just say, like you said, Bibbs, I'm over the fight. Fuck it, I don't want to see it no more. When are we going to see this guy fight somebody that we believe would be a challenge for him or has a chance of beating him?
I want to say one thing, then I gotta go. Y'all not gonna disrespect Roy Jones like that. Y'all ain't.
Coach, for real though, bro.
I got names for you, partner. I
Yeah, I
got
got
way
names
better
too.
names.
I got names that you duck.
Bernard Hopkins, James Toney, Virgil Hill, Emil Griffin,
All right, let's
Antonio
break them down.
Tarver, John Ruiz. I can keep going.
Except Bernard, right?
You said
It's for
John
a vacant title, right? Him and
Huh?
Bernard fought for a vacant title, right?
Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah, they fought for a vacant title.
I don't care what they fought for. He
Tony and
fought
Hopkins,
Bernard
bro.
Hopkins. He
No,
beat
no, no.
James
That was
Toney
a
when
young
James
Hopkins.
Toney was at 168 pounds when James Toney was the man in that division. And Roy
How is
moved up.
that? Check this out, right? Tony only had one belt, just like Roy. He only
We're
had
not talking about no belts. We're
just talking about names.
No, no.
talking
Okay,
about
okay, excuse me. Name: Julian Jackson, Gerald McCullen, Nigel Benn.
What about him?
He ain't fight none of them.
None of them.
Nigel,
Mississippi.
First of all,
didn't fight him either.
First of all, they came. Roy came a little behind them.
No,
That's
he didn't.
number one.
No, he didn't. They were
So,
all
so
fighting
listen,
at the
so
same
coach,
time.
that was my point that I was making. You just said it.
Check this out. Hold on.
Hold on, Karan.
Hey,
Hold on,
coach,
Karan.
let me say
Hold on,
this.
Karan. Hold on,
What?
Karan. I
Let me
wasn't
finish.
saying it.
Let me finish. I'm cooking. Let me finish.
Go ahead. Let him cook. Go ahead.
Gerald McCullen came out a year before Bernard and Roy, right?
Yeah.
Gerald McCullen fought Julian Jackson twice. He fought John the Beast Mugambi.
Uh-huh.
Roy Bernard fought none of them.
What weight division was that?
160.
160?
Yup.
How many belts Roy got at 160?
One IBF.
That's all he got was the 160 pound was the IBF. That's what you're telling me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he moved up to what?
And Tony only had the IBF. Roy didn't unify until he
That's why he took Tony belt.
He moved up to 168.
Check this out. Him and Bernard ducked the same 8-9 dudes.
Why you say? Hold on, wait. Why you say he ducked them and they didn't duck him?
Because they all fought each other.
When they all sat at that round table,
those were super middleweights that was at that table.
Wait a minute. As I recall, Nigel Benn fought Eubanks twice.
Right.
Twice. Yeah, so don't tell me that.
Fought neither one.
What?
Roy and Bernard fought neither one of them.
So how come they ducking them, but they wasn't ducking Roy? How you figure that?
Because they all fought each other, and they fought Joe McCullen.
So they fought each other because they wasn't scared of each other, but they were scared to fuck with Roy.
And they fought Steve Collins.
Why Roy didn't fight him then?
Check this out.
First of all, Gerald McClellan got fucked up when he fought Nigel Benn.
Everybody is a champ.
What about Mississippi?
At 160.
What about Darius Mississippi?
So none of them wanted to fight Roy at 160?
Roy ran the 168, right? He fought Tony. Listen, he fought Tony. Then he ran the 175 because it was heavy hitters at 168.
So he fought James Lights Out Tony. He fought James Lights Out Tony, who beat Michael second to none. He beat Michael second to none.
Let me speak. During that time, hold up. During that time, Mike McCullum and Reggie Johnson were both at 160. Roy didn't fight them till they were near 40.
Mike McCallum was at 168 pounds.
He was at 160.
Bro, Mike McCallum.
When Roy was coming through, he was at 160.
Well,
everybody ducked Mike McCullum. Mike McCullum fought when Sugar Ray and all them was rumbling.
Exactly. So understand what I'm saying. So Roy Jones had to build himself up like every fighter has to do.
No, he didn't.
Wait, hold on.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He had to build himself up.
He had to fucking have those fights at the beginning of his career when these dudes was going towards the end of their career. What are y'all talking about?
Mike
Roy had
McCallum was
about
going
50
back and
fights
forth
during
between
that time.
middleweight and super middleweight.
He didn't go back and forth. That's not true. That is a lie.
No, he didn't go back forward. Listen, Roy was fighting civil service during that time. He fought the
Bro, that's
mailman. He
because
fought the
Roy was
fireman.
They talk about Bud opponents. That shit
he
crazy
had
as
just
fuck, man.
turned pro. What are y'all talking about?
He did not. He
In
turned pro in
91,
'89. He turned pro in '89.
Yes, I know
We
when he turned pro.
'93.
in
You talking about
91,
92.
Mike McCallum was at 168 before James Toney. He went down from 167 in his last fight
Mike McCallum,
to fight James Toney at 160, then went back to 168. He fought James Toney at 160, but he was fighting at 168.
Yeah, he fought it both.
Bro.
So did Nigel Benn.
But
And
the only thing that I was saying was Roy Jones, like the era that he came in, he didn't really have the names like that other than Tony and fucking
Bernard.
And they wasn't,
And hold up. That was one per division. That was one per division.
So y'all trying to tell me that Virgil Hill wasn't nothing?
That
So
was 175, and Virgil Hill was old at that time.
Virgil Hill was nothing. We know Mike when he fought Mike McCallum. He fought Antonio Tarver. He beat he became the heavyweight champion of the world.
John Ruiz was one of the worst heavyweights too.
Yeah, who stopped Evander Holyfield for the title?
Yeah,
Holyfield stood there and rumbled him. All right, Roy picked the weakest heavyweight he could find.
Yep.
Well, you're going from 160. You going from 160 to heavyweight, bro. What are y'all talking about, bro?
No, he did. He was at 175. Then he moved
what
up.
I'm trying to tell you is he started his career. He started his career at 160. Like, come on, he did something that nobody else has done, bro.
Armstrong did it, didn't
he? He done something. Who else did it?
Henry Armstrong did it, didn't he?
Went from 160 to heavyweight and won it all. From 160, I want to see that.
Guys, I want to share something here real quick. So, Coach, I got a question for you. I say to most of the people on the panel, but I'm gonna direct it to Coach. Coach, are you familiar with the narrative when Errol Spence fought Lamont Peterson? He was old.
Do I agree with that? Hell no.
No, but have you heard that narrative?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's interesting that people say that because Lamont Peterson fought David Avanesyan and beat David Avanesyan right before he fought Errol Spence.
I know. I know.
So it's to me it's kind of like I don't. This is it's
besides the old Shane, he's lost to every name.
Yeah.
Right? Besides the old Shane, that's the only person he beat.
Shane Mosley was old.
Right. Other than that, he's lost to every name that we know.
Yep. So
but see,
I just think it's amazing.
It's the deal. All right. If you listen to the tape, right, when Avanesyan's manager is speaking, he says that they had spoke earlier, around the time that both of their contracts was coming up. Crawford's came up in November. Boyle's came up in February. That's why that fight was easy to put together. It already spoke. Crawford was going back and forth.
Yeah.
That's why he wasn't playing PBC that tough. Because he was working on his own thing.
He was working on his own thing. It looked like he wasn't really, he wasn't really.
I'm gonna jump back in the chat, bro. I gotta go.
Okay,
Coach.
Salute.
Blue Homie said that he went back to BLK. Like they had spoke previously during the summer, and then he went back to them.
He went back to him, correct?
Make the Spence fight.
Yep. He went back to, and not only did he go back to him, if you can remember when the WBA had that tournament with Ugas and Stanionis, and Al did whatever he had to do, which was people said pay step aside money for it to happen. People had a problem, but people don't have a problem that Avanesyan had a fight lined up and they paid his opponent step aside money to fight Bud.
Now hold on. Now that's the thing, right?
That means he selected.
When did he drop out of that fight? I've been trying to find that. When did he drop out of that fight?
I'm gonna have to dig and look.
It was like
but that means that Bud selected this guy.
Yeah, he selected him.
Yeah, and it's a guy that they said they had a relationship since the top rank days. So it's like, why make the statement if Bob can't get me to fight while I'm with him. How you gonna get me to fight without him? And then you go back to somebody. Bob was gonna line you up to fight when you was at top rank. There's so many holes in what he did.
He never wants
Yeah.
to fight. That's the thing. I've been saying this shit
Yeah.
from the start. Y'all think I be lying? I've been saying that nigga been a fraud his whole fucking career.
Well, I mean, that's why I brought up that
I
whole
mean, let's
thing
keep
with
it
that
real. Listen, Gamboa was a
check it, right?
featherweight that had one fight, and that he say that's his toughest fight.
Right. What you say,
Everybody
Best
else,
Boxing Source?
win.
and Gamboa is the really only champ that he's ever fought. Facts.
You said that's the only champion he's ever fought.
Well, like the
Real
only
champ. Real champ.
Come on, so that's not facts, then, man. Stop.
Check this out. And Dongo is a bump. Postal has never won a big fight since. So what are the champ?
One thing about it, you was a champ, bro. No matter what you think about it.
What other champ? See, because there's a difference between a champ and a belt holder.
Yeah.
True.
And Dongo was a belt holder. Postal was a belt holder. Ricky Burns was a champ, but he only fought English dudes. When he started fighting
It's always a butt. It's always a butt.
Whoever he said, Jay Rod says whoever outboxed Postal. I just watched Gary Anton Russell outbox his ass.
Hold up, he lost to Postal, he lost to Ramirez, he lost to what's the champ name? The one that lost. Remember the one supposed to be moving up from top rank.
Taylor.
Right. He lost to Taylor. Postal hasn't won a big fight since. And Dongo.
You talking about Taylor, the undisputed champ? You talking about Taylor, the undisputed guy?
Yeah.
You talking about that Taylor?
Yeah. All of them beat Postal.
Oh.
So how great was Postal?
Two undisputed champs beat Postal.
Huh?
Two undisputed champs beat Postal.
No. And Ramirez and Antoine.
And two undisputed champs.
So basically what we're gonna say is we're gonna look at we gotta give him credit for his losses, is what you're doing, going.
I'm just saying he lost to two undisputed champs.
Right, but he also named some
right?
other people that he lost to, and you just keep going to the two undefeated champs.
No, you know I like
he's lost
Russell.
He's lost to quite a bit of people.
So you know I fuck with Russell, bro. That's not
Hey,
too bad.
listen, Mo, he's lost to every top contender.
I'm just being funny because he said he never fought a champion, and I'm saying that
No, I said no. What real champ? Besides, listen, if you had a belt and you lost it the next fight, I don't consider you a real champ. You was a belt holder.
About what you consider, man.
You was a belt holder. Check this out. Horn beat Manny, right? And still wasn't top 10. What are you talking about?
Okay. Was we talking about that?
Your game, you said well, you had a question for me or something?
Oh no, I was gonna tell you to cook because it seemed like there was something you wanted to ask or say.
Oh, in reference to Crawford, like you said, I mean,
he never wanted it, coach.
Yeah. So the thing about it is it looked like he was trying to stall, right? Because
no, he was playing them for a bigger paycheck. That's all.
We're playing them for that. But to have that thing from BLK come to him, that was pretty much his get out of jail free card.
He searched for it though.
Hey, but check this out.
The thing.
Kwame, run that quote back. He said when they asked him, was he going to fight Smith at 147 or 54?
Oh yeah, and he said, "Man,
listen,
I don't think it's ever going to happen."
Being honest. He was being honest then.
He was being honest.
Oh, now you believe him.
Yup. He said they'll never fight, and he walked away from the negotiations. So his actions match his words.
Never. Really? Why say never? What about 154, Terrence?
Never gonna happen.
What about?
Do you see Bud Crawford and Errol Spence fighting at 147 or at 154?
I really don't even see us fighting, to tell you the truth.
I never really felt like I really needed Errol Spence for my legacy or my career.
And like I said before, man, I don't need Spence. You know, I've been the #1 guy in the division since I came here.
Man, I couldn't believe it. Yo, that last part when he said that after the Porter fight and that post-fight press conference with me being there, I was like, man, I should have believed him there. But
Wow.
it was crazy too, cause what was that? After that, he was like at an after party or something like that. Out there with a lot of his boys and whatnot. Like Jamel Herring and Steven Nelson and all them, and it's like, yo, so you mean to tell me that you're not willing to submit your legacy as one of the greatest fighters in the past 35, 40 years to try to get a fight against Errol Spence Jr. Like, if he's a man of his word on that,
Because he's
then yeah,
bro,
Kwame, you got me.
he's scared of because he's scared of
Scared of losing.
losing. That's the
Listen, hey,
problem.
coach.
He's
Since you
not
mentioned
scared
Steve
of
Hey,
Nelson,
offense.
right?
He's
but
scared of losing.
I get you, on that, because if you're not scared of losing, you wouldn't even necessarily care about what you're gonna be getting paid
Right.
for a fight. You would be like, hey, I'm ready to go for this regardless of the result. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Hey, but he's gonna turn around and say, oh, that he
I'm
claimed
going
that
to
he
Hall of Fame.
accepted but he goes on that video and claims that he said that he accepted all of those terms, because that's what he said. Like, that's what I feel like I had to do in order to prove that I could beat that man. If you did that, then you would have signed a contract.
No, coach. Listen, this is what you'll understand, right? His fight was in November, right? He became a free agent.
Yep.
If he really wanted them fights, he would have been calling PBC the next day, next week. Look, I want
Yep.
Spence. I want Charlo. They was going to give him a multi-fight deal. He didn't want that.
He wanted higher. He wanted more guarantee money.
He wanted money
He
that
wanted to
listen.
go
He
make
wanted
someone
money
else's
he knew
company
they wasn't
bankrupt.
going
Oh,
to give him, so he had a way out.
here's another thing about the whole guaranteed money part. That's the point. I think you were saying. Was it Kieran? Like, if the fight doesn't take place, they don't get that guaranteed money, because that money doesn't get paid until either the day before or the day of, and they have to submit that information to the state athletic commission.
But they not licensed though.
Oh,
So
for
I don't
this
know how they're
particular
going to do
thing,
that.
uh, it's they got like some event promoter that's never done any type of event of this magnitude before to kind of sign off on this thing. But either way, like, I'm already looking at this stuff and I'm like, man, the math is not mathing. Okay, not mathing at all. Like, the highest price ticket is $500, and they expect to make how much off of this? Okay. On a platform that we know can't handle more than 100,000, if that, on their servers. Like, people actually believe this stuff. That's the part that really gets me. Like, people actually believe that a platform of this caliber can actually handle that much bandwidth when we never seen that from them ever before. I just don't. Yeah, like I said, the math ain't mathing to me.
And
Just being straight up.
none of the math adds up. He was in the best possible position he could have been in. He wanted to make a lot of money. They can't guarantee him a lot of money because he's never generated a lot of money. So how can you ask for a guarantee for something you don't generate? And the type of money he wanted, the best way for him to get it was the way he was going about it, which was getting a percentage of the net revenue. Like, that's what the people get after they, all the expenses are taken care of. That's the profit they walk away with. And he was going to walk away with 45% or 35%, whatever it is.
35%. But
35%.
yeah,
And that's a great offer. I mean, considering that if we go down to the numbers, he doesn't even sell 35% of what Errol Spence sold.
right. But here's the hang up though, right? Even with the guarantee, there would have been a deal in place for them to get a percentage of the pay-per-view revenue. But the problem is that they have to have a break-even point from those pay-per-view buys in order for them to get extra money.
Right.
So if you wanted that guarantee, it's like, cool, okay, you could get that guarantee, but if this pay-per-view doesn't get this amount of buys, then what you get is what you get.
Right.
Hey, coach, can you hear me?
I ain't Coach's boxing source.
Oh, boxing source. No, it's deeper than that, right? Crawford did another interview where he said, PBC want to roll out the red carpet for me now.
Right.
But when I was with Top Rank, they didn't want to mess with me. So I don't want to mess with them now.
So and that should tell you a lot. You said the business is fucked up, but in the same breath, he said they rolled out the red carpet for him.
And that's why I say he never wanted to do business with him.
Yeah.
He never wanted to do business with him. But here's another thing, right? Like Terrence Crawford just witnessed, while he was under Top Rank, he just witnessed 2 fights with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury generate what they generated. And you mean to tell me that he could get with or communicate with Bob Arum to orchestrate or organize the biggest fight in the welterweight division? Because he didn't really really do it.
No, listen. When Fury made them sue them for that third fight, that messed up any chance Bob had of making that Crawford fight.
Facts.
That changed everything.
Facts. If you guys remember, that's exactly when Bob Arum started stating that fight's never gonna happen. Unless he started getting mad. Don't even talk about it. That fight's never happening.
Right. If they had to sue us for the big fight, damn well they ain't think about no damn Crawford. The hell with you and Crawford. Oh, we had a contract and you still trying to play games? Why bother with you?
See, you see these Bud fans. They just say anything. They rolled out the red carpet after the fact, bruh. He did that interview before all of this. What are you talking about? I mean, at some point, you guys just got to keep it real, bro. If you can, the real Terrence Crawford fans are the ones who say, "I still got Terrence Crawford beating Errol Spence, but this move that he did was some bullshit." If you gotta have to be right with every single point or every single fact of something he did that people don't find too kosher, that means you a fanboy. That's what that means. Because any uh fan of the sport is not going to be okay with the top pound for pound fighter not fighting the next pound for pound fighter and going to fight David Avanesyan and selecting him and paying step aside money.
Hey, you know what, Kwame?
Yeah.
I'm glad this Thurman fight is happening because I felt some way about that. If you're gonna fight Danny and Porter, you gotta fight Keith.
Yeah, I feel the
Bottom
same
line.
way. I feel the same way. I feel like Errol Spence's logic and reasoning behind fight it not wanting to fight Thurman is his prerogative, but I don't agree with it.
Right.
I mean, if you don't like the motherfucker, he never gave you a fight. I mean, why be personal and petty about paydays? Now, you know what? Offer him a lower split. You in the driver's seat. You in the driver's seat. But it's a good fight. And I tell you this, it's a big money fight. It's a fight that he can have in Texas and make all that money again. And it's gonna be 3 times as big as what Terrence Crawford is doing. So, I'm just flabbergasted by what Terrence Crawford did. I am. So it, it don't, bro. It don't matter what you said. Who paid who? Errol Spence didn't pay Stanley on this step aside money. Uh, PBC did. So none of that is relevant. The fact is, you had a deal. I'm pretty sure they asked you who you wanted to fight or whatever, and this is the guy you went after. It don't matter who paid in the step aside money. Step aside money was paid to this guy so he could fight the number one pound for pound fighter in the world. That's a Who paid step aside money for a guy Lamont Peterson beat before he got trashed by Errol Spence. You should be ashamed of yourself for supporting that.
Like, does anyone like know the opponent that David Avanesyan fought up until this point, like his last fight?
Somebody named Kelly.
I'll find
Nah.
it. I'll find it.
Somebody named Kelly.
Nope.
I'll find it.
It wasn't like one of them Kelly folks. But I mean, you got David Avanesyan that had came from whatever could have happened between him and Virtual Ortiz Jr. to fighting who he ended up fighting, and it's going to show up here. And then he was put in position. He was part of a Queensbury Promotions card that was scheduled for November 19th. So, like, we're talking
look
about
at this shit here.
Oscari Mets, right?
Look at this shit. This fight with Terrence Crawford right now says for this is Avanesyan's box rec.
Mm-hmm.
It says scheduled bout subject to change and commission approval.
What I tell you, I wasn't.
Well,
It's not even. It's not even in stone yet.
Well, it's not listed.
And
It's
we
not
less than,
listed.
and we are 33. We're a month and 3 days away from it, and it's not even put together yet.
Right. And here's the thing: like we're in early Saturday morning. By Monday morning, they're supposedly having this thing up on Ticketmaster. Now, if I don't see anything on Ticketmaster on Monday, there gonna be some real questions coming up.
That's why I asked what questions I asked.
So David Avanesyan last fights a Sakari Mets 15-0. This guy, if you look over here, he's a 2-star fighter. You see that Crawford's a 5-star. This guy's a 2-star fighter. This guy he fought Liam Taylor, knockout win, 3-star fighter. Josh Kelly, knockout win, so he's on a roll. There we go, Jose Del Rio. But this is the type of opponents that Terrence Crawford likes to fight. He likes to fight guys. He likes to fight guys that hasn't beaten anybody, but he can say they just had some good or beat some good fighters, or they're coming off I'm trying to see if I can find Benavidez. Here we go. For instance, we look at Jose Benavidez Jr. We'll pull up his box rec. Only 2 losses, 27 wins, 18 KOs. But if you see here before Terrence Crawford, here we go. Frank Rojas, 1-star fighter. Matthew Strode, 1-star fighter. Francisco Santana, 3-star fighter. Sidney Sequeira, 1-star fighter. Jorge Page Jr., 2-star. These are the type of guys that Terrence Crawford fights. He'll say,
this is
"Hey,
almost like
he's coming off of 2 knockout wins
you know what
against two 1-star fighters. This is a good fight."
Hey, Kwame, you know what this reminds me of?
Who?
When Kell Brook was the IBF champ before he fought Errol Spence and Gennady Golovkin. Those were the type of fighters that he was fighting. If I'm not mistaken.
At least
after he beat Sean Porter, right?
Yeah, at least Kell Brook had a Sean Porter. I mean, this dude and beat him convincingly. This dude's beat nobody. The only guy that I even recognize on here is Mauricio Herrera because he got robbed against Danny Garcia in Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the only guy I recognize on here. But there's a pattern that we have to accept of who Terrence Crawford is as a fighter, not from a talent perspective, but the level of opponents that he wants to fight. And for being top pound for pound, this shows me he's a bum basher.
Okay, this is all this my question. Who did he fight to become pound for pound? Period.
Julius Ndongo. I mean, and it's not. But the thing is, that's not a joke though.
Yeah, that's the thing about it.
It's not a
It's
joke. I'm
not.
not saying it to be funny. I'm saying it like when Terrence Crawford starts boasting about being in the Hall of Fame, it's because he was undisputed in the last weight class. That has really got to his head. He accomplished that. He accomplished that, and no one's gonna knock his accomplishment. And he fought whoever they put in front of him. But the facts is the
No,
people they put in front.
ho. That's not true. He fought who they picked, who him and Bomac picked.
Okay. Well, his
Super,
legacy's
super
gonna suffer.
lightweight. Like, shoot, man, Ray Beltran in 2014. You know, thing with Beltran was what was it? I thought he did become. Well, no, he didn't. Damn, he did. Yeah,
He
he
was the
became lightweight
WBO
champion.
#1 contender. That's who he
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
That's all he was.
But yeah, because he had a shot to become champion, but he had a draw against Ricky Burns though.
Yeah. And they felt as though he lost that, he won that fight and got robbed.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this, boy. I thought Terrence Crawford was about that action, boy. He said, "Got that glow. I know you see it because I most definitely could feel it." And this was him frauding that he was gonna fight Errol Spence. So he got the glow to fight David Avanesyan. Man, this is some bullshit, bro. It's a bullshit, bro. And I'm gonna stand on it again, and I'm gonna say it from the mountaintops. He's not the #1 pound for pound fighter in the world. He can't be. He needs a
Oh,
tune-up.
the boxing source has him at number 5 pound for pound.
He needs a tune-up. He's not even higher. He's not higher than Errol Spence.
Nope, he's not.
He's not. You can't. You can't just coast. You can't just sit up and coast and just be called the top pound for pound fighter in the world and just be coasting for 5, 6, 7 years and not have to prove it against no one. Everyone gets excited because this guy can switch and he can fight. I give him that. He can fight.
Yeah, like
But
yeah, but
against who?
yeah,
Right. That's how that's
exactly.
been my question.
Like who? Yeah, you're right. Who did he beat in order to become this top pound for pound fighter? That's wild.
No one.
Yo, I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna go to that transnational boxing rankings board to see if they had something on there. Um.
Hey, check out that company, man. I'm trying to tell y'all. That thing might
Oh,
not have.
with the $5 million annual profit thing.
Hey, man, I'm trying to tell you, man. That thing ain't secure yet. Kwame just read it. Ain't nothing secure about that fight.
That's true.
Like, yeah,
30 days away. Okay.
30. Yeah.
That's why I asked. Drico. Do he keep that money if the fight don't happen?
All right, let me see here. They got
That's a real bad look if it don't.
All right, Terrence Crawford became like say #1 pound for pound around like September 20 for actually beating Julius Hidalgo. That's what he became
That's true.
#1
There's no
pound for
disrespect to him or anything, but that's the truth though. That's what he's been holding on to
Oh
and screaming
no.
he's gonna go to the Hall of Fame about.
Oh man.
I was really cracking up. I don't know if anyone heard him say this, but he just did. He put out. He said, did an interview or something. He said that the reason Earl Spence is hot is because they
Because
attached
of
Earl
him.
Spence's name to him once he came to the
Yeah.
division.
Oh
He really
yeah,
said
that's
that.
what he
He really
said.
said
Yep,
that.
he
I
said
said
that.
I know for a fact this nigga's delusional for real now.
No, listen. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what did it for me, Kwame. When he did that interview, he said, I'm the best fighter in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. He said it like he was trying to convince himself of it.
You know what that sounds like? Current, well, well, not currently, but before he ended up getting humbled. You know what that sounds like?
LeBron James.
Well, no, not LeBron James. Teofimo Lopez.
LeBron James said that dumbass shit too. I'm the greatest in the world. He got his ass kicked.
Yeah,
Hey
John
man.
Molina Jr., Felix Diaz, and Julius Ndongo, and that had him become the number one pound for pound fighter in the sport.
All right, but
Wow.
check this out though. Broner was at 140 during that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mikey was around. Lipinets was his IBF mandatory that he ran away from.
Well,
I mean, let's keep it all the way above.
I don't know if Mikey could have got that fight at that point, given Mikey's current status at that time.
Mikey, listen, the only reason Mikey couldn't have got it because Bob wouldn't have gave it to him.
That's right.
And that's why Mikey called out Spence, because he know he couldn't get no fight at 135 or 140 because Bob had him on lock.
Yeah, because he
Yo,
wanted
yo,
to fight
yo, yo.
Lomachenko.
Hey, hey, Kwame.
What's up?
I just hung up with with I don't want to talk about October's very own. That's what I call him, October's very own. You know what I'm talking about?
No,
You don't know October's very own?
no.
Brian
I
Norman,
don't.
Brian Norman Senior,
Oh, okay.
Brian Norman Junior.
They were supposed to fight on that John.
When he shook Bud, it
Yep.
was in October. That's why I call him October's very own.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he got the OVO going on, But I just hung up with his ass before I got back on this live. But yeah, he was saying the same shit. He said, "Come on, man. He that Black Prime shit is a fluke, nigga.
And his
Oh
son
Is
is
a
not. His
is
son
a
is
that's right.
fucked
fucking
with it.
fluke.
They were supposed to they were
Is a
supposed to
fluke.
be fighting on that joint for like
Yeah, it's a fucking fluke."
yeah. So it was
And I
like what was that like February,
I literally
March?
just hung up with the nigga like 3 minutes ago. Like I ain't gonna say
Yeah,
30
yeah,
seconds ago.
yeah. Like they were
I don't
supposed
mean
to
to
have
put the
like
man
a
business out here.
I mean, they were supposed to have a fight like February or March on that joint, and they reschedule it, and then it just didn't
Yeah,
necessarily happen.
I
Didn't
think
happen.
the fight with him and Bud Black Prime would have been bigger than an Avanesyan fight.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been
Well,
nigga. It would have been a nigga who rocked his ass.
mm-hmm,
Young Bull coming up in the game.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
So
that
yeah, I'm almost like, but they come up with this. I'm like, okay,
No, he
yeah,
came up with that. He the
niggas
boss.
scared, man.
yeah. He the boss. He the boss. I'm still waiting on the Ticketmaster things to open up and be on sale.
I ain't waiting on shit. I give a fuck what this shit do because I'm not watching it. I'm not paying
Yeah,
for
I
it.
ain't.
I'm not
Yeah,
buying a
you're
ticket.
watching Teofimo
I
Lopez.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch
Kwame,
that, and I'm gonna watch
Kwame,
the highlights on YouTube.
Kwame, I'm gonna be tuned in to ESPN Top Rank. I gotta watch my nigga Tiger Johnson. You know what I'm
That's what I
saying?
was saying. They got a tight card
I
at
gotta watch
fight.
my guy get busy, nigga. Fuck
Mm-hmm.
Bud on that
Yo,
type of shit. Bud ain't fighting no real competition. I might as well watch this nigga fight no real competition and work
It's
his way up.
mm-hmm.
He
it,
acting like a goddamn prospect.
yeah, it's crazy. They want to ask you, are you a fan of boxing? Try to set you up and then ask you, well, if you're a fan of boxing, why aren't you buying that fight? The same reason motherfuckers don't buy a lot of fights. They don't feel like
Yeah,
that fight is worth being. That's like saying, are you a fan of boxing? Did you pay for Andy Ruiz and King Kong Ortiz? No, because we didn't believe that was worth spending money on.
yeah.
Right.
And to be quite honest, those guys were closer in level of competition than Bud and
Bud
Avanesyan
Crawford,
are.
yeah. What Bud doing? Yeah, you right.
Fuck, I'm gonna go spend some money on that for.
Wait,
Yeah.
so yeah, so let's see. You mean to
And
tell me that?
it's no disrespect to Bud, but it's his level of
Listen,
competition.
Facts.
Like nigga, you know you a dog. You a
listen.
dog. Why you out here fucking chasing cats?
Mm.
Cause maybe he
Yeah,
ain't a dog.
That's it. He's afraid of losing. That's why.
Yeah. He
He
listen,
afraid
like
of
he
getting
man.
it.
wants. Yeah.
Hey,
Like,
Kwame, like you said, when that motherfucker when Bud watched how guys when Bo Mac talking all that shit, he's a killer. Guys is a killer. And that motherfucker got his face broke. All of a sudden, Earl Spence on steroid.
Yep.
mm,
All of a sudden, he come on now, man, beat it, beat
so
it, get out of here.
man, we gonna have on December 10th, Lopez versus Pedraza, Jared Anderson versus Jerry Ford, Xander Zayas is
That's
gonna
a good
be on
ass
there.
card, a good
Keyshawn
ass card.
Davis going up against Juan Carlos Burgos. Like,
That's a dog
man,
ass card.
Yeah, that's a really good card.
That's what I was
man.
saying. That card is one.
Bob Aaron, a slick
But
motherfucker,
you know
ain't he?
what? Bud don't give a fuck. Bud is a nigga who, long as you pay me, he good. He don't give a fuck
Right.
who make on the back end. He don't give a fuck. He could care less.
Ugh.
Hey, Spence, we got 25 mil. Hey, you know what I'm saying, nigga? We good. Who gives a fuck about the back
Listen,
end?
But
But
listen,
he not realizing, nigga, you if you do very good,
mm,
this the record label industry shit I'm talking about. If you do good, period, they gonna offer you 50. If you give them 25 mil and you did good, they gonna offer you a 45 mil, 35 mil. They gonna offer
first
you
of all,
they gonna offer you double what you just
mm,
did because you that nigga.
first of all,
You know
there's
what I'm
money.
saying? But he don't realize, he don't care about being that nigga.
There's
He just
money.
yeah,
don't
First
care
of
right,
all,
about
right,
there's
it.
right.
money
But
in there's money in the rematch, and it's
yep.
crazy because I'm sitting here thinking Bud is okay with $10 million to fight David Avanesyan. He would rather be okay and be King Kong, in his circle with $10 million for fighting Avanesyan, rather than have 35 or $40 million and possibly take a loss. It's amazing because it's like you can't call someone with that mentality the number one pound for pound fighter in the world.
Yeah, that's
You
fucked
can't.
up.
You can't do it.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Nigga, like Earl told him, nigga, I ain't have a guarantee neither.
Right.
And nigga, my guarantee was bigger than yours, of course. I'm the A side, but
Right.
I ain't get no guarantee neither, nigga. Let's do this.
He's
He
so
ain't,
worried.
nigga. Al was trying to make them niggas businessmen. Y'all
Yep.
about to make y'all fuck up upfront money, fuck a guarantee. You about to make some real. You about to make the bag. You want to make a purse or you want to make the bag?
I
You know what
mean,
I'm saying?
and the
Nigga, he
fact
about to
that
make. He trying to get niggas the bag.
yeah, the fact that this guy got them to put the money in an account and no one touched it until everyone agreed on what happened with the money in the turn. That I mean that says a lot. And I think the other thing is where a lot of people haven't called Bud out on this, but Bud said that he accepted all the terms and Spence don't want to sign the contract. This is
Yeah.
what he said. And
They
then
were saying all kind of stuff.
yeah, I mean, this is bad, man. It's bad.
He
It's
said,
bad, bro.
yeah, he said, wait, he said Spence didn't want to sign the
He was
contract.
nowhere to be found. He was
It
putting
was
all that
not.
shit on social media.
Yeah,
I think
they
he
put
got
that
mad because
down on.
Spence went on
Yeah,
vacation.
that was the thing that had me right.
It
So weeks, hold on, weeks before when it then initially was reported that the fight was falling apart, that Terrence Crawford went out and said that, hey, I tried to get this fight done, but Errol Spence is nowhere to be found. And then
Mm,
weeks later, he says that he was talking with Errol Spence for something completely different.
right.
So
di-
is it that Spence was nowhere to be found,
Yeah,
or
he
were
said
you just
I
talking to
took all the
Spence?
turns. I
no
took
no
the
nah.
35%. I didn't
Nah,
get a guarantee. I
what
did
fucked it?
everything and accepted it, but Spence was nowhere to be found. He
Hey,
don't want to
Kwame,
fight.
Nah,
listen.
what fucked it up is when this nigga Bud said, "Oh, nigga, we got 25 million a piece. You know, for us be a piece, nigga. This Floyd Mayweather money, nigga. That ain't no Floyd Mayweather money, nigga. Floyd 25 million a piece, nigga. That's Floyd Mayweather money. Man, get out of here." And that motherfucker sitting there, he said that was really fucked. That's what really made him look like an asshole. That nigga actually had the nerve to say, Spence gonna ask me, first thing he gonna ask me, what the back end looking like. He thought that was like the worstest thing in the world. Oh,
Basically,
nigga, he got the nerve to ask me what the back end looking like.
yeah, he basically
Nigga, what the
said,
fuck is you talking about?
yeah,
You
he
gonna let these
basically,
niggas get rich? Spence ain't leaving shit on the floor, nigga. We ain't leaving shit on the floor on a fight this big.
yeah,
Nigga, you crazy than a motherfucker.
he basically said, when Spence acted with the back end, he was like, what does it matter? We getting 25 million guaranteed. Like,
Yeah.
if the shit don't sell, people got fire sticks. Fuck that. And they like, well, and Al says to him, he trying to talk some sense into this guy. He's like,
Right. Why
why
you
would you
cap your
want to
ceiling?
cap yourself like that? Why would you want to put a cap? That's because he don't believe that the fight is gonna sell because
He don't
his
believe in
fights
himself.
don't sell. Right, and it says a lot.
He
Yeah,
don't
It's
believe
but
in
it
just
himself.
just no, it
it's
just
crazy,
shows that
man.
he
He,
doesn't.
it's crazy, man.
It shows that he
It
doesn't
was
And that and
just.
that and that come from being around top rank for so long where these people don't pamper this man where you know what I'm saying, he know he could walk in. You think he gave a fuck about fucking up like, and niggas don't understand that. They trying to shit on Bob. Bob probably signed the deal, whatever the case may be. Bob probably signed this nigga and said, "Look, I need 7 fights out of you, and okay, guarantee 4 mil." Like I said, I had my brother on the phone. This nigga, he didn't know what ESPN Plus was made of. ESPN Plus was made off of Bud Crawford. He like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, nigga, do you think Bud give a fuck about that? He don't give a fuck about that. As long as he get his money, he don't care. As long as I get my money, as long as
he's
I
not
get
a
that, and
draw,
that's
bro.
bad.
Bro, he's
That's
not. But Terrence Crawford is not a draw because of what he's doing right now. It's a level of competition he's
they don't
chosen
give
to
a
fight.
fuck.
And
He,
his business sense. No, his business sense is messed up.
yeah.
He
Hey,
yeah,
Kwame,
his
I
business.
got a
He
question for the group.
What's up?
Okay, check this out, right, y'all. After what he did with these negotiations, besides Spence maybe wanting this fight, do you see any other promoter even messing with him for real?
No,
They
On the
weren't
chance
messing
that he
with.
might do the same thing.
They weren't messing with him to begin with.
to
it's
begin with.
just it's just different levels of marketing. Like, can you imagine when if Spence if 50 would have called Spence to come to that goddamn basketball game, whether he hit 40 shots, whether he nigga Spence could have been in that bitch shooting air balls and they would have made a star out of his ass. It's different levels, and some niggas got it and some niggas don't. Bud don't got it. Earl do. It's
I ain't
just
even
some
talking
niggas
about
got
in
it. You know
comparison.
what I'm
No, no,
saying?
listen. I'm not even talking about in comparison to anybody. I'm just talking about the business move that he just made with PBC. Do you see any of these other promoters
Yeah, he
giving
done
him a
fucked. He
shot?
done fucked up. He
Yeah,
done
the
fucked up the
fact that
Charlo
he,
They're not
fight.
gonna touch him.
yeah, the fact that he walked
That's it.
off, like he went dark and walked off and
It's
Yeah,
and made
over.
the announcement, which was like that tells you everything.
Nah.
The fact
Like
that this dude walked off and then stated that he wanted to get back with PBC after he did this, but didn't make them aware of it and went dark.
hey, Kwame,
That's
it's
him.
almost like what
Kwame.
Keon said. What Keon said about Oscar De La Hoya doing this shit right now, and then he want to fucking Tank and fucking Ryan Garcia fight. How you gonna do that?
Now
Like, nigga,
you
you
gonna
just
put it
shitted on
like
this
that?
man.
Yeah, you did. But with Crawford, right? Him going with this fight against David Avanesyan and kind of like ditching PBC. He's pretty much done.
Yeah,
Like,
I put a
like,
I put a
like.
post up. I put a post up and I said
He
that
talked about Al's
don't
mom.
nobody. I put a post up and I said ain't nobody fucking with that fight. Then if he fuck around in that bitch and get knocked out, now I got 100,000, 100 million views off of Terrence Crawford getting knocked out, and he ain't had no He ain't got no rights to. They could sell BLK could sell that shit to ESPN. They could sell it to a network or whatever. He ain't got no rights or whatever because he settled for that shit. They can show that shit 10 years from now, 5 years from now. Whatever. He not gonna get paid off this. He got his 11 million off of it. He done. He cooked.
But whether he gets that thing win or lose, like who else is gonna deal with him?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't see. Everybody kept saying Oscar De La Hoya got the
Spence want that
Oscar
fight
De La.
still. Spence might try.
I disagree with that shit. When niggas was saying Oscar De La Hoya got the door open, saying I agree with Bud. Nigga, no, you don't agree with Bud. You just doing something that's beneficial. Because if
Nah,
you
he
agree
doing
with him,
something beneficial.
if you agree with him, you would have hit that nigga up personally. You would
Yep.
have called that nigga and hit him up like, yo.
Listen, if Oscar De La Hoya thought that Crawford was such a commodity, then he would have worked a way to sign him.
Yeah, he would have worked a way to sign them. He would.
Listen, like you, he didn't have
clout
to
chasing.
like say for example, he wouldn't have had to face like a Virgil Ortiz straight away. You would have had somebody like Alexis Rocha that was available. That he
would have.
Or
if they would have built that nigga up and made him fight.
Blair
What's old boy?
Cobbs.
What Blair Cobbs? They
Yep.
would have had him fight. But yeah, that shit. Oscar De La Hoya don't give a fuck about that nigga. He just trying to cash clout off his name right now. He ain't trying to. He know that nigga don't sell. Oscar De La Hoya looking for a bag right now, and Virgil Ortiz versus Terrence Crawford is not a bag. He know that. He know it. He like nigga. I was just Crawford call on tomorrow. He'll be like, I was just fucking with you, bro. I'm just saying, no, he ain't finna fuck with that nigga on no business tip. He know goddamn well Crawford can't bring him the bag. He know goddamn well Crawford can't bring him the bag he want.
I know for sure that Eric Gomez, said that we can't even match him up with any of our guys to get something. So
he rather that nigga rather do Jaime McGuire first what's the nigga name? The nigga who
Hanuli?
No, a damn it, a dear man. What's his name?
Adames.
He'd rather do that fight before he fucking sign Crawford.
Damn.
Even though old boy get his ass whooped, even though McGuire get his ass whooped, but he'd rather do that shit. He ain't got shit to offer Crawford because you know Crawford gonna come over that bitch and Crawford gonna want a big penny. He not finna break Golden Boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you not finna come over here and break us, bro.
It ain't even about Golden Boy. Eddie already said he ain't messing with him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Eddie definitely ain't fucking with him. Eddie ain't gonna. That's what I like about Eddie. That's what I like about Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn ain't he ain't gonna. No, it ain't gonna bite his tongue. He gonna let a nigga know.
Yeah, dude said they ain't got nothing for him.
Facts, man. This is crazy, man. It's just the fact that it's been a long 4 years of his fan base or his fanboys, because as we can see now, it's like they follow his lead. They sit up and call Spence fans exactly who they are. He sat
Yeah,
up and
I don't
called
know how
Spence.
they see that.
Yeah, he sat up and called Spence exactly who he is.
I
All the things he said about Errol Spence, it turns out that that's what was going on with him. And now we see with his fans, his fanboys, they say fanboys and this and that. That's exactly what they're doing. I don't understand well, I can't understand it because they're not rational. You said
Man, I watch this shit every day, man. I work at MGM Grand. I supply the liquor for. I work for MGM Grand, and I put my earbuds in and listen to this shit every motherfucking day, and it shocks me. I'm listening to motherfuckers, and that's why I be on Cheeto ass. Cheeto be, whoa, did you hear what they just said? Oh, nigga, they just said, nigga. Well, Cheeto, they just said, nigga, Earl Spence eyelash is not long enough. I'm like, what? I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here, man. They say his eyelash is not long enough. Oh, bro, I feel them on that. I said, man, get the fuck out of here.
I stay on
And
his head.
you know, Shido, my guy, because me and Shido done had personal talks long time ago. He won't pick up the phone for me now. But we had long time when it was the Earl Spence and Ugas shit. And I told him, I said, bro, he said, oh man, I know Ugas is a different nigga. This and I said, man, Earl about to stop his ass. And I kept telling him, Earl gonna knock his ass out. He gonna stop his ass. I said, Earl got a point to prove. I said, nigga, this is the game. No, I don't think it's gonna work that way. And boom, it happened. He won't pick up the phone for me no more.
Hey, Brian, that's
What up?
big. He was the main one talking about boycotting the fight.
Talking about who?
He was the main one talking about people should boycott the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And they got
main
mad
one.
at me. Listen, they got mad at me when I said people should boycott your podcast.
And I fuck with Shido. I love Shido channel. I thumbs up every time he come on.
I'm on there with him.
Hey, Kwame. Kwame, check your messages.
Okay, give me a second.
No. I'm just saying, not now. I'm just saying when.
Check this out. I mean, Spence says big announcement tomorrow for Frank Martin.
Oh, he about to fuck.
No,
he about to fuck
Chris Colbert.
Chris Colbert. He about to fuck Chris Colbert up.
He actually not fighting Chris Colbert. He put out another tweet. Stating
Raleigh
that
been wanting some work.
Yeah, stating that Chris Colbert coach said that he ain't in shape.
After all that junk he was talking.
Chris Colbert don't give a fuck though. He the type of nigga that take that fight. You know, he don't give a fuck. Chris Colbert is a /Terence Crawford. He want a bag. He want the money. Nigga,
Chris Colbert seemed like he got more heart though. Chris Colbert seemed like he'll take a fight even if
not in that last fight.
Oh well, yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. My bad.
No, but I understand what Kwame talking about. He got more heart. He got more heart than that. Yeah, you right. You right, Kwame.
Yeah, well, I can't say that because the only reason I can't say that is because what I saw out of him in that last fight, we gotta call him primetime chicken. That's what I call him, primetime chicken. Because he didn't fight his last fight.
Hold up, hey Kwame. Hold up. Did you see the interview where he was asking Gary Russell, can he fight? And Gary Russell said, I can slap the shit out of nigga though.
Right. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that motherfucker. Chris Colbert. Yeah, I like Chris too. But yeah, he ain't fucking with no fucking Frank Martin.
That's gonna be at what, 135?
He moving up. Yeah, he got a lot of heart. Yeah. Bud ain't. Hey, Kwame, what was that shit you put up when the nigga was talking about Mikey when Bud was talking about Mikey Garcia? But nigga, you forget about I just told my brother that shit. It's an old post that Earl did when niggas was saying the nigga said something about Mikey Garcia. Oh nigga, Mikey Garcia, he, you know what I'm saying, he was a lightweight, this and that. And then it was Earl, and Earl commented, and he said, so what you think I'm gonna do to your boy? Like nigga, he 135. They said, oh, he was 135 pounder. You couldn't knock him out. Blah blah blah. And Earl said, nigga, what you think I'm gonna do to your boy then?
Yep. That was with
you remember
Keyshawn.
that? You remember that post?
Yeah, with Keyshawn.
Oh yeah, it was with Keyshawn. Yeah, Keyshawn shit. Yeah.
So yeah, man.
The Keyshawn replied to my he was live and he replied to my shit. He ain't replied to it, but he said it. I said, nigga, I said, Bud about to do 40K, 60K at his best. And he replied, he said, nigga, Bud about to do 40, and then he hung up on the shit. Yeah, nigga, it's gonna be 40K, 60K at his best, nigga. That's them bad numbers, man. You can't do that shit.
Man, that jump might not happen, period.
Yeah,
I doubt it happens. I doubt it happens.
And that's gonna make him look even like That's gonna be a bad look. You walked out of negotiations for what?
No
For some
reason.
phony 10
Man,
million you
sucker.
ain't get.
Hey, and I called Earl. I called him. I called Earl. I said, man, I got 25 for you. Nigga, you not even this would fuck me up. How the fuck you got 25 for me and 25 for you? Nigga, I'm not the 25 you getting. I'm bigger than you. It would have made a lot more sense if you said I got 35 for you and 25 for me, 45 for you and 25. You know what I'm saying? No, but even nigga ain't even a fucking even match. So now you already done fucked up.
No, B, that ain't even it. Look, right? He said that they said they know Al. All right, so they
Oh
know
yeah,
Al, but they
you're
went
right.
through you. But
Yeah,
they went through
yeah,
you.
they call him Bud, but they know Al.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up, man. We've been on here
All right,
for four
Kwame.
hours. 4 hours, man. I
I'm looking
appreciate
at
all
that.
you guys. You always welcome back through Boxing Source. Salute to the chat.
For sure.
Definitely, salute to the chat. Everyone who's been rocking out with us. I'll be doing another live stream. Stay loyal to the game, and we out of here.
Peace.
Peace.